This isn't like a stacks zone. This isn't like a monument or a fragment zone, or even a harvester where you can play inside and outside in so many buildings, rooftops, whatever. There are like 5 spots that you can realistically play in open space like this.
Reignite right now kind of split, getting chased down by Omit. They're seeing that they had the scan that, hey, this guy's solo, let's just keep looking at him, see where we can go on about this. Still, a lot of teams are opting for mid-speed, and I always like to say you got to be mindful to see how the lobby plays out, because if everybody does it, it's not good. You kind of have to rely on the fact that other teams aren't doing it, but if too many are doing it at the same time, you're going to get punished. As we saw, a lot of teams did get punished because we can't even follow all the fights that end up happening after Circle 3, Circle 4 closing because they're on the same speed.
Yeah, you almost never want to be rotating right with somebody else, having them shadow you. Sometimes they'll use the word mirror to describe the situation as well. The fact that Green Stego and Reignite have actually been pasted together on their rotate for the last couple of games hasn't done either of them any favors, although Green Stego still looking pretty good with their 5th place. Right now, they're in a position where it is likely that they move on to the next round. It's not secured.
Definitely not secured, but they're sitting kind of comfortably right now. This is the 3rd match, you know, where people can still step up to the degree that we want them to, and we know every team's potential as well. We all like to see them succeed at this rate, but there's only so many teams that can succeed in one match at a time. So you have to make sure that once you're in this match, you got to get every single ounce out of it.
For Babo, the pressure is on.
Where are you from?
Sitting at 20th right now. It's time to dial things up, grab a few points, and this could be just the time to do it. Specifically given the position they were forced into. I know it doesn't feel good to be forced into the spot that early, but now they've got it. Maybe it'll work. I say that as soon as they get knocked.
I mean, it just happens. I think they can reset on time, but I just hope that, you know, they're also playing Watson, that they can survive and keep resources as much as they can. We'll have to see if they get pinched or not. However, on move, Purple Slushy walking up on train rail. Very common rotate here, you know, coming in pretty late. Very comfortable because you have a lot of lines of sight, but they're about to run into someone.
Yeah, this lower end of the map. South with Purple Slushy, Green Stego, and Kinotrope all in the same area. Purple Slushy and Green Stego especially, 2 teams that do like to find a fight every now and again. Purple Slushy very much so, and Kinotrope in the area could just take advantage of all that. Falcons, another big story to follow for today, haven't had their start that they would like just yet, but could be taking one up against Orchid, one of our other squads to watch. In fact, the squad to watch coming into today with Panic not even really getting to play against Falcons. He never fires a bullet back at them. And it's Hal that with the P2020s picks up the last kill. It was mostly the frags until then. Getting balled at right now though. Hal's got to survive, gets pushed, and immediately this aggression by Falcons is punished. Hal is down, and it is going to be Lonely Let Gone that pick up the kill.
Lonely Let Gone will not let them rest at all after game 1 and now game 3. They are hunting people down. Yes, Falcons took a great fight with the double frag knockdown by Hal. However, if you are not ready, he was kind of ready because he immediately went for the fusel, but he also ate too much damage at the point he got swung. If you're not aware, and people at this level, in these lobbies, these higher level lobbies, which will only rise throughout this tournament, they will punish you for the smallest window that you have open.
And Falcons fortunately recognize that and do only lose Hal. This could have been a lot worse had they all committed into that building, all gotten Maggie balled and naded. In this case, it is only 1, and you trade that for 2 KP. So a positive trade for Falcons at the moment, but it does necessitate a reset. Where on the south side, Cat versus Red Rams is likely going to claim one of these teams. Cat seem to be coming out the better end of it right now and certainly have the zone priority to work in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Taxington getting a down early, Calamitous also getting them down now. They're very happy with this. This is enough to get the ball start rolling, but they're not looking too good with, you know, triple blue essentially. I hope that they're getting more stacks because we also see gold max and stuff coming out. So, good start.
Coming from Tree, lots of opportunity, especially as you pass through Harvester to maybe collect a little bit more Evo. Get Cat to purple shields before they've got to fight more squads, because more squads are lying in wait for them in center zone. 10K already set up at Landslide. Looking at this ring, it does seem graceful that we're pulling a little further up, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have more of a countdown zone than out in the open as I'd expected.
Could be countdown, could be southeast of countdown. We'll have to see which one. but a lot of teams already in. A lot of teams misread this zone and or are playing too slow or maybe mid-speed. We'll have to see. Fights are going to break out as we see LLG taking out Trev Stack in January.
Babo again getting aggressive and Fusion going down. Not being able to hold on to their spots for too long has been a punishing weakness for this squad coming into today, who have gotten otherwise good spots and just can't hold on to them against teams like Lonely Let Go. Evict them from Countdown. Falcons going to be coming back into Countdown now, so we'll see if Lonely Let Gone and Falcons have their rematch.
I mean, they did get the reset, are now fighting for essentially a god spot if they can. Lonely Let Gone, though, not letting anybody stay near them at this point. They're just Maggie balling straight at you and running at you.
Falcons' position does necessitate that they pick up a little bit more Evo. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be so much more difficult than it has been in previous games, since they don't have a lot of space to maneuver in. It will have to be damage or nothing, and Babo, right in the path of Falcons, could be the focus of that. Lonely Let Gone, though, not wasting a moment, are already focused on finding another fight. I kind of want to see Falcons try and pick one as well, get a little bit more aggressive with the positioning, because they're playing very conservatively right now for a team that many would consider to be near the top of Apex Legends.
Definitely playing conservatively, but 17 teams still up at this point. Zone is now closing. This is where I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. I'm getting goosebumps right now, because how much longer do you want to fight for at this point? Are they going to get punished? We'll have to see. But taking that fight against Falcons earlier on as well is really good, but scary for Falcons that are on the cusp of holding a average right now. Cat, however, coming in from those 2 kills they had previously, feeling kind of good now with double purple armor and P20s.
This evac tower does seem like an unnecessary risk for the squad, however. They certainly could have, should have been able to walk this in, and I suppose that because they passed by 1 choke, maybe having the extra speed is going to be really good for them. Question is now, with Omit already having lost 1, they picked RKN back up, but how long can they survive the pressure from Game & Gladiators? Another one of our squads that would really like to get going, as Game & Gladiators currently sitting 15th.
Gaming Gladiators put a TP right next to the house as Cody, really good player. Played a lot of rank with him as well. Superb player. Managed to hold them off for this moment as they get the reset. Nobody wants to overcommit at this point because they don't know where everybody is at.
ALGS right in the center of zone. Remember, they took this cart early, and ALGS have performed fantastically over the last 2 games. Top 3 in both of them, even finding themselves so close to a win in our second game of the day. Had a great position earlier, and again, I'm looking at their gameplay and going, that is such a great position. This is a team that I don't think we saw a lot of predictions for, but that are certainly showcasing an excellent grasp of Apex Legends of World's Edge macro.
Zone as well, west of landslide. Very common zone here. We're going to see a lot of fights coming out. Next zone fully closing, as Cat already got a slot really close to Lava Fisher, a comfortable slot. But you're going to have to fight for something, because this is not safe as they are looking down at Gaming Gladiators. I don't know, Dia. This zone specifically, very hard to play unless you're playing double defensive, because you're bound to fight with a bunch of people at the same time.
Hey, that's another point in favor of ALGS, if I'm honest. Double defensive, one of the early things we pointed out about their composition. Green Stego getting quite aggressive themselves, though they might not have the defense, but they certainly got the offense to take out Reignite.
Very comfortably as well. Barely even went down. Dexter took shots now from another team, but that fight was very clean. As GG is actually walking up on him a little bit with a TP, but not nearly fast enough, because that was quite a way to make it that way. If they maybe had an, immediately Ash TP or something, it could have made it on time, but with just the Wraith needing to run all that way, not really fast enough.
You gotta manually place your portal on both sides? Whew. It's tough, it's tough. Maybe an altar with a little bit of pre-planning could have done it. Right now, the question is, in terms of the planning, what will Green Stego go for? Do they go for VVV on this high ground bridge? Do they go for Gaming Gladiators on the low ground? We'll keep our eyes on that, as right now we've got a fight breaking out between Omit and Cat on the western side of the zone. A fight for a pretty good positioning, if I'm honest. Cat will go down, and with the pylon, Omit should be able to survive and reset long enough to make sure that nobody else pushes them for the moment. It is difficult to actually get all the way to Omit, but with this truck being their only cover, it may not be that difficult to take them out without ever firing a bullet. We're just seeing abilities thrown at Omit, and Seng's got 20 HP to work with?
very hard to survive here as well. As they're not even getting shot from the height right there now as well from landslide, but they're getting absolutely bombarded. Ash Q's coming out, frags coming out, people trying to shoot their toes right now. You know, Sang trying to survive. I believe he could get the reset here, should probably do it as long as people just gave up from him. Gaming Gladiators sitting kind of comfortably underneath the bridge. As we see Falcons, again, they made it back from having a kind of a rough start, but they're here, triple purple armor, super solid weapons, and they're just trying to keep their backs clean before they commit to anything.
You could feel the frustration from Falcons as well. Really, really wanted to take that. Down towards the south end of the zone, however, we had questions about what would happen with Green Stego. They're currently fighting up against Kinotrope on the low ground. VVV still above this, but it's Green Stego that get the first knock. Difficult to actually push and finish off Kinotrope as you risk being shot in the back by VVV. So watch Green Stego's positioning as they play right underneath the cliffside and swing to finish off a few kills. 100 Thieves finding ARN in the kill feed as well. Green Stego continue their momentum. Asia unfortunately getting focused and maybe getting taken down. Green Stego around. Kinotrope survive.
On the other side of things, Falcons is currently fighting as well. They are getting pushed once again by this aggressive team. Tau taking down Walty, Zero taking down, and Falcons getting knocked out for the moment. However, Babo coming from the choke, clearing their back like we talked about before. Can they hold out their back? Luckily enough, a fight happened. They just pushed back out, and now they should have their backs cleared, but the playable area in front of them is not that wide.
And the team that was in 20th coming in, taking out Falcons. Omid coming in, maybe taking out Gaming Gladiators as RKN just needs to land a few more bullets and will do so. 10 HP left on him, and he's panicking. No. He doesn't know where the shots are coming from, if any. Unfortunately for him, will manage to find a safe space for the moment. Gaming Gladiators are gone. VVV clean up RKN's two compatriots, giving Omid the chance for a reset later on. The zone's closing right now, and that's going to push a lot of teams uncomfortably close together. ALGS starting to rotate out negatively. 100 Thieves playing the outside of a truck at the moment. Looking for their kills on Meteor, and they may just find them. It's up to
they got swung out so hard.
Will go down. Meteor with the last member will survive.
I mean, huge swing by Meteor, cleaning up that fight, but they immediately get TP'd on, and Meteor also gets eliminated. As we say, these teams are getting close and personal. 10K also gets eliminated.
Oh my gosh, everyone's just
within the
pushing
50-meter yard. And
one
we
after
have to
another.
see here that, you know, teams need to reset at this point. Kinotrope looking really good, but still on triple blue though.
I mean, this is World's Edge, so I shouldn't be surprised that our zone teams are thriving, but Kinotrope, man, are they thriving with the last game and this one, now putting them in top 6. Looking at ALGS as well, still alive, still playing the same truck they were earlier. Absolutely a team to look out for. Double defensive, as you noted, and currently getting pushed on both sides. Ooh. Do jump out with the massive strafing flame, almost gets the knock, but gets, importantly, back into safety. Resible by his team as Pricey plays defense, throws out the Watson fences. This is a war of attrition and is one that ALGS have sustained for, but I don't know if they have damage to ultimately win.
Any other team comp and they were dead right there.
Yeah.
Double defensive was what made them survive in this truck because no other team could have done it. They even got the reset. The other team decides to, hey, we tried, let's back off for the moment. Maybe they re-engage, maybe they don't, but being able to have the presence of mind to say, this is not working, it's taking too long, we're gonna get 30 probably, let's back off, is really good from VVV.
Yeah, this is great sustain from ALGS. Like you talk about, the game sense from VVV, keep them in the conversation as well. ALGS actually swing out, and this is interesting. The balance of aggression, of defense that ALGS are demonstrating is keeping them in a good spot in this lobby. Strafing Flame going to get back into the truck. Again, play with the team, but now they finally got to give up this safety. And Newcastle ult and Watson ult, both having been expended moments before. Omid actually get the respawns.
I mean,
no one's getting out the hill though.
not only the respawns as well, but Pablo sitting there as well, actually cleaning them out from the east side.
We do have just a moment. ALGS in the top 5 once more. They've made it so far. How much further can they make it? Let's take a listen in real quick with ALGS.
We're good, we're good. Left side, Candace, right. Double smoking left, double smoking left.
Yeah.
Canada left wing. I got no gen for 50. I think we need like 3-man run up. I'm grenading right. We need to try and kill right. Ready? They got them. They got walls.
Oh my gosh. Turn it off, please. Thank you.
We need to chill here, then go left later. I'm really good on me. I'm really good on me. You don't have to move yet. The fighting left, guys, come to me. Come to me, yeah. Look at me, look at me. Someone needs to stay right. I think we can wrap left. Alright. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. We need a right through
ALGS make the call. ALGS push on the eastern, or rather, yes, eastern side of zone. Keenertrop have just gone down. They are making the perfect third party onto Babo, but Strafing Flame doesn't land. The shots get taken down. ALGS now in a pickle as they've got a reload. Pricey still not landing the shots, and through all this push, through that big decision, Babo will still be taken down, but it's opened things up for VVV, who play patiently, who don't over-aggress at ALGS, and who ultimately take the fight and the game. Patience paying off for VVV.
VVV coming in late, smoothing out that fight very easily, as we saw huge plays being made, however, maybe a bit too much. And this is what it means to be proactive is good, but overextending might not be too much. If they could have cleaned up that fight regardless, I think they would be wiped by VVV. So I think that being proactive is good, but also realizing, hey, we already pushed them away. Maybe we focus on a team that's actually fully ready to jump in on the fight. Could win them the game. However, we're never mad, ever, at a second place with a lot of KP from a spot where they've been playing passively throughout the entire game, but they never... The location was passive because they were in the truck, but they always play proactively, sticking their heads out. Can we do something? Can we get KP and then back in, and then even got the reset?
Yeah, I think the last two games we've seen ALGS sort of slowly ramp up in terms of their aggression. VVV, I'm tracking a similar story with the way that they were able to play. They may not have had the positional success that ALGS had earlier, but their kills have been slowly ramping up over the last couple of games, and they likewise were able to actually take a position. I want to talk a little bit more about ALGS' macros. It did grab them a second place finish. The kills that you were talking about collected largely at the end keep them in the top half of the leaderboard, and
yeah, look at Meteor. They literally died right after.
Remember, are stacking this on top of another two top three finishes.
Yeah, I mean, as we see as well with the placement point as well as the kills, they could have just had, you know, only placement points, no kills. But because of that decision making, no, we're swinging. And I love the calm as well. We're swinging 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1, and they just swing together. That's exactly how you explode a team, and they did get it done. Sure, maybe, you know, they're like, oh, he didn't finish up the, he might have been whipping at the end, but the fact that they wiped them cleanly, got the KP, and then secured a second place is enough to feel good.
We are really lucky to have had a listen in like that is just about what the decisions are in end game, what's working out for you, what's not. Taking a look at our top three squads, I do want to call out the quick macro play that ALGS were able to make there. Recognizing that VVV was a lot harder to push because they had that little bit of high ground, a lit that looked over ALGS. I think in this case, I like the play to go for second with a little bit of KP, and again, it does keep ALGS in the lead, still by 2 points as Lonely Let Gone continue collecting enough kills to keep them right behind ALGS. You cannot drop out of top 3 if you want to keep your lead.
I'm actually so hyped for even later on into the tournament as well, as we see a few of these teams are exploding in raw fighting prowess. But when we're in a lobby where there's like 6 or 7 of them, there's only so many fights on the map to be had. But seeing this right now as they are just going at it after at it, 3P and also taking isolated fights, that confidence really is fun to watch, and also I would like to hear their comps maybe at some point.
It is. We've got a lot of interesting changes coming into today as well, given that we're playing on World's Edge and E-District, 2 maps that actually do very well with our zone teams, and it's no surprise that we're seeing ALGS and Keenertrop place in the top 3, given their zone proclivities. But for a little bit more insight on that, and perhaps, I don't know what topics you guys got cooked up over on the analyst desk. I'm going to hand it over to you lovely folks.
Thanks so much, Dia and Graceful. You guys absolutely killed it there for those first 3 matches in the series. And what a first 3 matches they were. We talked about how it's day 2. Things can still be shaken up, and we are kicking off this winners round with 3 teams we have not spoken about. This is what we're looking for in the open. And to be fair, we're going to see a recognizable name or two, but we talked about the 100 Thieves, the Falcons, and it said we're getting LLG, CCG, VVV. It's all, the whole alphabet is here right now, Jayhawk, and this is a great way for these teams to kick things off.
Absolutely, and that's the theme of this tournament, honestly, is all these teams finally having a chance. Can you show the world what you're made of? And they're doing it. And some of these teams going up against Falcons and 100 Thieves, they're not scared. They don't care that these Titans are in their lobbies. They're willing to run it down, and it's working.
I mean, this is also going to potentially change when we swap our maps on over to E-District here, Jamerson. But right now, the fact that we talked about how yesterday World's Edge was World's Edge, we got a little bit of a shakeup here this time around.
Yeah, right now you have to understand that if you have LLG around you, as an IGL, you now have to take that into consideration, especially with how hard that they're shadowing both 100 Thieves and Falcons and making their life a living hell. We have to be completely honest with that.
Yeah.
And so you have to take that into consideration now here on E-District.
Definitely impressive, to say the least. I'm excited to see what happens by the end of the series, because we've also seen a couple of these teams, Lace, while they're not getting the wins, similar to yesterday, it's the slaying power getting them the points, putting them at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, we just saw Katsia there. Like,
Yeah.
this roster is an Apex South roster, and, you know, they have a triple team threat where they've just put all these these players together, and look at what they're doing. And, you know, sometimes you forget about these smaller teams, and then they just pop out of nowhere. You know, they may not win the match, but their kills are making them like fire up that leaderboard.
I love it. I love what we're seeing. We'll take a look back at our final circle so we can review and talk through these moments, because right out the gate, Jayhawk, it was LLG Roy.
Yeah, and I talked about these teams are not scared. Well, 100 Thieves ends up moving onto the late game here, onto the crane on the height over at North Siphon. And LLG did not care. They ash-ported straight onto them and wiped them immediately. And I got to shout out there, young fragger Xiao Ji. He does not use the P20s. That's the gun that is running this lane. He doesn't care. He only plays Maggie, a character that no other team is running for the most part, and he's using the EVA 8. Why? Because Maggie, using shotguns, gets the speed boost, and it makes him that much more deadly in those close-range engagements. Sure, the P20s, they're really great. They have a lot of damage per mag, but there's also a little bit of an RNG factor. You're hip-firing when you're shooting them, so it's a little harder to always secure the kills, where with him, he only needs to hit you 3 or 4 times, and you're dead. And then on top of that, he can throw a Maggie ball at you. When they get height like that, and they're challenging a team like 100 Thieves, huge win.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely massive for them. But then we move into match number 2, Lace, sorry, and we got CCG.
Yeah, so you know what? I'm going to touch on CCG, but in this situation here, obviously we got Walter here and they do turn around and get them, but moving forward from here, CCG are sort of just patiently waiting. They obviously took this match for a win down near Snake Building. Kinotrope actually held the left side of the building for quite some time, as Aliquotsai did fight for this height originally, which made them sort of just be able to have that dominant position for quite a long time, because most teams are sort of forming down near Snake Building. It was a bit of a feat for them to secure the height, but they managed to do that for quite some time. Kinotrope held the right side of this building, moved in, had to destroy I think it was oh my god, I'm trying to figure it out. The transition, Meteor, then, right, Alucard bombarded them from height. And the decision that Meteor made ultimately destroyed, it would have been Kinotrope's actual positioning to move up here. And CCG, they were just kind of hanging around. So we did have the height, they were just chilling there, and then they managed to take that win with smooth transition.
I mean, we've seen in quite a few matches today just how like kind of lying in wait will benefit our squads. And then, Jamerson, match number 3, we just wrapped that up.
And again, it's the story of what happens in the early rounds, right? Because we have this fight breaking out between CCG and Kinotrope, but VVV lying in wait the whole time. They were able to play off of the train tracks outside of Landslide this entire game, and because of all the action that was taking place around the map, no one really forced them out of their position. Usually that train track there is going to be hotly contested, teams rotate in from the south, and then you'll have a big fight over there, but they never really had to deal with that. And so they took their time, were able to play off the train track, slide on down, come in for the third party, and we get to see this time and time again, tournament after tournament after tournament. There's always going to be a team that somehow, just because they play zone, they play patient, and they just get the luck of the draw, they don't get challenged at all, they end up with the win.
Yeah, calm, cool, collected with their reactions there out of VVV after getting that match number 3 win. But it's time for us to take a look at what we've seen so far when it comes to these legend bands. We talked about it a little bit before heading into the series, and now we're getting to see what's happening here. Jayhawk, is this what you expected?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the altar ban, obviously we're going to see a character like an Ashe or a Wraith replace her, and then obviously Catalyst and Newcastle. They just provide so much utility for your team.
Yeah, and so then things, as we move into match number 2, we also get to see what these pick rates are and how, teams are trying to move their way through World's Edge here, Lace.
Yeah, and I feel like it's still kind of a consistent thing happening from both maps. Obviously, they haven't played World's Edge during scrims, and we've sort of just added it back. It's an OG map, but finding that they're still using the same sort of, I guess, characters throughout every single one. We're not seeing like a close meta, but it is a little bit interesting how they're still sort of flowing with the same stuff that they would use on, say, Stormpoint, for example.
And then we move into match number 3, and, you know, information is always key here to wrap up World's Edge, and it could also impact what we're seeing now once we move into E-District.
Yeah, I mean, crypto has been a huge uptick, I would say, here for the Open. And
Oh, we only have one lobby going through.
especially with the assault changes and the
How
skirmishing
come-
changes that allow you to get involved in the fights that much sooner. But with being able
How come
to pick
Mike's
up that
not
speed
watching
boost
the other
after
stream?
EMP, it is huge for not just
should be watching the
setting
other
up the
stream.
fight, right? You're no longer the eye in the sky for your team anymore, right? You can still get involved in the fight. So I love how the crypto gameplay has just shifted in terms of how you play them out.
100%, 100%. And while we've had all of this action happening here on the main stage, don't forget we still have our series happening in the pit as well. And I know I want to find out what's been going on over there. So Ryan is standing by to fill us in on all the action.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it's been crazy down here in the pit. Matches going on all morning and afternoon as we get into it. Of course, here at the ALGS New Orleans Open, over 100 teams in the mix, and of course, everyone trying to get into those winners round 2 and 3 spots. I think the first one I want to report on, I think winners round 2, Lobby 1 had some interesting results. You know, we saw, I mean, zone spammers. We haven't heard too much about them, but they've been performing quite well. And, you know, I think a lot of people would agree that it's quite unexpected, although they obviously know what they're doing and they're really, really good. LG and VP, dominant strides, you know, Virtus Pro coming in business as usual, dominant throughout the series so far. I don't think there's any, you know, surprise there at all. And then if we look into the elimination rounds that we saw, I mean, yeah, a few surprises, you know, definitely. I think Go Next being on the bubble, you know, staring elimination potentially in the face. Yeah, dancing on very, very thin ice is probably not something a lot of viewers will have expected, of course, coming off that huge win in Sapporo, Japan. So yeah, well, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but they definitely do need to step it up a notch here. And then, of course, Reject performing well, you know, in that top spot there. 17 kill points and 27 place points. They're looking really, really strong at the minute. And I think, yeah, that, for me, I mean, you know, yeah, that group, yeah, I think Go Next will be probably the biggest surprise in that one. And if we go over to the next elimination group there, I think we saw, who was it now? So yeah, oh, sorry, yeah, and Yubin for Zone Spammers, of course, the more experienced member of that team. Annex Esports, top spot there, and also great performance. They'll want some good results here, as well as Temper, who of course we've seen good results from in a few of the pro leagues. They want to make a mark here. You know, you never quite know what you're going to expect from them, and so it's going to be interesting to see if they can deliver here. This is a huge opportunity here on LAN to get the job done. As you can see, teams on all of the sides here, my left, my right, behind me, looking to stride forward here in dominant fashion. And for you guys watching at home, you should make sure that you play Apex. Why? Because it's absolutely necessary. I'll see myself out.
Bro.
Thank you so much. It's not
Oh
that
my
bad.
God.
Don't worry, Ryan, if you think
I can't
that's
believe no
bad,
one's ever
people are
made
doing
that
lots for
before.
the next 3 games, so don't worry about it too much. Great to be back, though, here on the main stage. Time to get some more games underway. We've got 3 now on E-District is where we're going there. I wanted to say World's Edge. It was in my head because we just played World's Edge. But we're heading over to E-Districts, and something just to note, no altar available for E-Districts as well, which makes things very interesting, for sure.
It does. Some of those rotations are going to be very difficult, especially going through Energy Bank, for example. So I think there'll be a few teams looking to try and find Legends to maybe pass through a little bit of a different way. And there are a few teams who are currently struggling in this lobby. Maybe teams that we expected to be doing a little bit better in a winners round 2. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. 100 Thieves and Falcons currently sitting in the bottom 10. But E-District, maybe that opens things up for them here.
It certainly does indeed. And like we mentioned, some of these lobbies play a bit differently to a scrim lobby, to maybe teams they're used to playing against in those quote-unquote higher tier lobbies. These are the series results, and this is how it stands at the moment. And the 2 teams that you mentioned, 100 Thieves, Falcons, we have to talk about them. We have to keep our eyes on them, because if it stays like it is after the next 3 games here on E-Districts, they will be going down to that elimination bracket.
And whilst it wouldn't be the end of the world, you can run through the elimination bracket, but you've got to remember, if you fall into that elimination bracket, it means you cannot have a top 10 draft in POI. if you get to the grand finals, right? So you need to be staying in the winners bracket to keep your position in POI draft a solid one. You do not want to be falling. And if you do fall in winners round 2, questions may be asked. So I'm expecting big things on E-District from both 100 Thieves and Falcons. But you're completely right. In a lobby where people are playing a little bit differently, they're maybe not, you know, there's different regions being involved. You have to adapt. But that is one thing that these players will certainly be used to, adapting to what is put out in front of them. And I'm sure they're going to put some points on the board.
Okay, you want to hear me nail some acronyms? Oh, I was about to do it. Don't worry. Forget I said that. It's disappeared. Anyway, let's look at the POI draft here for E-District. And talk us through it a little bit here, because Team Orchid with one of the biggest picks here, and they've gone for Energy Bank second overall.
Yeah, I was saying how difficult it is to rotate through Energy Bank, so you take it early on and you are there for housing if it does move your way, but of course you can rotate out of it quite quickly. Purple Slushy also were one of the first teams to take a pick that went for Electro Dam, whereas you can see mostly everyone else prioritized World's Edge here, and I guess that could be a little bit of a concern for the likes of Falcons, the likes of 100 Thieves, who did have early picks on World's Edge but didn't capitalize on them, but now they've got to get job done here on E-District.
Well, here we go then, straight into game number 4 of this series in our winners bracket. A reminder, if you're only just watching, top 10 stay in that winner's side of the bracket here in New Orleans at the ALGS Open. Bottom 10 at the end of these games will go down to that elimination bracket, which is already looking slightly terrifying. And if some of these big names fall down there, well, it gets even more scary.
Well, Ballistic and the Ash both with 11 picks across the board, so one of them will be banned depending on who has been picked the most throughout this series. I'll get confirmation from that a little bit later. 9 Newcastle, 7 Wraith, Ramparts, Watsons all in this lobby as well. So, you know, I was mentioning earlier, how do you transition with those rotations? Well, it looks like Ash and Wraith are going to be the key factors here, but a lot of Ballistics turning up in match 4, similar to what we saw yesterday.
One thing that you can rely on a little bit more here on E-District is the fact that there is a lot of buildings to play in these end games. These POIs that we find the zones pulling towards, which means that something like Newcastle, not as necessary, maybe as a map like Broken Moon, for example, where it's going to give you that artificial cover and some of those POIs that don't have those stacked buildings in the same way that E-District does. But as we take a look at a little bit of a loop path, CCG, one of the winners of our game a little bit earlier, one of the acronyms I was very excited to say, will now get the opportunity to do so. CCG, Dan. CCG.
CCG, just confirmation, by the way, it will be Ash that will be banned after this game due to her overall selection throughout the entire series, as they are tied in match 4 here. Now, as we can look at the lay of the land, I mean, at the moment, Orchid, they had an incredible day yesterday, but can they find that same kind of pace? You know, you've got absolute legends like Rambo, Hambino, and Panic was destructive on the side stations yesterday. They need some style of form, excuse me.
That's not an acronym.
I just errored like a robot.
Don't worry, we'll reboot down. We'll just blue screen for a minute. It's first game of the day. It happens for us anyway. It's obviously 4th game of this series, but CCG, I've got you, don't worry, you recompose. This is all karma for yesterday, by the way.
It really is.
You know it as well.
It really is.
You were on top of me yesterday for any mistake, but no mistakes allowed to be made here by 100 Thieves. We're seeing our first fight to involve them.
Playing this one defensively at the moment, utilizing the Newcastle wall, but Verholst has taken some damage, so they are going to retreat slightly. They have a shield advantage, though, but I think they're a little bit concerned that maybe there could be other teams in the area.
Well, Phony's going to go down here. Luckily, they might be able to get him to drag back with the Newcastle, but they're being pushed here. And Verholst might be going down, but Verholst turns that one around. It's now a 2v2, but Verholst barely any HP behind this knockdown shield. He somehow manages to get Phony back up. Phony will jump into the void here on the Wraith to stay alive. And I tell you what, 100 Thieves probably should have been dead to rights here, but have somehow managed to stay alive. And now Reignite are entering the fight.
Yeah, that was a heroic play from Verholst, and they're going to maybe keep themselves alive. Verholst does get the finish as well, so LLG are going to have to retreat away from this one, and I think several teams are all going to be scattering to try and get back up to a full 3. A very messy start to this first game on E-District.
That was a very scary start, I think, for 100 Thieves there. Like you say, Verholst with some superhuman plays on Newcastle to not only angle himself away from those bullets that were coming in, but also from Phony to immediately jump into the void, having been brought back to his feet. Very, very impressive, and also heart-fluttering moments for 100T there.
It's one of those as well, when you're rezzing as a Newcastle, you have to decide very quickly, am I going to be taking this fight, or do I think I can pull off the res and then take the fight? He utilized the shields for as long as he could, and then he started to engage. So Verhulst, that's what you'd expect from a player of his caliber as we move over now to Team Falcons, and they are in desperate need of some points. It isn't kind of panic stations just yet. 13th place, 10 points, it's not the end of the world, but you know, if you go into match 5, match 6, and suddenly you're down in that bottom 10, I think questions might be asked and maybe some shifty looks being exchanged between teammates.
Yeah, just spoke to Waltzy this morning as he was walking through, and he said, pretty happy with how we played yesterday, 99 points, pretty good. I was like, are you happy with 99, not 100? And he was like, good point. And I was like, yeah, maybe you should have aimed for 100. Just to keep him on his toes, but looking like they have a pretty good position on bridge here. You did see where that zone was going momentarily. It looks like to be pulling towards the edge of where Falcons find themselves right now. Gaming Gladiators, GG. We've not really talked about them much so far in this tournament. Haven't seen them on our main stage as yet, but here at draft point, popping some batteries. It looks like they're taking a little bit of damage, but their rotate is good enough to reset here.
Another team that I'd be expecting to be progressing into winners bracket round 3 as well, but they're down in that bottom 10 and they are currently being bombarded by grenades. You did see in your kill feed 100 Thieves lost Jen Burton, so they're still struggling in trying to get back up to a full 3. It looks like GG have been able to stabilize here and avoid all those grenades, and they're going to have a chance now just to reset.
Some beams of light flying through the window as well from a charge rifle that was aimed towards their position. A lot of action here on this choke as well. Just outside of the center of E District, it looks like Cat going to run away for a few seconds here and try and chase down these remaining players of Red Rams. It looks like they've got good damage. They've got the opportunity to get this Nog. That's going to be a Mirage who just jumped into his camo for a second to try and heal and get away, but Adam too smart for that one.
Too smart. Sadly, though, for Red Rams, they're going to have to just reassess, and maybe they can actually get the last player away. It looks like Dutch has been able to escape, so it's not the end of the world for them at the moment. And you know, every team has been able to at least save one, so no teams eliminated as of yet. I think I can already sense how nervous some of these players are. You have to kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck at this point and ensure you put some points on the board. GS are going to start to approach yet again, maybe to take a fight. They've been excellent so far. They had an incredible day yesterday. Were able to come through second place in their group in winners round 1, and they've already put 24 points on the board. If they can find another 10, they should be comfortably into winners bracket round 3.
When I first saw Green Stego, by the way, I thought it was Green Stego, not Green Stego. Which just makes me sound so middle class.
And Australian.
And then I saw the logo, I was like, I am an idiot. Anyway, GG still involved in a fight themselves. Reignite on the other side, and speaking of Reignite, it's going to be the flames of the Motherload that's going to take down one player. Lurk comes in to clean up the second. It's all up to Momon here. Light up on height, Light will stay on height, and Light will win that fight. Reignite are eliminated.
Yeah, GG have well and truly claimed this building, and if I was another team who just witnessed that, I'd probably avoid it, because it looks like they've got it kind of locked down at the moment. I mean, it's a very aggressive composition looking at it as well. 3 assault characters to work with. Ballistic is always going to be a nuisance, and then you've got the escape possibilities through Ash, not to mention the ring capabilities with Fuse as well. So it's a little bit of something that you need from everyone.
Oh, Zicky, bit of a tough landing for him. As it's Cody from Omit who rips him down. Green Stego looking to deal with the remaining members of Omit though. You can see that RKN has disappeared. Lots of options to strike, but unfortunately he has been bamboozled. RKN has left him for dead.
A big fight to win on this northern side as well. You have a lot of room to play with and be able to move down towards the circle and where it's going to be moving as well. But it looks like GS is just going to retreat back and make sure they can try and just reset a little bit here. The white shield should be get punching, get punching. Oh. All right, you're safe.
Couple of whiffs. That looked like me playing ranked for a second. Whenever anyone hits a Mirage ult, I will shoot every single one, but the correct one.
Well, the correct one. You have to have an eye for it. Graceful's been trying to teach me. Apparently, you can really tell the difference if you look closely. I said Graceful by that point. Once it's popped, I'm already running.
Graceful, if you haven't won the fight by then, it's over. Falcons on our screens right now, 15th place overall, but still in this game. But like we mentioned, 3 games to go here, including this one. Great spot for them here at the car park in zone, though. They're a central zone here on E District to start off, so pretty good priority to a lot of teams. But getting here a little bit later, like we mentioned, with the Altar not being available and has been banned in the compositions, can't use that ability to hit that void passage through those big walls that kind of surround these central areas of E District. So that changes the dynamic a little bit. If you're here early, you're in a good spot, but a little bit later might be tough to enter.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to enter, especially with most of the chokes kind of watched and taken over by teams at this point. Team Orchid, also another squad that have found themselves in a comfortable position. 10K have just been tethered, but I think they're going to be fine. Probably not a fight that's actually going to break out. Instead now, back over to GS. They are again just trying to see if they could maybe make a rotation, but I think they've noticed there's a res happening in the zone. So they're just going to be patient here because extra KP, again, could be their way to winners bracket round 3.
Yeah, and it was Omen, and I think it was actually RKN who not only got away, we saw the ult being popped by him to escape from that original fight that was going down with GS. And now he's managed to get his teammates back in. So a really good play from the experienced RKN returning to our stage. I did say to him today as we walked in that I was going to rip him on stage today, but you know, I'm going to be nice to him, just for once.
Hard to when you are in winners bracket round 2 and you're currently in the top 10, right? You are progressing as maybe expected for a man of his experience. As now, speaking of experience, here is 100 Thieves. And I do wonder, are you starting to feel the pressure if you're a team of this standard and you are still in the bottom 10? The expectation, I would assume, is that you should run away with a lobby like this. So you have to kind of dig deep and maybe look back at your roots a little bit.
Well, 19 squads still remaining as Zone 2 is about to close. This is a very high-quality game at the moment. So many different teams alive, and 100 Thieves looking to hold out. Well, excuse me, are being held out by VVV here. And they've got a Sheila to deal with as well. That's why Jen's playing these angles, trying to not give too much of a target to that rampart on the other side with the Sheila wound up. Verhol's trying to take some very cheeky angles here as well with that scout in his hand. Omid, though, still in a fight themselves, taking one against Red Rams, who took a little bit of damage earlier on. Cody's going to go down, so it's a 2v2 for now, but here comes RKN with a rampage of his own. No sling weapon this time, he's just keeping it old school.
Yeah, this is a 2 versus 1, should be cleaned up, will be cleaned up, and as long as there's no third party, Omid should be able to survive. There was a temporary panic there. I thought maybe they were going to be thirded, and it looks like VVV won the battle for the Mythic bin. 100 Thieves backed off and said it isn't worth trying to take this engagement right now, and instead they're going to make a different rotation, but
it's Trev Stacks. Trev Stacks with the charge rifle.
When the charge rifle comes into play, that Mythic bin doesn't look as comfortable as it did previous.
If I was having to pick a player that was in this lobby, probably Trev Stacks. The man is born with a sniper. He spawns with a sniper. And I think genetically, if you were to break down his DNA, it would actually look like a sniper rifle. So he's hitting some good shots at the moment with that charge rifle, just being a nuisance to anyone who's trying to rotate into zone here.
Get another rampart wall up and try and get that Mythic bin round 2. This looks a little bit safer for my liking, as Green Stego are going to be pushing in again, and it's going to be QAD on the other side. Strafing Flame has already gone down.
Ziki trying to move in to follow up on some entry damage, but you can see on their position in the top left on the map, they do have some progress to have to be made to get towards that zone. And the res will come in here from Player K on the Newcastle, so nobody going down as yet. It has been finished. A lot of these fights, we've seen those knocks going in, but nobody able to get the clean wipe. Only one squad has been eliminated, excuse me, 2 squads from this lobby have been eliminated. As Zone 3 is now closing in around 30 seconds, and it feels like only a few seconds ago we were talking about round 2 closing.
Of course, there's the cut-off at the moment, 15 points. Expect that to be doubled, if not even more so, depending on how many points the top of the leaderboard will take. The QAD on the back foot, have taken a lot of damage, but that is great defensive play. Again, just getting as much damage on that first player who is trying to entry to ensure they have to back off and reset.
Yeah, I think Green Stego have done a pretty good job here to actually force that team back. Now they are safe in zone. They just wanted to take the space away from them, and by being aggressive, but most importantly, like you pointed out, not getting knocked in that situation, you force QAD back into that little hut, and they have to now move their way through a choke. As Green Stego try and fight their way through. Ziki has gone down, and maybe this is going to be the opportunity now for QAD to move through themselves and try and third party this. They do have the numerical advantages. Omid were eliminated. Can they make this work, or is it going to be a fact of now Green Stego just escaping from this situation? Ziki's gone down, Dexter's been finished off. One player is still alive, but you have to wonder at this point for how long.
And of course, Alcatia are going to be very confident at the moment in first place, 40 points. They should be comfortably getting into that winners bracket round 3, but you want to solidify your spot in that POI draft as well. So you want to continue playing at your best as Falcons, and now starting to have teams join them with where they were previously residing, but you can see where that zone is shifting. They have to move a little bit, but there's already a ping there from 0. This is where we're going to be transitioning to. We're going to hold that northern side, and they may be able to pick up some kills.
Kinotrope Gaming have just been eliminated as well, so 4 teams now out of the lobby, and you're about to see that cut down quite considerably as the zone starts to close. You can see Falcons were just about to make their rotate. Looks like they were trying to play for either the bottom level of that building that was in front of them, or maybe just a little area outside of it, but 0, he's under duress, he's taking a lot of damage, and now Hal is left on his own. It could be the end of Falcons' game, and they are out in 15th place now. Falcons, 2 games to go. We were saying that maybe there were some warning signs. Well, maybe we were right to talk about them. 2 games to go for Falcons to put it right.
I mean, of course, a team like Falcons, there is always going to be the chance to put it right, even if you leave it to match 6. But again, nervy times and some questions maybe starting to arise. But CCG, one of our winners from game 2 as well, they have a position in the northwest at the moment, but they have to move a little bit further south. So it is going to be a Wraith play here, just to try and move past some of these squads.
I miss Wraith and
Swiftness is using that
at LAN.
to get them at least temporarily safe, but this is only
awesome
kind of
seeing
part
Wraith.
1 of 2 of the rotate that they're going to have to make. Greenstego have been eliminated, Lonely Let Gone have been eliminated as well. We mentioned that the pace is about to pick up in this lobby where you're seeing exactly that right now as they assault and they jump. ORC, who are on top of this building, they didn't have an armor advantage, but they certainly had the element of surprise. Swiftness, though, now left on his own.
Oh, okay.
And you have to wonder if he's going to be able to survive here, but he might be able to pick up a KP of his own as before he goes down. Meteor eliminated, CCG down as well, as we now have 10 squads remaining.
Went out with a bang. Adam may be doing the same here. It looks like Cat going to be eliminated, which they will. So now 9 squads as 10K are still alive. 9th place, 22 points.
And the irony of what you see on your screens right now was 100 Thieves, who were in shambles at the start of this game. One of the teams who almost lost that first fight, who certainly did a good job of just surviving those early moments. Well, now they're inside of the top 8, and they're also completely and utterly controlling this side of the zone. Akantia go down as well. 7 squads now remaining down.
This is a really good position for 100 Thieves. Not only are they going to get some bin resets here down on the south, but they are one of the only teams down on the south. So they're going to be able to watch everything unfold on the north, and then they can join the fight whenever they deem fit. And maybe with some of the weapons they have, they can actually join in with some damage, especially Jen Burton will get involved later with Sheila.
Well, Omu's going a little bit crazy. The feed right now is just taking that blast at Lufka from GG. So that's looking pretty good for Purple Slushy as they take the height. They got 10K underneath them as well. You have to wonder if they third-partied that because it looks pretty clean from the resets that's come in. Maybe 10K were involved in that and they just managed to steal a couple of those kills away. But now they've got to worry about 10K. And once again, it's just an assault. It's a creep up on those stairs to the team on height, and they just do not know that they're there.
And I like they didn't overextend as well, even with the knock, and they recognize they're probably going to get the res up there. If they had overcommitted to that one, they probably would have lost the fight because there's other teams in the area that could join in. Big Tether coming out onto Purple Slushy. They're going to be kind of scratching their brains a little bit, hoping they can escape, which they do. And they're really concerned about 10K being below them, but they're going to be safe after this round 5 closes. They are within the next circle.
Pretty sure one of the security guards on the way in, his name was Big Tether. Gaming Gladiators have been eliminated. They go down as well. Babo now trying to survive, but it's only Pinky and the ASUS available right now to stay alive as a duo. But Hol's picking up a kill as well, one of those kills, I should say. Now they're going to be able to get the reset here. They don't have the Newcastle in the competition, so this res might be a little bit more uncomfortable for them to try and make. It's about punching that player into the corner to try and get them in a position to get them back to their feet.
Fusion's still alive as well, just kind of going about their business below everyone. I don't think they've really been spotted out by some of these teams on height. They are certainly going to be a threat, though, when they have to move for this final circle. As I say that, they decide to join the party.
Yeah, I don't think they had many options. They try and assault the team. They try and start a fight. And here come 10K. They see what's happening, and they're capitalizing on that damage. Once again, Purple Slushy just get ambushed on that height, and this time, kind of not their fault. They just got pinched by the team who pulled up onto them.
All the meanwhile, by the way, 100 Thieves are still sat south, still watching all of this unfold in front of them. Purple Slushy have been able to stay on top. 10K is still in the stairwell. Fusion do finally get eliminated, but the bad thing for Purple Slushy, they're only a 2, and if 10K notice that, it could be their end.
Onmu decides it's all up to you, buddy. I'm going to leave you and try and survive a little bit longer. 10K finally take the ultimate height here. 30 seconds left until that zone will be closing. Onmu can't survive any longer. Purple Slushy will be eliminated. And now we find ourselves with 4 squads remaining as the zone starts to close again.
Babo have already taken a lot of damage here, but they are still going to be a real threat in this final circle, especially with the Watson being involved. But it looks like they're going to get back up to a 3, so 10K not able to capitalize on that one, mainly because they're being pressured from VVV on the other side. And then all the meanwhile, you still have 100 Thieves on the southern side.
Igarashi doing what he can with this Havoc in his hand, using that Select Fire to just hold off teams from distance, something you don't see a huge amount of. Usually that Havoc is known for that close range engagement, that medium range engagement, but he's making it work however he needs to. You can see the port going down, like you say, from 10K. They're trying to work on their next rotate, but it looks like maybe that port isn't as good as they wanted it to be.
Or it was perfect. I think it could have been bait. Both other teams kind of ran towards it, and maybe 10K need to think about second place here, because I really think 100 Thieves are in the lead position as Kashira goes down. Postkill's also taking a lot of damage.
10K just trying to survive here. Is there an armor swap for Postkill? Yes, there is. That box saving his life and certainly elongating it a little bit longer. But we mentioned how 100 Thieves have completely and utterly controlled the southern side of the zone. Well, this is what you can see from their POV right now. They can walk in, but they're not going to be able to get involved in this final fight quick enough to make it a comfortable third-party opportunity. It's a straight 3v3 with Babo for the win here.
Yeah, but Holes needs to be careful because there is a height advantage here for Babo. They are going to be able to lay some shots down, but remember, Jen does have Sheila as well.
They're trying to send it. Jen's going to go down first. Damage was done. Lolly now on your screen. He should be able to finish off Holes. Phony is the last alive. It's a 1v1 here between Lolly and Phony. Phony doesn't know where he is. The whistle will go in, but it doesn't quite connect. He's going to slide in. Phony just being a nuisance here. Jumps into the void. No boxes on the floor for him to work with to get that armor swap. Phony can't clutch, and it will be Babo who win the game, but
good try, good try.
1v1 to close out there. That is how you want to end a game of Apex Legends.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from Phony's side. I mean, maybe he got hit by the Whistler, also maybe he was trying to reload. He definitely was just trying to avoid gunfire for a short time, but that is going to be Babo taking the victory. 16 kills alongside it as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing that in Winners Bracket Round 3, but great points on the board still for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really, really important for 100 Thieves to get those points on the board. Like you say, maybe a little bit of frustration in the final moments of that game. It seems like everything just happened so quickly in front of them that they weren't able to be fully involved in a third party that came up. But the gentleman on your screen, understandably so, very happy with what they've just done on the main stage there. And like you say, a big kill win as well means that they should be pretty secure in that top 10 and looking to qualify and stay in this winner's side of the bracket.
I mean, 28 points in one game will send them up to first place, I believe, in the series standings. So yeah, they're going to be up to around 44. 100 Thieves will still put 12 points on the board, very much needed. That will put them into the top 10 as well. 10K getting 14 points for themselves. The big question mark and the panic stations maybe starting to siren is Falcons, 1 point in 16th place.
Yeah, don't quite ring the alarm bells yet, but certainly warm the hands up and maybe tickle the switch a little bit, because Falcons have 2 games to put this right. And we will say, again, you look at what Baba just did in that last game, putting 28 points on the board in just one game. There's still 2 games to go here for Falcons to find one of those type of games, which if anyone in this lobby is going to do it, probably is going to be them with the history that these players do have. But it still should be highlighted. It's not looking good for them as it stands, as Ballistic will be the next legend to be banned. Let's take a look at the head-to-head of our last 2 teams.
And I think that you mentioned it, 100 Thieves may be a little bit frustrated, but they couldn't have really played it any differently. They had to wait for the engagement to happen. Usually when you watch a fight unfold between 3 teams, you're going to be coming across a team that's weak in the end. It was just the fact that Babo were able to avoid enough gunfire, force the other 2 teams into each other, and they stayed very healthy in the meantime. And also just their output of damage was insane in that game. But those are the overall standings that we were talking about. I mean, only 14 points between 10th place and 17th place. So again, no one's really out of it. I mean, the bottom 3 are starting to fall away a little bit, but I will say that even if Red Rams had a big game, a similar game to what we just saw from Babo, they could find themselves in the top 10.
Yeah, look at the teams who are outside right now. Omit, Purple, Slushy, GG down there as well. We haven't really highlighted them. They are struggling in consideration to the achievements that they have, of course, of an Apex Legends in the Apex Legends Global Series. But Falcons are the one you got to keep your eye on. Reignite down there as well. A historic org with some very good performances in the ALGS, but I mean, it's all about the 3 gents. That's a monster game to put up, and I feel like a very good time to do it as well. Just takes the pressure off of them in these last 2 games.
Especially because of the points they already had. I mean, a victory doesn't always guarantee you, like, entry to the next round. Sometimes it is going to be a difficult situation where you have to find more points afterwards. It was certainly something that CCG may be feeling. They won game 2, but now they're in 10th place.
Well, Babo take the win in game 4. We'll have to see if Falcons can land a fly here in our final 2 games, because it's not looking great for them when we get back. 2 more games to come here on E-District. We'll see you in just a few.
You just put yours in mine.
Yeah, but I didn't lick it either.
Doesn't matter. You drank from it and still put it back in there. And then I just drank from mine and stirred it and then just put it back in yours.
What's different?
Not different. All right. Let's see. Chat, how are we feeling, man? How are we feeling? Good, bad, amazing? How are we thinking of the game so far? Let's rate these games out of 10. Ballistic is the 4th band.
What is up, culture?
Ballistic is the 4th band.
Bro.
So no cap,
Hey.
no ballistic, no
Woke up. Realized I'm late to start the stream. And yeah, I woke up, got out, and started the stream.
Wait, what did I just read?
How's it going, man?
Just dropped
Big man.
3-kill win.
Dude, they're cooking.
They're cooking this land, bro. They are cooking so hard this land so far. Oh, so now we have 2 more games left, which leaves teams in that bottom 10, man, either a clutch or a kick now, or a clutch or a kick
And
6.
ballistic band.
I told you, yeah, I just said that. Ballistic band, game 4. So we have no cat, no altar, no crypto, no ballistic, which is fucking crazy, dude. Insane. So ballistic band before Newcastle. I just.
Oh my
can't believe
gosh,
it.
today's gonna be so long.
So good, dude.
Yeah.
It just makes sense, I guess. Alrighty. Well, game number 5 in here in just a little bit, big dogs. We'll lock it on in here, man, for 2 more games. Don't forget, after these 2 more games, after this set, we still have another 12 games to be watched, bro. 6 and then 12 more afterwards, dude. Absolutely insane, bro. Absolutely insane.
All right, BRB.
Yeah, you feeling it, dude?
Alrighty. The shirt's fire. Yeah, Greek got it for me actually a long time ago. That's probably like 2 years ago now, huh?
Hell yeah.
2 years ago?
It was when we were in the old apartment.
Yep.
I remember I ordered it.
It is Chewbacca. Yeah, my favorite hat towel. I think 950's sick.
Wig.
Love it.
I think they want to go say hi to you.
I can't right now, bro. We're gonna have the game start up. I'll talk to them afterwards. It's gonna. If I go over there, bro, it's gonna be a gigantic line. Then I'll never get back in time for the games. I'll hang out with people after the set. That's what we do usually. Shout out all the people that want to stay out on the beach stream, though, man. Love you guys so much. It's just really hard to do so in between games because then we just. I can't. I feel so bad like saying no to people, bro. It's impossible.
Yeah.
I hate it. Yeah, I feel pretty good now, man. It's all right. Get a little colder in here, George. How we feeling, George? Good? That boy George got a massive sandwich. What's up? What are you going to tell us? Straight up.
Oh, yeah?
What do they look like right now? There's Falcons. You got Zero getting blocked by
whose
the
space is that behind
That's
the camera?
Zero. Zero and Draugr. There we go. What do we think? We think the Falcons. What do you think, George? You think the Falcons bounce back? You don't know? I would like to see it too.
Put it back.
Put what back?
The camera. It was just pointed at my fucking dick.
Well, yeah, because you just stepped in front of it.
Well, yeah, what am I just going to get off the fucking screen?
I mean, if they want to see the Falcons, yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Understood. I'll be sure to say afterwards for sure. 100%. Shout out that man. He's frying. No, you can't count the Falcons out. That's the one thing, bro.
Never
That's
can.
the best teams in the world, bro. You can't consistently count out. It just is what it is, bro. You play bad some games, and then you fucking you lock in for the last half if you need be, or one or two games.
We've seen a team end up winning a tournament out of the losers bracket before.
Yes.
And we said it before this even started, right?
Yep.
That even if you get bottom 10 in this set, you're not out,
no.
right? You're just going to another bracket. You're not.
Down on that low ground a few times, Dan, who actually had a player knocked and had to reset back to a 3, but it was the action in and around the height of this building that kicked the majority of this kind of end game ruckus off on that side of the map.
Yeah, they were currently under a little bit of pressure from the likes of 10K, but I think because VVV were on the other side, 10K became the meat of the sandwich, and Babo were able to just kind of pull back a little bit, do a little bit of extra damage, and then they stayed very healthy, and then it was the high ground advantage. Sure, when it went down to this 1v1 though, this is when it started to get interesting. Now, I said I wanted to see it from Phony's POV.
Oh, see him.
Did get tagged by the Whistler, right?
I think he just didn't see him. I think it was just damage from the gun that just chipped away a little bit as well. Have to watch it back another time just to make sure that you might be right, you might not be, but there's just some really good shots in the end. I mean, Phony did everything he could. He came down to Lully being left on about 1 HP, if I'm not mistaken. He almost turned it around, but it is Babo who closed out those final moments, but you're quite right. In the ruckus on that side of the map, they were in the best position to wait for the exit of all of those teams from the building, clean up that damage, and by doing so, we're pretty healthy in that final fight.
Great to stay calm in that final 1v1 as well. It is not an easy thing to do, especially on the main stage in front of the fans, and knowing what a big win it could be for your chances to get into winners bracket round 3. And they look, all cheers, they all look pretty happy about themselves right now. So I'm sure they're going to be going into the next game with even more confidence. And that's one of the scary things. If you are one of those squads that I mentioned in that bottom 10, when you need points, you're going to be going up against teams who are confident to fight, who are maybe going to take a little bit more risks because there is less of a risk of them falling into that elimination bracket.
Yeah, they're just thinking about points here. They're just thinking about staying warm, essentially. This is what happened so far to get us to this point. Match number 1, LLG. Match number 2, CCG. Match number 3, VVV. Finally, I get to do my acronym acrobatics. Match number 4, Babo, we just saw take that one home with 16 kills, by the way. This is something that really shouldn't be underrated with that performance. Looking at the bans as well on the Legends, it was Cat that went out first, then we had Alter disappear, which made E-District all the more interesting. Then we have Crypto falling out, and now we have Ballistic falling out, and I believe it a tiebreaker as well, which always puts a smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, well, excuse me, I said that Ash was going to be banned, but maybe slightly different tiebreakers to what I'm used to in Pro League, so my bad. Ballistic's going to be out of this one, and in Match 5 we will have Ash available. I think that's actually very important for a lot of these teams, because I think without Ash, suddenly then you're restricted to just maybe Wraith for those rotations, and if you're not a team who's used to playing Wraith, again, that's something that we don't really mention that often, is how deep your Legend pool goes. It's very simple to say, oh, if you don't have Ash, just use a Wraith. But if no one on your team actually has played much Wraith, suddenly things get a little bit sticky.
They certainly do indeed. Well, it looks like we're moments away from match number 5 kicking off, and in fact it is less than a few moments, because you can see on our main stage now, things are lighting up, everyone's getting ready to go. Ballistic is out of there. Once again, his head gets chopped in half by the graphics on our main stage. It's quite a brutal way for Ballistic to be banned every time I see that.
It's quite unfair, really. I think it's disgusting that it happens live on a main stage. But yeah, no Ballistic, so that's going to be one more Assault character gone. But all the support characters are surviving. It has been interesting to see how these Legend bans develop, and it will be even more so when we get closer and closer towards match point of how those Legend bans will happen, especially as the lobbies get a little bit bigger as well and stronger teams start to develop. Those metas do shift a little bit.
They certainly do indeed. It seems like a pattern starts to emerge on who is going to be banned and who isn't. And maybe we'll see a few teams, like we mentioned, look for those longer kind of compositions that allow them to play multiple games without the Legend bans having too much of an effect. You can see all of the players on our main stage here ready to lock in, ready to go. I would say arguably, Dan, they are locked in at this point. You would certainly hope so.
So none of them need relocking.
They don't have no relocking required as yet.
Well, don't allow yourself to be unlocked. Stay locked in, because Game 5 is very much approaching, and there's certainly a lot of different reactions on those cameras as well. A few nerves, maybe some people just not showing their emotions, and then there's the trials and tribulations of those who are just happy to be there. As Game 5 is loading in, you can see the Legend selection has started to begin. I'm already seeing plenty of Wraiths and Ashes coming into the equation just for that rotation help, but a lot of Newcastle also, and even a few Watsons creeping up.
Your Bangalore's in there as well to help with those rotates through the chokes, which is certainly never going to hurt you if you've got someone who's very, very strong on the Bangalore. But like you mentioned, Legend depth is something that's going to be highlighted a lot at this tournament with the Legend bans coming in. But we are now into game number 5. This is the penultimate game of this winners round 2 lobby. Let's see what goes down.
9 Wraiths and 9 Ashes, so one of those will be banned depending on how...
take a guess this time?
Depending on how the tiebreaker works, which, again, I'll get some confirmation on, I guess. We'll start, though, with Babo, of course. They get the loot cam as their reward for winning that first game, and the real question for me is, where is that circle going to be going? Because it was a pretty good one for Babo to work with in the previous, but if we start to head a little bit further south, it could be quite difficult for some of those northern squads.
Yeah, Energy Bank finishing last time right in the center of E-District. We're waiting for a little bit of beacon information to pop up, and we'll see, of course, who has a beacon. And we are going down to the south, so between Draft Point and Shipyard Arcade is where we are going to be finishing. And by the looks of that, we could be finishing either in and around the bridge or in that kind of open area, which is very, very difficult to navigate, especially if you don't have a Newcastle. So keep an eye out for the teams who do have that in their composition, because it could be a Legend whose value has just skyrocketed based upon the zone.
2 teams that can have priority to zone is going to be Meteor and 10K. Both have a ring console, one at Draft Point and one just west of Shipyard Arcade. So VVV are down on the south side, but they only have a survey beacon that I can see. But I think in their natural rotation, they're probably going to see teams arriving, so they should be fine. You can see Cat also moving from Humbert Labs very quickly. They also had a ring console. So they're going to be your 5 main teams who get early positions and are going to really be a nuisance to those that are going to be arriving late.
Yeah, pretty good zone here for Gaming Gladiators as well. They might have to go out their way ever so slightly to collect a bit of Evo before they rotate, but we mentioned Falcons. It's only right that we talk about GG as well, being a team who's a threat, going down to that elimination bracket with the points that they have on the board. But still, a lot of Apex to be played in this set and a lot of upsets and maybe heroic runs and games to save a winner's bracket run for some of these teams. Lonely Leg gone on our screens right now, a couple of Skynades and a couple of triple take bullets hitting. It's going to force the player to retreat.
You don't really want to take any of these early fights when you're moving around here, because you've got a pretty good position for trying to move towards that zone. They're certainly playing this one patiently. They feel like there is a chance of maybe catching a player off guard. As LLG are going to be moving with purely white armors as well. Not a fun scenario to be having your rotation.
Not nice. Never nice. 100 Thieves. Last time they moved through this area of the map wasn't too comfortable for them. Think about what 100 Thieves went through in that last game to get those points on the board, to get that second place. Almost out of the game. The first team to fall in the lobby overall, essentially. But this time they're going to use the evac tower. They're going to head towards the bridge. And in fact, they're going to swerve back as they see a building that's open for them to play. So a good rotate here for 100 Thieves. They're going to be pretty safe for now.
It looks like Phony's going to maybe actually look to try and get them a little bit further as well with the Wraith Portal. Again, one of the advantages of Wraith, you can just make that move, and they've gone very central indeed, and may just find themselves in one of the better positions now. Plenty of buildings to work with, but I think you mentioned it, you know, when it does pull that further bit south, there's just a lot of open space.
There certainly is indeed a very deep portal there from Phony right into the center of zone, as we're going to see something very similar here from Arneb, who are trying to get their way into one of the buildings that maybe 100 Thieves were in a few moments ago. But this one's going to be a portal to not such a central location for the zone, but certainly with the beacon information they do have, is going to be good for quite some time.
So I think this might be a quiet time for those who have already moved south. I think we're actually going to get a few engagements on the rotation through the choke points, especially around Energy Bank. It looks like Purple Slushy and LLG are going to be next to each other, as we currently see Falcons and Omit just going up against one another as well. But this is going to be a test of confidence for Falcons, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a test full stop, I think, when you look at the zone. At the moment, there's about 6 or 7 teams who aren't in the zone. And I'm not just talking about the zone at the moment, I'm talking about Zone 3 info that a lot of teams, Zone 2, excuse me, info that a lot of teams would have had from hitting those ring consoles early on. They've had to travel all the way from Boardwalk. Falcons, their drop spot, all the way down to the southern, will have to travel, excuse me, all the way down to the southern side. They're kind of being shadowed by Red Rams. They've got Omit right next to them as well, so it's going to be a really tough way for them to put points on the board, but it might also just make things a bit simpler. We have to fight our way through zone. We don't have to think about rotates too much until we get towards the end, the edge of where this zone is going to be going. And in the meantime, of course, they can just go around collecting Evo. They can make sure that they're looted. They're in purple armor before they have to fight, which some of the teams who have rotated already aren't going to be in the position to do.
Well, at least Falcons are going to have a comfortable rotation on that southwest side. There's not really many teams that are going to encounter them as they move through Street Market.
Oh, you hate to see that. You land and you get sliced up into about 1,000 different pieces. It's going to be 10K who are trying to hold down. Now the push is coming in from QAD, and it's going to be Kaisha who has to jump into the void to escape. The question is he going to be able to survive here, or is he going to be chased down?
Looks like he's going to be okay. You really have to try and get your team back up at this point. A Strafing Flame is going to probably dive down and maybe try and take the fight against FS as well. The trouble is, if you engage in anything on this southern side, there is going to be bullets arriving from somewhere else, and they also might take that opportunity to take that position from you as well. So you really have to be very strategic with taking any sort of engagement here in this area.
Yeah, VVD in an interesting position here. We don't really see too many zones pulled to right at the back of Shipyard Arcade. One thing they could be doing is playing for a light play off of that balloon that is available on the ship. So it's an interesting play for them. It's maybe a rotate that they got slowed down on towards where they believe zone is going to be going by the amount of teams that are just stacked up in this area. So everyone just kind of putting the brakes on each other's rotation, so to speak, as they move excuse me, through Shipyard Arcade.
Only 4 teams not within this next circle, by the way. Everyone else has found somewhere to call home, and now Omit were trying to hold out Falcons earlier, but it's going to be Red Rams now coming across, but this is a far more important fight for Red Rams.
And we're going to see the EVA 8 going to work again for Chico Chandad. Good shots going in from him to take down RKN, just being aggressive on that Mad Maggie. And Omit have to try and retreat to stay alive in this, but it's another KP being picked up. They did get the Finn, so a little bit of a change of plans now for Omit, who were one of the teams we mentioned, who were initially shadowing Falcons, but those two teams have split off a little bit. Falcons have gone towards Street Market, and this is a little bit closer to draft point.
Yeah, draft point is going to be a temporary area for teams to hold before they start to head even further south, but you can see the zone is continuing to shift further.
Could play to that third beacon as well over at draft point, a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's a transition area, and you could maybe get extra info, but I think by that point you might be a little bit too late. I think the writing is on the wall with the zone that we see in front of us. It's those kind of pink areas next to the bridge which are so hard to hold when it gets to this final circle.
Yeah, it's an interesting zone as well, because I mentioned like Shipyard Arcade, not usually when you were looking at that third zone, second zone, excuse me, the most popular you would say for end games, but it's kind of splitting teams on where they are going to be playing, because it looks like it could be actually pulling down to that side, maybe on that bridge, maybe around that bridge area. So for teams, this is one of those, it's like, do we hedge our bets and play to the south? Do we try and wrap all the way around? And looks like Falcons have made that decision. They are wrapping all the way round to the south at the moment. VVV are watching this at the moment. And the portal's going to come in from zero. And this is a massive, massive portal for them. He needs to find a safe spot for Falcons to play.
Yeah, this has been a big rotation for Falcons, and I think it's actually going to benefit them. They're in a position now that they can stay here for quite some time. It was a long rotation. If they had met anyone in Street Market, it would have definitely been scary for them, but it's comfortable.
Comfortable for now, but one thing to just highlight as well, not a lot of teams dropped out of this lobby. So it's a position, yes, but no real placement points to talk of for them at the moment. No real KP opportunities presenting themselves at the moment, but the traffic at the north side is what we really need to start focusing on here. Team Orchid, Kinotrope, 100 Thieves, Meteor, all in this vicinity at the moment. Let Gone trying to exchange some fire at the moment. Xiaoji is going to be taken down, so they're left as a 2, and Towers just trying to get out of there. But like we mentioned, on the northern side of this zone, everyone is starting to stack up a little bit, so there's going to be third parties, there's going to be chasing that's going on for these KP. Getting into zone is going to be tough from this position, so teams are going to be willing to take these fights.
Tao threw everything in the kitchen sink behind him just to try and let Roy escape, and it looks like Roy will be able to do so. So LLG not over for them just yet, but they're still in a great position in the top 3. We've still not lost a team yet, by the way. This is very much congested in every single area around Shipyard Arcade and, of course, Draft Point. There's now more teams outside of the circle than there was beforehand, because people have realized they actually have to go out to go in, and that's going to be difficult for them to find their way back in, actually.
Yeah, you wonder if teams are actually going to go back north and wrap round either side of where this zone is going to be going towards Shipyard Arcade. But of course, by doing that, if you kind of counter-rotate, there's a chance you run into teams who are arriving a little bit later from the northern side of the map. Teams like Purple Slushy, Green Stego. So some interesting decisions for the IGLs to have to make here. This is a really fascinating zone for this game number 5, and I think it's really testing the IGLs and how they want to approach it.
It's just one of those zones where it's very difficult to take fights because so many teams had already moved, and even those who were kind of moving in the same kind of areas through the same choke points, you realize that there could be another team around the corner as well. So again, you have that reluctancy to actually engage in anything, and everyone's just kind of let everyone else be and saying, well, you know, you can make your rotation as long as we can make ours. As look at the split from east to west at the moment. So many squads just trying to find themselves in, and it is going to move southeast.
And now you look at Alcazia, you look at Falcons. VVV will have to move, of course, but I'll tell you what, if you were in a position to hit that next ring console, that is golden information, because look at the amount of buildings that are free. If you have an evac tower or something like that to get into one of those buildings that is to the south of Cat, you have a really good chance of surviving to this endgame. We do have our first team eliminated in the meantime. Just as we were looking at our map overhead, Red Rams will go. There's also a Mythic Bin that's spawning towards the northern side of things at the moment. Lonely Let Gone are on top of that at draft point, but Babo also eliminated, so they cannot repeat the success of their previous game. As 100 Thieves, they will send CCG back to the lobby as well.
Omi got eliminated as well whilst we were in the map.
No!
Host has walked into a trap.
No, that is scary, scary, scary stuff. That is a knock at the door that you don't want to answer. Goes back through the port and gets ripped down by Yuka. Perodaptor, and now he's going in to try and take down Jem Burn, but Jem Burn turns that one around. Finally, will be finished off here by Cannon. And the question is, can 100 Thieves survive once more? Phony's going to try and get the res, and I think he'll be able to at least get one player up here. Verholz has been finished, though, so 100T, they've got some decisions to make now.
It's going to be difficult for 100 Thieves from this point, but at least they survive. They'll be happy with that, because then they can at least try and get some placement points, as 10K just respawned post-kill and Kashira. So they're very much back in this game, but they had to go quite a ways out to do so. They're all the way up towards draft point, and I think Lonely Let Gone may have got that Mythic Bin that you were speaking of as well. Now remember, Meteor were dropping down here. They were one of the teams that had priority to zone. These are the kind of difficult areas I was talking about holding, the areas under the bridge a lot of open space. A lot of grenades can join you, but Jemba has just gone down again. 100 Thieves are under pressure from LLG.
Yeah, certainly are indeed. This is all the teams who had to rotate from the north, and you can see that red, purple, purple is going to be a fighting shield composition for Lonely Let Gone, and also a Kraber. I mean, why wouldn't you? That we talked about that Mythic bin. That's probably what has produced these goodies here for Lonely Let Gone, who rotated late on the northern side of the map through draft point, were able to pick up that Mythic bin, and now got the goodies to really go to use and really rip their way in towards the zone.
Trouble is there's 5 teams here on this northern side as Arnhem get eliminated in 16th, so 1 extra placement point for everyone who has survived to this point, including 100 Thieves, who still have a solo ratting out and heading south at the moment. But LLG, I mean, all these teams have got to kind of move across open ground at the same time, but the Kraber could make a real difference here. Just looking at that zone, it is going to be pulling northeast of where it was originally. Great news for Cat and Purple Slushy.
Also, Team Orchid have managed to get themselves into a really good position. 10K, who you mentioned, were respawning. Well, they're now up to a 3. That was the team who was on the other side of the Skynades coming in from Roy, and attempted angles to be created for a Kraber shot. They managed to hold for now, but they have such a long way to go. And if you compare the armors between the two teams who are looking to fight, I mean, you're looking at blue, blue, blue versus purple, purple, red. It's a huge HP advantage for them.
Decisions to be made here actually for LLG, because when this zone closes, if they don't give themselves enough time, they're just going to be running and won't necessarily be able to pick up any KP. So I'd like to see them move soon, which, okay, they do start to transition just before that ring starts to move. Give yourself 30 seconds, because you don't really want to engage in a fight when a ring is about to close. Otherwise, it just becomes so hectic.
Falcons continuing to port in towards zone a little bit more. There's going to be a lot of scary portals going down. There's also going to be a lot of scary angles to try and deal with at the moment. As Alcazia start to line things up, Pricey will find 2, one with the nade, one with the 30-30. As Alcazia look to find the last remaining players. I tell you what, Striking Flame is just ripping the heads off of that head glitch. They will be able to get up to a full 3 here, and they should be able to just about sneak into zone as well.
Said that position from Meteor, it's just so hard to hold. They have just about been able to survive, mainly because of some good shots just turning back, but they're literally between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Yes, they're going to get back up, but you need to be thinking about moving. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting ducks. As LLG have been able to move down and find themselves within this next zone. So success for them, and it means Kraber is in play.
No altar as well, which makes just these little positions a little bit easier. Not going to have someone just sitting down one of those void passages to surprise you and get a little abduction going when you feel like you're in a really comfortable position. That natural cover is going to be more reliable to play. Green Stego forcing their way inside of the ship at the moment as well. They will be able to force the team away from them. 15 squads remaining, by the way. 15 squads still alive as Zone 4 is closing. 10K might finally fall here as Kishera is down to about 40 HP. He'll go down, but somehow or other, someone else is still alive to keep 10K going.
10K quite literally fighting for their lives in the moment, but you mentioned it, 15 squads. This is Apex at its very core. Everyone playing survival, but now these engagements are going to have to start happening.
Pricey left on his own. 1v1 here with Roy. And another team getting involved. He gets the bank smoke down. He's got the perk as well to give him a little bit of health regeneration while this goes down. Can he get out the battle in time? Yes, he can. And now it's just a straight gunfight, which he cannot lose. And unfortunately for him, he is going to be one that gets lost. Roy left on his own, though, does have a Kraber. And on the Ash as well, has got some mobility to survive a few extra seconds.
Roy's our boy, and he's going to still be alive with the Kraber. And actually, Meteor may be his next target. But he has to worry about the team that was previously griefing him from above. Maybe they can get some extra placement points. Crazy that you have to work this hard to stay alive whilst there's still 14 teams alive. You'd be thinking at this point in the game, maybe you're picking up extra placement points. As Roy does finally go down, LLG will be eliminated. And somehow, some way, Meteor are still alive down in this canal.
Something I just want to highlight, by the way, 2 teams who have made fantastic rotations into where this zone is going to be ended. One of them is GG, a team who are outside of the top 10 that we were talking about really shouldn't be there. The other one is Falcons. Somehow they found themselves right inside of where that zone is going to be going. So 2 teams outside of the top 10 have been masterfully led to these positions. 100 Thieves trying to match what is going to be going down in a few moments' time, but the zone is closing. 10K eliminated. Fusion gone as well. We're down to 10 as Kinotrope will be the next to fall.
Top 10 extra placement points good for 100 Thieves. They're up to 33 now. That is a far better scoreline than when they were on World's Edge. And they're now a full 3 as well, but they are being certainly attacked from all angles. This Wraith portal could be massive for 100 Thieves' chances here.
Well, he's going to jump into the shed and he's going to say, boys, you can follow me. It's a good place to be. It's safe. We are just about...
Are they?
close enough to that next zone.
Okay.
I corrected my own sentence, I'll be honest with it. For a second I thought that was safe, but it's safe enough for now to reset at least.
Meteor again in that position. They're just being assaulted by everyone who has any sort of utility. GG get eliminated in 10th place. Green Stego still hold the height here, but everyone has now been able to get into the zone. But 100 Thieves and Orchid both losing players. Orchid are the ones eliminated though, and 100 Thieves will stand strong.
Little shield swap coming down here to keep Green Stego as comfortable as they can, but Zero's found a Kraber. Now, the opportunity for the Aussie to hit some heads, but instead it's just going to be the shields from the Rampart that are going to absorb those bullets from the gun of Zero. Can he land on a few more? We'll find out in just a few seconds. In fact, let's jump into the comms of Falcons now. This is a big moment for them.
They're sitting there. They're resting. They're cut. I can feel them. They're just sitting up. They're sitting there fucked. I think the first team to move has a bit of an advantage because they can set up all.
Yeah, I mean, I've got
like one team at building, right?
I think that's two. I think at least. Yeah, I think it might be two. 7 squads.
Look at this kid upstairs. That's right. They've all beneath me.
Wait, someone down here.
Oh my god, this is one of the craziest circles ever.
Yeah, there's a team under here.
Okay, I'm peeking. Put it back in here. They're gonna pull it out. They're right for no. Can you nade that? Can you nade that? Oh, one down here. One down here.
Bullseye from Zero. He connects with the head. It's going to be cleaned up immediately, and it's 100 Thieves who feel what it feels like, to be at the end of a Kraber from Zero.
Very important comm as well from Zero, saying first team to move can set up walls, and maybe they get an advantage if they do so. But Falcons, they have to worry about the teams that are around them. 100 Thieves eliminated in 7th position, but now they have to worry about the other teams below them.
Oh, reignite. They're trying to move in, and Zero has to phase out immediately. Does manage to somehow find a little cubby that's going to give him some cover away from all the action that is going down. So Falcons now into the top 6. The longer that he survives here, Zero, the better their chances of qualification and staying in this winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, it could be some huge placement points for Falcons, but now we turn our attention to teams that have been a little bit more central. VVV have found themselves a place to call home on the stairwell, and they are going to be pushed here.
I don't think they know that Zero's behind them as well. Zero's just waiting for all this to happen, and he might be able to move in. As the teams are taken down in front of him, reignite eliminated. There's more placement points here. Thanks to Zero and being able to get out of that position. 2 downs in front of them. He lets it go, tries to find a place to play. Now it's just about survival. Jumps back through that portal. And he's going to line up a Kraber shot. If he hits this when he comes out, it would be big, but they won't be able to do so. VVV gone. Green Stego gone in the meantime. As Cat now move in to try and close this one out. They were in the best position for the majority of this game. Now they just need to hit the bullets down.
Have to hit the bullets, and I think it's going to be a simple cleanup because it was the portal who did the job in the end.
Bro, that was such a crazy game.
In match 5 here to give themselves a fantastic chance of going into winners bracket round 3.
Well, fans at home are reminded it's not just the animal, the Falcons that we talk about. There is also a cat on our main stage, and that is going to be the team who wins game number 5. But I think there's some important stories that have developed from that game number 5 that set us up so well for this match number 6. 100 Thieves, pretty good points on the board for them. Should be thinking about being safe, staying in that winner side of the bracket. Falcons as well. KP I saw being picked up in and around that building. Good placement points as well for them, but still some work to do. But Cat, you're going to wonder, how many KP did they go out of that game with? Is that going to be the kind of performance from them that puts them into the winner side of the bracket and keeps their winner side run going?
I mean, it certainly sends them into the top 10. They're going to be in 8th position on 34 points, our Cat. So, you know, one average game in match 6, and you should be able to call winners bracket round 3 a comfortable stretch for you. It does mean that Falcons, yes, they put points on the board. Excellent placement points by Zero as well. Just knowing those extra couple of points you can get, utilizing Wraith's abilities can help you, but they do still find themselves in the bottom 10.
So still in the bottom 10, still some work to do. We'll give you the standings in just a few moments' time when we get them to present to you at home. But Cat with some really good endgame management there. I thought that Zero might have a little opportunity there, just a couple of knocks in front of him. Maybe he was going to win the game. Wasn't to be this time around, but now it sets us up. Like I say, that penultimate game really does open up the lobby. And we talked about how the ALGS Open might create a casualty. Going down to that elimination bracket means you've got a lot of Apex Legends to play, and trust me, it's a lot of games that you will have to play. If you want to go on a run to be involved in that match point finals. You do not, if you are one of the biggest teams in the world, want to be going down this early, because you know there is a scary chance to not just that you've got to play a lot of Apex and got to go on a great run, but you might not make it.
And you might have a bad POI draft if you do make it as well, and maybe play from a POI that you're not necessarily as practiced on or as comfortable with, or just a bad POI, because it does happen as well. There are a few stinkers in there. I do appreciate that Zero went for the more intelligent play, though, of just playing for placement. Yes, you could have kind of gone around and maybe surprised the team, and you know, if you hit every shot, you might be able to get a few kills on the board, but you can almost get the same amount of points by just surviving that one extra step on the way. So again, intelligent from one of the better players in the world, so I'm not really surprised.
We'll have to see if Falcons can clutch up in this final game and what that top 10 is going to look like when we get back from this break. Match number 6 is just around the corner, and we've got some stories to find their conclusion. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Oh, Chris Evans. Chris Pratt. Evans.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It for you.
Thanks, buddy.
I'll find it for you.
Thanks, buddy.
Anyway, yeah, go grab it. It's
last
available this
Yep.
just this weekend and on Monday. Actually, we're gonna sell on Monday, but limited edition as always.
Monday on what? The online shop?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
From now through Monday. All right, love you guys.
No, I love you too. And also, Master Challenge Sheen, again, without him, bro, B-Stream's not real. It's not a thing.
Sucks.
And Joseph, too. No, Sheen's the go, bro. I
Where's
love you so
Joseph?
much.
Joseph's over there ordering
Somewhere.
Raising Canes for us, I think so.
Oh, no way. Go. Go, brother.
All right.
I love you so much, buddy. You guys heard it here, man. 3XL isn't being sold. I think it is, though.
Thank you.
I have a 3XL. Sheen, is 3XL not being sold?
Are you in the lobby? You're good, yeah?
Yeah.
Fans, the family of said players as well that may be watching at home or in the audience, and I'm certainly going to be just eager to see how teams play this one, because I know, yes, it's going to be zone dependent, but also if the zone attempt hasn't really been working, do you go for a little bit more aggression? Do you start to push some fights that maybe you weren't previously, or are you scared of dying?
Do we see teams trying to spot certain teams and send them down to the elimination bracket? That's another thing to keep in mind here, everybody. It's a controversial take, but it might be a smart one. If you're, I don't know, the likes of 100 Thieves, maybe if you're the likes of anyone up at the top, VVV.
I mean, if a team like Falcons, like Orchids, like GG were to fall here, the elimination bracket suddenly becomes far more difficult for those who are down there, of course. But as you mentioned, in the winners bracket, suddenly it might be a little bit of an easier road for you.
Yeah, got to keep those things in mind. We'll have to see if that does play out. But the way that that last game played out, that game number 5, was, it felt like the more traditional style, right? I think teams are still trying to not only get the points they need, of course, to qualify, but trying to keep the rhythm and the repetition of how they want to play a little bit going forward as well. Because it's very easy to fall into the trap of, oh, we can just have a game here where we're just going to int a little bit. We've got enough points on the board. We want to try and send some teams out of the lobby and play for KP. But then when you get into the next lobby, it's a little bit more difficult to do that if you're in the winner side, because there's so many good teams. So I think just keeping that chemistry, keeping that flow, keeping that kind of mindset of how you want to play moving forward is important for these teams to do.
I also think in match 6, it becomes a bit of a crapshoot as well, with how some teams are going to be approaching it and how you may want to approach it. Because I mentioned, do you go aggressive? Do you play zone? If there's a team who's got, well, there's a team in last that has like 5 points at the moment, Arneb.
their only way of qualifying for the winners bracket round 3 is to get a lot of kills. So they have to play aggressive. They are going to be playing an aggressive composition. And if they run into a team that is trying to play zone because they only need a few more points on the board, suddenly they're not going to want to take that fight, and Arneb could ruin your day.
We could also see them, I don't know, play an Octane. Let's see them play Octane.
We haven't seen
Never know.
yet, I don't
we haven't
think.
seen it.
Not on main stage,
One
anyway.
in Legends I feel like we haven't seen so far. We'll have to see if that's going to be true. Let's take a look at the final circle from that previous game, though, just to remind you of what's happening as we see Papa Gen out there always representing the boys. Home or away, he's always there.
Couple of good shots coming in from Zero with the Kraber, but sadly Falcons were not able to find a position to actually really play the end game they would want to. Instead, it was just an attempt to try and stay alive for as long as possible. It was VVV who were holding this stairwell, and I thought maybe they were going to be one of the favorites, but I think actually when Zero went past them, they got a little bit flustered with what was going to be happening in front of them.
How many are behind us?
I think there's that little bit of a panic when you're trying to res. They popped up and they gave away their position, and that opened things up to the likes of Cat.
Yeah, smart play from Zero. I think he was trying to get the portal down so that he could instigate other teams fighting, but unfortunately the teams just above him on the bridge were already preoccupied, and it was Cat who had that high ground at the end. And when you're looking at it from their POV here in these final moments, it's a pretty simple end game for them to win. You know, damage done from the height, then it's just about holding the lines, hitting your shots, and you can see the pop off as well. I love to see that. You know, this is day number 2. You can only imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow.
It's not quite job done yet for Cat. 34 points in 8th position. They are very close, but all it would take would, 11th and 12th position, both having good games here, and they could maybe fall. But I think that 34 should be good, but you don't really want to risk it. You want to put it in your own hands and just have a good game here. Just put a few points on the board to send you to around 37. You should be safe.
Yeah, one thing just to highlight here, I think the cutoff as it stands is 30 points. So it's been weirdly around 30, 31. And it looks like this might be a little bit higher. Judging, well, it could not be. It could be around what we find ourselves at the moment. So that's what to keep in mind. The chasing pack at the moment, you've got CCG or on 24.
They won a game, by the way.
They did. Haven't done much since.
That's what's crazy.
23 points for Purple Slushy. Falcons on 22, Fusion on 22, and GG on 21. And I mean, you can even throw Omit and Team Orchid in there, right? 19, 8, and 16 respectively. It's very, very close. Speaking of Team Orchid, shout out to you on the beautiful side. But it's very, very close. Any one of those teams, if they win this game, a couple of KP alongside it, a couple of teams inside of that top 10 have a rough one, this is going to be somewhat of a roller coaster of a game here. I love the fact that we have this.
There is only 14 points again between 10th and 17th place. So Team Orchid, a win plus kills, and you find yourself in that top 10. It is very much achievable for those teams who are still down bottom. So if you are 10K, if you are holding that position in 10th, you're on 30 points, you need points here. But this is what I was talking about. If you're a squad like 10K, your approach is going to be very different to someone who's in that bottom 10. You just want something solid. You probably play zone, you probably just get points through placement, but if someone tries to take a position off you because they are taking a risk, suddenly you might get a little bit flustered, and that could cost you the winner's bracket. It's a very difficult match to approach. I've always said that about match 6, especially in this kind of format.
Yeah, one thing just to highlight here is some of the damage stats that we have in front of us as well. One team inside that top 10 who has a big outlier when it comes to damage is actually Green Stego. They're plus 3,558. The other team who's closest to them inside of the top 10 is going to be VVV, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, excuse me. Alcancia, who are on 2,751. So it's almost a K in damage difference between the teams. And they're down in 6th place in comparison to 2nd or 3rd. So you can see that they're outputting a huge amount of damage. They're really influencing a lot of these fights. And it could be a team to watch going into this game that could be the team who's involved in a fight that could either cause an upset or open up the lobby completely. Because if 10K go first, that's the scariest situation I think in Apex to be in. Being the team who's on the bubble, watching everybody else take control of the game and just hoping beyond hope that the bottom 10 who are chasing down your number don't get any points on the board.
I think the scary thing is for 10K is they are the main ones at risk, right? I think
they're the target.
Cat, Kinatrope, 100 Thieves, they should be okay because it's very difficult for 2 teams to have good games who are in the bottom 10 to both be able to send 2 of those who are in the top 10 down a little bit. So realistically, it's going to be 10K or bust unless we see something miraculous from some of these bottom teams, which again, I will not rule out. But most likely the story we're going to be following here is, can 10K hold on, or will their position be taken away from someone like Falcons?
Do we know who's going to be banned in the next Legend ban round as well? Do we get that? I think
it's going to be Wraith or it's going to be Ash. It will depend. I actually found out what the confirmation was on bans, by the way, because
in Pro League.
Do share.
I was told at one point it was just who had been played the most throughout the series, right? It was just a simple count, but that rule has now changed. Similarly to yesterday when we saw it happen in game 1, if there is a tiebreaker, it's whichever legend is on the winning team. If both legends are on the winning team, it goes to the second team and then the third team and thereafter. So it's just basically the best legend in that series, in that match, is banned for the series. Did that make sense?
Yeah, it did. I can't remember who said it. Was it Wraith or...
I don't know yet.
Well, we'll get confirmation as soon as we can for everybody who's watching. We're just waiting to get this final game underway. Looking at the team stats as well, just looking across some of the things to highlight. 16 kills for Babo in that game that we saw a little bit earlier. That was a monster game for them. Where are they in the overalls right now? Just go to the overalls very quickly. We'll get this for you. They are in 4th place, and I think a lot of it is down to that monster game that they had. And that's something to keep in mind. Again, it can happen in this final game for one of those teams who's down in the bottom 10. One big game, everything can change.
Babo had Ashe and didn't have Wraith, so it's going to be Ashe banned, by the way, just for confirmation. Hope I'm right, because I was wrong earlier, but it's okay. I think I'm correct now. So yeah, with Ashe banned, then we'll see a lot more Wraith, because we've seen how important it is to have one of the two, right? The portals have been everything, whether it be transition, whether it be just engaging, whether it's escaping. Having that ability to just go into the void for a short second and avoid any gunfire could be the difference to surviving.
Yeah, it's an interesting one now, because you know, Wraith, you say Wraith's been banned, right, correctly?
No, Ashe has been banned.
Ashe has been banned, okay. Fair enough. So Wraith is going to be even more relied on for those rotations in the end game. This is the match 5 results from what we just saw. Cat, shout out to you. 12 placement points alongside the 8 KP. They were the team who found themselves in God spot earliest the most at Shipyard Arcade, just to the top right corner of the map as you were looking at it, northeastern corner. And were able to survive both Falcons being underneath him and another team, I think he was trying to take that position away. It was, if I'm not mistaken, let me look in my head, it was, my brain stopped working, Reignite, who entered that building as well. So I had to just flush through the memory banks there. And they managed to hold out for that endgame as well. Nice transition away from them from that building towards the bridge where that endgame actually ended up. So it'd be interesting to look back a little bit in the VODs to see how they actually transitioned from the building to that position they found themselves in to win that game.
So you saw there, Newcastle was most picked, but again, tiebreakers meant that Ashe is banned. I was right, thank goodness.
If there's anyone who I would trust with manual math, even after a little slip up a little bit earlier, nobody noticed, it would be you. Imagine if that was down to me.
I think that's actually a big change as well, because if Newcastle had been banned, this would have been a completely different match 6 as well. It would have been a very scary one for some of those teams. You don't get that just fake cover. These are the series results that we've been alluding to, though. You can see them for yourselves on the screen. 10K currently hold 10th place on 30 points. CCG are the closest team, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, there is a gap between 9th and 11th of 10 points. So for 2 teams to try and take those positions away is going to be difficult, but of course there is a possibility that, you know, maybe Cat drop out early, 10K put 5 points on the board, Purple Slushy put 13 points on the board, and then suddenly it would be Cat dropping out. I think most likely what will happen is one team from that top 10 will drop out and one team will replace them, but I'd be excited if there's a couple that start to get towards that top 5, and then suddenly the mathematicians who are watching at home will start to be thinking, hold on a second, some of those teams who thought they were safe may not be anymore.
And a reminder as well, the teams who are at the top, they're playing for the POI draft as well. They're slotting that, so it's not just about qualification, although that is the biggest hurdle to overcome. It's about where you finish up placing so that you get a better position in that POI draft for the next round. This is what happened to bring us to this match number 6. LLG, CCG, VVV, Babo, CAT. Do you know, I should have just gone with BAB. I just really kept it going, but E-District is going to be our final map here in confirmation, of course, thanks to, do you know what, thanks to you, only you, the Cat is still in, and Ashe is banned. Nearly got you, because I nearly messed up again.
Now all the teams are starting to pick, and I'm expecting a lot of Wraiths here because we're going to see Ashe banned, so that's an Assault character going, but mainly it's a Portal character going, as those transitions are going to be very difficult. It is going to be a 14 pick rate for Wraith in match 6, and also 11 are going to be picked on the side of Newcastle. Plenty of Rampart, Mad Maggie starting to come into the equation. A Bloodhound, a Seer, Valkyrie, Mirage, and Fuse, as well as Watson. All the legends are coming out to play here on E-District. And I'm not surprised that we see a bit of Mad Maggie, because aggression is key if you need points here and you are down in that bottom 10.
Shout out to Bloodhound on Red Rams. Red Rams composition, by the way, is Bangalore, Mad Maggie, Bloodhound.
Oh, they are.
How do you think they're going to be playing?
They are out for blood, and for good reason. As I said, they were one of those squads that just want to put points on the board here. And with a composition like that, they could be a real threat to those who are just trying to play the steady game.
All right, then, New Orleans, game number 6. Here we go. We are finally into it. Starting off, understandably, with the point of view of Falcons and Imperial Howell, the CEO himself, going to have to hit the boardroom if things don't go well after this game and re-establish maybe the strategy moving forward for an elimination bracket run. That's where our zone's going to be going. We're going down towards Humber.
It's right where
so
Cat
not too
is.
far away from where we were previously, but a very similar rotation for the teams that are in the
Definitely ending out
Northwest, for
Humber
example.
Labs.
Omit are probably looking at this one, just scratching their head, saying, are we ever going to get a northern zone? And again, for Falcons at Boardwalk, that's a long old journey. So when you see that circle, is there the consideration, is there the call of maybe we can pick up some extra kills here on the way? Could we potentially stop anyone? Could we hold anyone out? Or do we just try and move as fast as possible?
Well, 100T are being pinned at the moment in and around Stadium by the looks of things. It's Babo who are trying to put some pressure on. A little bit different when you look at composition to what Red Rams were running. You've got Newcastle and Watson here for Babo. So two very, very defensive characters for them to try and lock down some space. So you would think that they would love to early rotate, because doing a little bit later might be a bit tougher. A lot of responsibility, tough word, for Igarashi in those end games to navigate his team using those Wraith ports.
It's been 3 fantastic zones for Babo, if you think about it. Energy Bank down towards Shipyard Arcade, and now at Humber Labs, where they've been dropping, is just going to be excellent for them, because they literally dropped between those 3 zones. So they've had the priority, and you know, when they're playing a composition like this, it does mean they can move fast, they can set up, and they're going to be a real threat toward this end game. A similar team that's had the chance to move early was Meteor, but of course, 10K is certainly going to be the focus. And no, Zero is not on 10K, but we just had a little glimpse just to check in to see if he was okay at the moment.
So 10K holding down the 10th spot. It's funny how that thing kind of works out more often than not. You can see they do have zone information as well. They did have Ring Console to play with, so they're going to know that we are going out towards Humbert Labs. It's an interesting zone as well, because I think Zone 3 info is going to be interesting as well. A lot of teams have already hit Humbert Labs and believe it's going to be pulling to that side of the wall. But if we see a weird shift, which, you know, if you've watched enough Apex Legends, you'll know that that certainly is a possibility, even though the percentages might not be there for this particular zone. There'll be some teams scarpering to leave, which might leave the door open for some of those teams who rotate a little bit later.
Excited to see what Orchid can do in this game as well, because they had such a good day yesterday, and they were one of the real threatening teams in winners bracket round 1, but they just haven't been able to find their footing. But again, another team capable of a big game that could really shake up that top 10, and especially make those who are down in the bottom half of it a little bit scared.
Good to see Rambat back on the main stage as well. Caught up with him a little bit the other day while I was having a refreshing beverage after the event was day 1 was done. Great hugs, as you would imagine. I mean, you look at Rambo, gives great hugs.
Well, Gaming Glad, I mean, we're going from POV to POV of teams that are in this bottom 10 who I would be expecting to be in the top 5, not in the bottom 10. So again, GG, they have the capability of having a big game. They're running Mad Maggie as well, so looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive. Voiced by Lace, I believe. That certainly sounds like it anyway, but no, of course, I know. There is an actual voice actor.
Kinotrope at the moment, trying to force their way towards zone. Gonna have swapped the R301 because there's only 20 bullets of energy to work with there, so they're trying to rotate nice and early. You can see that just by the attachments and the lack of, so to speak, but there's enough of a sight for Vols to hit that shot. Omit also in the area here. This is really, really busy. You've got 3 or 4 teams. I'll tell you what, one team who's having a look at this is going to be Falcons, and Sang has no idea that there's a player behind him. Cody's going to find one and get the finish, and Sang luckily was on the right there. He could jump into the void and survive.
Arneb have lost one as well, and Arneb will be eliminated. They were in last position, so they will be knocked down to the elimination bracket confirmed. So that's one team down for the top 10 not having to worry about. Strafing Flame has just also fallen in the kill feed, and suddenly things start to get a little bit interesting. A lot of aggression now in match 6.
Yeah, pace certainly is picking up here. Now, is that going to benefit the teams outside of the top 10, or is it going to hurt them? GG do get that knock, like you say, and I think they got the finish on it, or certainly are trying to. No, they don't. It's going to be a Newcastle who gets the mobile shield down and manages to stick the res. Trying to thread the needle with this grenade, but not going to be able to get that finish. But GG want these kills. Lufton's going to move in. He will get that finish on the player. K will re-down in the meantime, and GG will move into this building now Won't be able to finish off the final players, but certainly do get at least 1 point on the board.
Crazy, just a couple of kills. Just a 1 kill sends Gaming Gladiators up to 12th from 15th. It's very tight between 11th and 15th. Actually, 16th. Only 4 points separating them. ALGS are just going to be trying to survive here, but job done for them mostly. They are still going to be in winners bracket round 3, but I think they'd be quite disheartened if they exited now because their POI draft is going to be at risk. But still, 47 points is nothing to be ashamed of in a lobby like this. They have been so good so far today, as Purple Slushy just about can work with the building that they have presented in front of them.
Lonely let go on the team on the other side of this fight outside the stadium. Both want to take it by the looks of things. Purple Slushy, 13th place at the moment. This fight means a lot to them. If they fall here, they will be down to the elimination bracket. Let's jump into the comms now as they take this fight.
No comms? Oh, okay. There you go.
You win this.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh.
Well, I think everyone in the room had their heart in their mouths there. No more than Pluto, because that was very, very close to them being eliminated, but they clutch up when it matters, and it's the repeater that hits, I think, the outside of the brim of the hat, the seer that he was taking on in that fight.
As long as he could hit anything that would do damage, he was going to be happy, but LLG eliminated, but of course, they already had 45 points on the board. They'll still qualify for winners bracket round 3, but again, maybe their POI draft position could be at risk now because Babo, Meteor, even Green Stego could catch them up in that top 10. But most importantly, it keeps Purple Slushy's chances alive of catching that top 10.
Red Ram's trying to chase down some kills at the moment. They're going to need more than one. This is the respawns coming in from QAD as well. It's going to be Datch who's taken down. Maybe he's going to be sacrificed once more. Bloodhound on our screens, everybody. What year is it?
Makes me happy as a Bloodhound main.
Vicky's dancing right now in the green room. I can guarantee it.
Vicky's always dancing in the green room. That's
maybe not the best example.
2 down and a couple of kills for Red Rams. I mean, it would be an insane comeback if Red Rams were somehow finding their way into the top 10. But at the moment, they're doing everything they can as Reignite have lost 2. And they are soon to be set for the elimination bracket unless you can survive here. Oh!
3 seconds till the Q comes back.
No.
Not going to be able to get it back, and Reignite will be having to continue their tournament in the elimination bracket, and it's Green Stego who keep that damage output up. More kills going down for them. 17 squads are now remaining, and when we turn our attention to our map overhead and we're looking at the zone, busy is an understatement. That is insane. And if you're trying to force your way into the top 10, you'll see what we mean when we get to it. Falcons find a spot in that said zone, and they are playing the Newcastle as well. Newcastle and also Rampart for them. Very interesting.
Well, Falcons fans, I'm sure, watching with bated breath because Falcons still need points. They are 8 points behind the top 10 at the moment in 14th position, and they are sharing this building with many a team. And one of them is 10K. You saw just the player highlight, and Cat are actually going for a little respawn as well here. Looks like they might be able to get away with it. And they're going to be back up to a 4-3. So the 2 teams that Falcons are kind of chasing are certainly close to them right now.
Lupins will be resetting after this zone closes as well. Portal down, House is trying to command as much space as he can for his team, but they know how busy it is. 17 squads still alive, like we mentioned. And only 4 of them, excuse me, outside of the zone. Purple Slushy, the last team outside of the zone on the very eastern edge, but every other team is inside of this zone right now. It could not be more busy. And if you're stuck in a corner and you see Taxington playing the Mad Maggie, that could be a problem, but you could also just output damage to send it back.
Oh, bit of aggression here from Falcons, maybe recognizing there's weakness on the other side, and they know that they need kills, but Cat continue to retreat and continue to put down blockades with these fences.
Yeah, the Watson fence is just slowing down this push, so they're going to be able to reset, going to be able to pop some batteries, but now I think they're a little bit pinched, and Zero with that scout in his hand, and the P20s alongside it looking to clean up these kills.
These P20s, though, sometimes that spread, the bullet spread is so difficult to try and finish off a player, and it looks like they get 1, but they probably don't want to pop out too quickly, because there's going to be other teams that will hear all this commotion, and we've alluded to it. There is almost 14 teams within these set of buildings, within this circle. When I asked the question, are you going to play aggressive? Are you going to play for zone? The majority of teams playing for zone here as Purple Slushy will take the fight against Babo.
Babo on the outside of this, Omni with the R9 has to switch, but can't get the damage needed. Purple Slushy will be eliminated, and that will be them down to the elimination bracket as well. Babo, by the way, having a fantastic set of games here in our winner's side, still alive. And I want to talk about the zone shift. I just looked at the map overhead. God, I'm just saying, sometimes we have a funny shift. We might be seeing that right now in our Game 6.
Well, 10K are holding down a position with that map pull, by the way, where they'll be pretty happy with it. They don't know it, but you can see on our screens it's going to be shifting west.
This
All these teams
circle!
were kind of predicting it being
Oh
further on
my
the eastern
gosh!
side.
Whoever's on the
Thieves,
left,
Fusion,
Green Stego,
Meteor,
whoever's,
I mean, all of these squads,
whoever wins that
as
gets the
Red
left
Rams will be
side.
eliminated, and that'll be them down into the elimination bracket. A good effort with an aggressive composition, but sadly they'll have to fight through.
Green Stego have been very impressive in their team fights.
Oh my gosh.
Cat eliminated in the meantime. Should have done enough, you would imagine, on the standings. Should have done enough as I lean over. Oh, maybe they're right on the cusp, and maybe I might have just cursed them. Who knows? We'll have to see when the game is done and dusted, if it is going to be the case. Apologies.
Dude, that circle. No one's in the circle at all.
Biting their claws.
Dude.
Let's put it that way. 10K.
They really want
this.
They really want the
You still
action
have
to
6
like
teams
really
in the bottom
go.
10 still alive that could pose a threat to their position in the winners bracket as well. One of the teams who is going to be comfortable is Green Stego, but how comfortable is this landing going to be? Is there anywhere to call home? The answer is yes, because they are the only team on this western side. As the zone is shifted this way, they're going to have so much room to play with here, and arguably in a great position to maybe even win this game. An early call, but they certainly have the most space.
You'll see what we mean on the map overhead in a few moments' time when we get to show it. And that's how it stands on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. You can see Purple Slushy eliminated in 11th place. Peacekeeper in the hands of Imperial Hal here, which is certainly going to help them. And Zero also
hates the wall.
Has found himself a red helmet to get that red armor. So Falcons looking good when it comes to inventory, so to speak, for fighting. But so many teams being on this side of the map makes it so tough to take a fight at this point, because you know a third-party opportunity is going to happen as soon as you try and get involved in one of those.
I mean, one thing I can say, it's very likely we're going to lose one of Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, or Team Orchid. 3 teams that I would have expected to be in the top 10, and that is going to be a scary-looking elimination bracket for whichever team ends up there.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, then.
Okay, we're going over there.
Well, you know, this is good for Team Orchid. Look at their position. Actually, if they transition to the western side of that building, they would still be within that circle.
You're looking at Kinotrope Gaming as well. They might be in a position where they can wrap to the north now and completely own the northern side of that zone. But everybody else, I mean, in a straight line down the middle of that zone as it stands at the moment. This is going to be a rough end game for a lot of these teams, and it's going to be about keeping your cool, finding a way towards the end game, whether it's through fighting, whether it's through taking space or a smart rotate, whatever it is. It's got to happen for you now if you're outside of that top 10.
Well, Falcons do find a way into the next circle, and they have an exit as well when the circle eventually becomes visible to them afterwards. But again, a difficult transition from south to north, but you do have the Wraith available to you, so those portals could be kind of doom or gloom.
Suppressing fire coming in from Lolly here, doing his best Cyril Figgis impression, but can't quite connect with some headshots for now. 24 seconds left until this zone does close. And they are going to have to make a little bit of progress to get closer to it. GG, by the way, on the southern side of this zone. Another team who would be a little bit heartbroken, I think, to fall down to that elimination bracket early on. They are down on the south, but they have control of the majority of the south. It's this busy area in the middle that is going to get cut in half, you would imagine. 8 teams probably can come out of this alive, if that.
This circle, I think a few teams are going to get taken down, but should be able to find a place called home. It will be the next circle after that, which is going to be absolute chaos. Babo looks like they're going to be taken to the skies, by the way, and maybe could take away one of the positions from Green Stego. They should be able to find a comfortable spot here, and maybe they'll be quite surprised by that. But again, when you see a zone shift like this,
I hope people realize that there's only one team on the left side,
KN have just lost one.
so people could like go walk up there if they wanted to.
Force their way from that southern side into a safer position. Babo will be safe. VVV have been eliminated, but they are going to be safe. They are going to be number 1 as it stands, and will be in our winner's side of the bracket. But Blast, he gets taken down. GG.
Oh my God, Trev stacks. Trev with Rampart, man. Never being his crosshairs.
Not just to stay alive, but to stay in the winner's bracket at the moment. Plenty of rampart walls going down. They are playing very defensive. They are thinking about the long game here, thinking about how they transition to this next circle. They're not taking unnecessary fights as Kinotrope Gaming will be eliminated. Will they be safe? They were in 8th position on 36 points. They might have just done enough. It's going to depend what happens elsewhere.
Zero's going in here. He goes into the void to get past the remaining members of QAD, and by doing so, he's output some damage, he's created some angles, but he needs Waltzy to get in position to help him here. It can't all be up to Zero. Now it's all up to Waltzy. Waltzy will gets the Q down and will bring Falcons back to their feet.
Do anyone push?
100 Thieves! Oh, it looks like Phony isn't going to have the timing on that, and Falcons will survive.
Phony dips in and then Phony dips out. He says, peace, brothers, let's see how you do in the final circle. Falcons now up to 11th position. They are 5 points behind 10th, and more importantly, 8 points behind 9th, because I think Cat could be at risk here with how everything's playing out. 10K have the chance to maybe surpass them with just a couple more placements.
GG, 12th place as it stands. 10K on 32 points as it stands are in 10th place. Falcons are trying to line up some more KP in front of them. Let's jump into the comms in one of the most pressurized places they've been in so far in this tournament.
Come on. Where's the comms?
Well, no comms for now, but good KP here for Falcons, and they've managed to find a rotate here. This is looking pretty good for them here, Dan.
Yeah, they've still got a lot to do, though, and yes, they're being aggressive at the right times, but all it takes is stepping one place out wrong, as Babo will be eliminated, but they should be okay. They're in 2nd place. Green Stego now will overtake them. Here comes the Falcon push. They're on to 29 points, and they're trying to play it safe. They will have this southeast side at the moment, and they are bullying teams away from this position.
And now this is where the composition really starts to show its value. You've got so many pieces of artificial cover to play with. It's 100 Thieves, who were the victims a few moments ago, but now you're seeing the slam above them. They've got to be careful, but there's an LOS from the team on height that's taking down and doing a lot of damage to that Newcastle Castle wall above them, and Falcons could just sit pretty.
10K do overtake Cat and will take 9th position, so now Cat are at risk at losing their spot in the winners bracket round 3-2. Either Falcons, GG, or maybe Fusion as CCG get eliminated as well. CCG will be down into the elimination bracket.
Falcons need 4 points, 5 points maybe even to overtake them. We don't want to go down to tiebreakers and get invested in even more maps. It's been enough.
Cat won a game. Series. Cat won a game. You don't want to go to a tiebreaker. You have to win this otherwise if you're Falcons.
So we have 7 squads remaining. 10K down on this low ground. Havoc in the hands of Kaisha as well. Panic's going to get a knock on to GG. GG still involved, by the way. As I say it, though, they will be eliminated. And GG will be our first big team of notable players to have to force their way through the elimination bracket.
Falcons, Fusion, Team Orchid, all still alive, and all 3 of those squads are still in the bottom 10. So it is really Cat who are very much up for grabs when it comes to the chasing pack here, but it is about moving and finding a position. Great portal to go very central here for Falcons, but the real question is, did anyone see it? Do they have eyes on it? And when do you move?
Well, you can see that it wasn't the perfect position that they wanted to play, and they're going to have to rely on a castle wall again. Does it become available in the competition? Yes, it does. They have the ult available, so now they can play their backs, but in front of them, there's going to be a lot of kills, but Hal is down. Zero's taking damage, even though he's outputting it himself. Hal will be brought back to his feet by Waltzy, and it looks like Falcons will be able to survive for now.
They are desperately trying to scrape through the winners bracket here, but you can see a lot of teams putting a lot of pressure on them as well. Orchid have just lost 2. Maybe their chances of winners bracket are about to fall. Yes, they will. Orchid will be into the elimination bracket.
Castle Wall's been shot out here for Falcons in the majority as well, so you can see that they don't really have too much to play with. They're just trying to hold off Green Stego from above by just using raw gun skill. 5 squads now remain as teams, Green Stego, excuse me, take first place away as well. That's huge news for them.
Falcons need 4 more points. You don't want to go to a tiebreaker with Cat. Remember, tiebreakers how they work. It's how good you did in your best game, and Cat already won a game as well. So still plenty to do for Team Falcons. And don't count out Fusion, still alive here, still with a chance of breaking into that top 10 as well.
Everyone is so close to each other. Everyone is touching each other, can smell each other in these situations. It's almost like, what meta are we playing? Has it changed from Sapporo, Japan, the champs, where we're having the Newcastles have such a huge say in these final moments. Falcons are going to have to move. They have 10K just below them as well, but I'm not sure they're aware of any positions. Green Stego are in such a good position here, just up on this high ground.
It might be Green Stego. I think they're going to win.
They're going to be safest for longest, but now comes the play. Falcons, I'm pretty sure they got slammed on. Zero has to jump into the void. Zero's last alive. Zero gets hit by the fence and the wall, and Falcons will be eliminated. Falcons are down to the elimination bracket as Green Stego will be your champions.
One of the Giants falls, but Green Stego will stand strong with a 69-point series to really put their name on the map here at the ALGS Open in New Orleans.
That was game 6?
A big struggle in that final circle. There was just so many teams, such little space, but sadly Falcons could not find their way out of that
game
corner.
6?
It does mean Cat survive on 35 points. Kinotrope also, 100 Thieves will be going through, and 10K actually pushed themselves up to 7th position. But sadly for Falcons, it's going to be an elimination bracket run for them.
The two teams who miss out, Falcons and GG, the two closest teams to staying in that winner side of the bracket, but unfortunately for
And here we go, overall scores. For this game is going to be close. It's going to be close. Oh my God, I think they make it Greek.
Talk about this lineup because what a performance
it's going to be fucking close.
The amount of damage they have output in that 6 game.
And here we go. The script is in. GS in first, VV, Bobo, QAD, LLG, Meteor, 100 Thieves, Cat, Kinotrope, 10K. Falcons get 11. Oh my goodness.
And it was 10K clutching up one spot above them.
Bro, 10K literally gets second, and they clutch up in that last game to qualify to winners. Falcons are sent to the losers bracket. That is literally insane. I cannot believe that, bro. That is the last thing I expected here, man, going into this LAN.
To see how tough it is to get through and stay in this winner's side of the bracket.
Oh my gosh, that was a really close game.
Different compositions, different playstyles, different POIs, all of these things rolled up make it so tough to make that winner's bracket run. For the teams on the left-hand side of your screen, they are the ones who held strongest. They will stay in that winner's side. The rest of the teams have to drop down and fight to survive.
One team fight, a couple of placements is the difference between a long old road in the elimination bracket and still surviving in the winner's bracket. And whilst, 100 Thieves, they might be saying, 8th is not really as good as we would expect. As long as you stay in the winner's bracket and you get all the way to match point finals, you're at least going to be top 10 for that POI draft as well. And I think any team would just happily be there, getting into the finals and being in the top 10. For Falcons, for example, they will not ever get the position of top 10 now in any sort of pick in the elimination bracket if there are winners bracket teams dropping down, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, so many different things get influenced by you.
Lonely Like On start off with a 27-point game. They finished with 45.
It's a long, long road at this point.
Still a bit quiet in their back half for sure. But 10K, their placement has been really good. 100 Thieves, I felt like, although they made it, I feel like they should have definitely had a lot more points in their set. Their World's Edge was a little shaky, but their E-District definitely brought it back.
Yeah.
I think there's
Kinotrope
a lot to talk
sneaks
about
in, and
after
then
that
Cat
series. Not only
also
are we
sneaks
looking
in,
at
I think.
big names in the elimination bracket.
Their last game.
I want to point out, bro, Green Stego, the last game had a 32-point game.
As far as
a 20-kill W there, man, for a Green Stego. That is massive, brother. 32 points. We are not going to have time for that.
Bare minimum 10 behind.
We got to start regulating that shit, bro. It's going to be impossible to get through everybody.
It's going to be a long road.
I'm going to lose my voice, man. I need some help from him.
While we're talking about the names we recognize falling down to the bottom, this was a series of teams we didn't really get to highlight, of either newer teams, of squads that we've seen, but now are popping off here at LAN, or even Diaz Call in Green Stego with the 20 KP to close it out. I mean, Lace, this was an insane series.
Well, look, Green Stego, this is a team that has been playing together since the dawn of Apex. So, they're an Apex South team. We sort of watched them there. So it's not a crazy feat from them, obviously, but it is something that is just coming to fruition. Like, I've always known that they've had the talent, but, to see them on this stage and be able to outperform these juggernaut teams is a pretty exciting feat.
Absolutely. I mean, this is we're going to keep saying it, but this is what we were hoping for out of an open Jamerson. So many of these teams are really stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it felt like a continuation of the games from last night, just not at the same kind of tempo, right? This was a much more controlled game overall across all 6 matches, but you have to give it to all of our teams that showed up today, especially for this match. And the fact that none of our big hitters really were able to perform well. I mean, 100 Thieves coming out in 8th at the end of this, and they were only separated from the teams that got knocked down by about 7 points, right? I believe they were sitting at about 40, and Falcons had about 33, 34-ish, somewhere around there. So the margin for error was very thin.
Yeah, I mean, we were wondering if things were going to change when we swapped from World's Edge on over to E-District. Were we going to see a pickup in the bigger names? Were we going to see a lot of these other smaller teams start to kind of continue this trend of popping off? And I think what we're getting, at least for the start, and we're still in winners, mind you. This is winners. These are the harder brackets that we're going to be going through as our teams continue moving throughout these phases. But we're seeing that anything can happen right now on our main stage and across all of our series. And this is what we were hoping for out of opening up the competitive pool to all of our teams from all of our regions. Is just really, at the end of the day, Lace, this is about showcasing all of their talent.
Yeah, and it's happening. Like, big teams, watch out. Like, that's all I'm saying, is that you don't, you know, these teams that have such, you know, long standings in being a pro league team, you know, there are other teams, like I said, Green Stego, have played together for ages, and we have seen them at LANs before, but then all these other mini teams that I've been watching in the pit just dominate, and you know, they're laughing while doing it. Like, they don't have like that locked in face that you see a lot of the professional teams have. They're actually like giggling and laughing and having a great time, which is making them and help perform well.
Which has also kind of been the trend, Jamerson. We've seen all these squads up there on main stage. We cut to them after a win, and they're either just like, all right, yeah, you know,
done it before. Yeah.
like we've been here. Or they are genuinely having a blast.
Yep, I will say that, but there was a noticeable like kind of shift in the vibe for this set, right? Yesterday, after the big wins coming out, it was all celebrations, but here it was a sigh of relief from almost every single team as they got their wins along the way. They understood that the implications.
Oh my God, LG, dire, right? FaZe Clan, EXO Clan, Shopify.
Especially when you do have 100 Thieves and Falcons in your lobby, that you were able to survive.
They passed their.
And you know, let's talk.
They got top 10 in the other.
We are seeing
in the other match.
Falcons and GG now going down into that elimination round. Now, to be fair, we've seen Falcons play well under pressure before, but definitely a surprise this early on in the competition to see teams that we know have so much firepower, so much experience, finding themselves down in the elimination round.
And really, it does come down to what happened there on World's Edge, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people like to characterize Falcons as a slow starter team, but what happened to them on World's Edge? Well, they were forced to slow start because of what LLG were doing out of Skyhook East. And we got to see that when we got to the second half, when we moved over to E-District, that 100 Thieves were able to make the necessary adjustments. Luckily for Falcons, they weren't anywhere near them, but now they had to kind of gain their footing once again. So it was just a consistent slow start across the first 4 maps for them. And then going into the game number 5 and game number 6, it was really difficult for them to finally get it together in game number 6.
Yeah, and while we're talking about this here, obviously this is winners round 2 up on our main stage, but we'll keep mentioning we have so many other series going on as well. So whenever those are ready, we'll make sure you get an update to all of you at home so you can find out how that's going, because we're going to be talking about winners, but don't forget, we've got multiple elimination rounds today. We're going to be sending more teams home today and really focusing on trying to see who can continue their way through this bracket of competition. And we're already able to see a few squads go home, but right now, Green Stego is not one of the teams that has to worry about that. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights here that we got at the end, or some stats that we got for their overall performance here. What I'm loving is that it's similar to what we saw when we were looking at Furia yesterday, Lace, is the fact that they get the kill points to start it off and then are able to close it out with the win at the end, because that's what it comes down to, right? You have to get to match point, but then be able to get that final win.
I mean, I've been, you know, as I said, I've been watching these guys play for a fair amount of time, and they've got like that steamroll effect where one kill is doubled, and then it's just an ample amount of kills, which give them that sort of fun momentum that they find that win in. Which is just something, you know, that they're so casually doing. They did it in the Apex South region, and now they're doing it to every region today. So it's a great feat from Greenstego.
All right, well, you know, if they've won, we've got to get him up here on stage as well. We have Dexter joining us from Greenstego. Welcome up to the sofa. Congratulations on your win. How's the team feeling right now?
ทีมรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าตื่นเต้นครับ
We feel very excited.
Of course, of course. Now, tell me a little bit about what your experience here at the Open has been like so far.
ประสบการณ์ที่นี่เป็นยังไงบ้างคะจากตั้งแต่มาจนถึงตอนเนี้ย
ก็รู้สึกประทับใจครับได้เจอผู้คนหลากหลาย160 ทีม
We impress a lot. We meet a lot of people, 60 teams and over.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best parts about this event. Was there any specific team or player that you were looking forward to meeting in person?
ก็คือนี้มันก็เป็นอะไรที่แบบน่าตื่นเต้นเนาะได้เจอคนอะไรอย่างนี้นะคะมีทีมไหนที่เราแบบอยากเจออะไรอย่างนี้ไหม
อยากเจอเหรอครับคิดว่าเป็นทีมโรลลี่เลสกอนครับเพราะว่าเขาเก่งมากในโซนครับ
I think it's the Lolly Legon. Yeah, that's the kind of best team, one of the good one.
Oh, I love that. Lacey, you have a question?
Yeah, so I've obviously watched you guys play for a very long time in Apex South. Now you've come over to New Orleans. Who is your biggest rival at the moment?
ก็รู้นะคะเราเล่นมากับ Apex มาตั้งนานแล้วนะคะแล้วใครเป็นแบบคู่แข่งที่แบบน่ากลัวที่สุด
แน่นอนครับฟอร์คอนครับ
Of course, Falcon.
And you beat them. Look, you know, that tends to be a lot of people's rivals. But you know what? You guys did a formidable job just before. Do you think from previous LANs you guys have changed any sort of play style, or are you still doing that kill hungry, very snowball effect play?
เราได้เปลี่ยนการกลยุทธ์การเล่นไหมคะหรือว่าดูแค่แบบ kill hungry เหมือนเดิม
เปลี่ยนครับแต่ว่าหลังจากอัปเดตแพทมาเนี่ยก็คือมันเหมาะกับการที่เราต้องเล่นขอบวงครับ
We do change the strategy. So after changing paths, we need to place at the rim.
Yeah, so very sort of like edge zone plays, which you know,
at the edge.
Yeah, which they've done, you know, for many years in that sense. So it seems to be working because I guess a lot of teams now, Lauren, are sort of playing for zone and not really getting too far, and they're just cleaning everybody up on the edge.
Absolutely. And
clean up นะคะ
I want to give a little bit of love to you as well, Dexter, because you had 21 kills in that series to yourself alone. So, I mean, just tell us a little bit about how you're feeling about your individual performance, because that's a great series.
เขาบอกว่าน้องเบิร์ดนะคะคิวคนเดียวเลยอ่ะ21คิวรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ภูมิใจมากครับเพราะว่าเมื่อวานถึงจะได้อันดับที่3แต่ว่าก็ไม่ได้เล่นดีขนาดนั้นวันนี้แก้ไขทุกอย่างก็ดีขึ้นเยอะมากครับ
I'm so proud of myself. Yesterday, even though we got on the 3rd place, but we were not that great. But this one, after we fixing what need, it's better today.
And that is the mark of a great team, to be able to notice your mistakes on the first day and fix them for day 2. You guys absolutely crushed it. Thank you so much for coming out here and chatting with us.
Thank you so much.
It was wonderful speaking with you. Congratulations yet again. But we also, like we said, we have our games going on in the pit, and we have Ryan standing by with another interview.
That's with LG.
Hello, I'm standing here with Lifrin from Annex Esports, who coasted through that elimination round to get past that hurdle. Now, talk me through a little bit about what the thought process was. I mean, of course, you know, it was do or die. It was a potentially last lobby scenario. What was the thought process going in?
I mean, we were all disappointed after the first day, but if anything, we need to bring more confidence into the day, and that's what we showed, was confidence.
It definitely showed indeed. Now, you guys are a relatively young roster, of course. Vasait, yourself, and Jans making the triple. As people, you know, for those watching on that may not understand how teams are formulated, what are some of the hurdles that you're trying to get through right now?
Well, one of our main issues is just trying to listen to each other and work off each other more. We kind of get split, and but we're getting there eventually. We worked on it today and it worked really well.
Definitely did indeed. Now that must do great things for the morale, the team morale, the spirit, the confidence moving forward here. What's the game plan going forward? Are you confident now? Has that helped you to kind of recover some of that initial bravado that you had coming in?
I mean, yeah, 100%, but you can't be too confident at the same time. We need to keep our minds checked and just play our game.
100% agree. Got to play with the game that you planned to play with, right? All right, thank you very much for that. And yeah, so Limps, IGL for the team, Annex Esports. That's it from us here. Back over
We
to
all
you
don't
guys.
like IGN.
Thanks so much, Ryan. We've got Jamerson and Jayhawk back up here on the desk after our interview with Dexter as well. And I do
What's the
want to
next
say that,
round's
like I
gonna
mentioned
start?
when I was saying to him, pointed out the fact that they felt like they had a couple mistakes, which is crazy because, like you said, they got third, but had some mistakes and they were able to overnight really work on those and hone them in for this next series, Jayhawk. And you can see that it absolutely paid off by closing out with 20 kills.
Yeah, and Green Stego is one of those teams that they thrive when they can be aggressive. I think back to the first time they ever made their name, they were challenging the old LG roster when they had Yanya over at Stacks, and they were winning those fights in a LAN finals. And so this is a team, they build the momentum off of winning fights, and so I like that they saw, okay, when Twerkaholics was doing that same thing, they're dominating, let's just go out and do it too.
Yeah, I mean, we've only scratched the surface of what we have on the board here today. Like we mentioned, we just finished our series up on the main stage, but we finished a lot of series that happened over in the pit as well. So let's give a little bit of a recap on what we got to see over there, because we need to see where a lot of our teams stand. And we're going to start things off here with the reaction out of the win here. And this is what we were talking about when it comes to the pit. And Lace, you got to see that firsthand, but like, our teams are hyped over there. If you are here in the venue, go check out that side and watch everybody playing live and see just like the passion and hype.
Yeah, I was on one side and Dupe, I just heard Dupe screaming at the loudest but like most passion, so I had to just run over there. Like, they are going absolutely crazy, and look at the scores to represent why they're going crazy. It's just been, you know, Virtus Pro even up in there. We've been sort of loading through them. We have had them as like the what is it, the #1 seed. You know, they're going toe-to-toe with LG as well. But LG's performance today, 79 points out of that one, Lauren.
Yeah, nice little point gap there between first and second as well, because you can see they had a very strong performance. But we'll move on to the next series with another reaction as well. This time, Team Nemesis in here, Jamerson, getting to see how they feel after the win.
Yeah, I mean, getting knocked down so early, it's a little bit disheartening, but I'm glad that they were able to pick it back on up. But you can see, it is more relief. It's relief, and now they get to go ahead and celebrate there. But I'm glad that they were able to pick that one up because, again, they were one of the teams to look at, and it looks like they were able to really figure out that style. If you look at that breakdown, 27 kill points, 27 placement points, that means you are playing consistent center zone. You're able to finish out with really strong games.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see which teams will stay alive in our elimination round, as that's what we're looking at there, and a couple more squads eliminated. Meanwhile, we just heard Ryan Hart talking with them. Team Annex in here getting their win. Jayhawk keeping themselves in the competition.
Absolutely, and those wins are big because when we talk about draft position, as you continue to move throughout the tournament, like Jamerson's talking about, there's relief, but also just the confidence you can now feel going into the next round, getting the POIs that you specifically want. That is a huge win, and when you do it with 83 points, it's also a high likelihood you can win that tiebreaker against the other team that might be trying to get the first overall pick.
Yeah, getting lots of consistency.
Damn,
for
NIP.
Sports, but looking over on the eliminated side, unfortunately,
Not doing too hot.
NIP over there, Jamerson.
Yeah. This was definitely, I thought it was going to be one of the biggest struggles. I think coming into this year of play for year 5 for Nasky and company, because again, so much has changed, so much has evolved in competitive play and since his come up, and I feel like right now they haven't figured it out. So unfortunately they go down early, but you know, now you get to watch the games at least and figure out what's going right.
Definitely a learning experience, I think, for all of these teams that even come through here and kind of see how this is all playing out on a much larger scale than what we would typically be seeing here at LAN. But as I had mentioned, it means we are continuously eliminating our squads, and some are staying alive, Lace. And pretty soon, we're going to be shifting on over to the main stage entirely, but that's not going to happen today because we still have so many more series in store. How have you enjoyed this first one?
honestly, it's just been absolutely chaotic. Like, I sit here and I'm like, do I want more games, or am I like just okay? No, but more. Like, I'm craving like all the different storylines that we can find out behind these teams, and just the way that, you know, they take it from one series to the next, and they've just completely changed their attitude, and then it reflects on the scoreboard. So yeah, more please.
Absolutely, and we're going to be shifting our focus to those elimination rounds coming up next here. But Jayhawk, thank you so much for joining us for this series. It's been a pleasure to have you up here as always. Tell me about your thoughts on the first series now that it's come to a conclusion.
I'm just loving that we're seeing so many different teams that we're maybe not accustomed to normally seeing perform, and they're absolutely taking the moment that they've been given and they're making the most of it, because it does feel like with this sort of open tournament format, that's what we wanted to see. We don't want to just see the usual suspects that we always watch dominate, continue to perform, and then, you know, we don't have any Cinderella stories, but we're already seeing some crazy teams that we've never seen before absolutely pop off.
Gosh.
All right, well, Jamerson, we've made it through the last of winners for today. Shifting our focus after this, how are you feeling?
Yeah.
Battle Beaver is releasing custom modules for the DualSense Edge.
That's the difficult thing, because we were on like cloud 9 last night, where it was just all fun. But the stakes have really set in, not just for the players, but now also for us here on the couch. We really do have
oh
to
my god, that is incredible.
Which teams are right there on the bubble. You heard on the last call for game number 6 for match number 6.
I'm gonna have the cops on, not gonna lie.
Falcons, Game and Gladiators, but they still had a lifeline at least. They still had one more chance, and now it's going to be all or nothing.
And we see that all the time in Apex Legends. Sometimes it comes down to that 1 point, that 1 kill, a couple placement points here and there that can be the decider between staying in the winner's bracket or going down to Elim, or staying in the competition at all. So things are only going to heat up from here. And if you're wondering what the schedule for the rest of the day is looking like now that we finished our first series, well, here is your look. Now that we've gotten through our winners round 2, as well as our elimination round 1, we will be moving over to our elimination round 2 at 2:45 p.m. CT. And then later on in the day, we still have winners round 3 and elimination round 3. So lots of action still left in store. Of course, as always, if you're not able to make the stream or you missed anything that's happened already, just follow us on social media at Play Apex Esports on X and YouTube at Play Apex on Twitch. Make sure you're on Twitch getting your Twitch drops as well. You don't want to miss out on any of that, but that way you can stay up to date with everything we have going all weekend long. For now, it's time for us to go to a short break so our players can get them set up and ready for that next series. When we return, teams will be sent home. You're not going to want to miss it, so don't go anywhere, Legends. Punched myself in the face.
Well, it's time for us to start the first game of the day. Game 1.
Oh, that's right.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Reload. Pricey still not landing the shots, and through all this push, through that big decision, Babo will still be taken down, but it opens things up for VVV, who play patiently.
Alright, check it out, guys. We got some Twitch drops. There's a Pathfinder skin. They could have given us like a legendary. I would have liked the legendary. And then gave us a frame? Oh, they gave us a frame. You know, this kind of matches my Pathfinder, you know? We will... That... The Volt skin. He looks alright. I'm a fan of red, so... That is it for now, for
Got like an hour.
Time to choose an upgrade.
Because I didn't know what live streaming on Twitch was. I got live streaming on Twitch was.
Oh my god, the stream is lagging. Support unranked to Celestial. Nice. I like how he says that and then after what he said. Is nobody really flying?
Guys, heal me. I'm dying in front of you. Both of you. Shut up. You shut the fuck up.
Am I not in my Luna's ult or what? Like, do I... Is the new Spider-Man ult, you don't get healed from Luna?
Yeah, regroup, don't do that.
Oh my god, I'm actually gonna crash out. I'm actually gonna crash out. I'm actually gonna crash out. What is that death?
I'm just for Iron Fist, bro. Like, what is this?
How about you do your fucking job, huh?
Not the Chinese guy chasing me, bro.
That's fair, that's fair.
Wanna fly? I make a great wingman. The games are anything but random. If your eyes are open. Now I just need to get there.
9, 6.
The heck?
Damage, 11 kills. 15k damage, 11. 6 final plus.
Wait, I think our price is in my game.
Our zone has been captured. Do not let this stand.
Oh my gosh, he is.
We've got a zone, pals.
Not caught.
Lock in, team.
V has been neutralized. Caught like a rat in a trap. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Got out of work and arrogant. I just want to relax and eat.
Bad guy, outside their orbit.
I'm just waiting for LAN to start.
These ties lost caught with no way out.
We update, dears. We just neutralized a zone.
Shields are depleted. Recharging. Charging on my shields.
Attack this zone, darlings.
Zone C
They neutralized.
Other 5. Got me on standby. Ready to burn. Needed to burn. These ties caught with no way out. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
I shot. A wee body landed nearby.
Frag out.
Shields recharging.
Shields are depleted. Recharging. Top 3. Visual clear. Good go.
They neutralized a zone.
An enemy landed near me. Their final mistake. Zone C captured. These bonds aren't easily broken. Attention. The ratings leader has been eliminated.
Bullets.
Third drag. Recharging shields. Charging up my shields.
And they're going after.
They fired the.
We're about to win. Bangs out.
Grenade! Recharging the shields.
No.
It's rough out here in these streets.
Back in action, dears.
Not caught like a rat in a trap. Zone C. Our zone has been captured. Zone A. Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready to burn. How copy? Go for burn.
They TP, point.
Do you really need more anti-dive?
We need help in back one. Point. Just contest the point, bro.
No sport.
Only the invisibles, guys. We need Captain Ult, bro. Get around. TPing on point, just stay point.
Well.
Back in the swing of things.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Don't mess with the amazing spider.
Don't care.
Ready to put on a
One dead, Luna ult, force big.
Spider Fist is ready to punch. Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Okay, regroup. Just die in Predator.
Just like old times, Dad.
My invis.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight.
Said it's last game. Really?
Huge.
Invisibility, thing's gonna ult. You have to ult this.
I don't know.
Lucky one.
Shield recharging. ASUS guys, your captain's back on the flight deck. Recharging the shield. Recharging shield.
I'll fucking recap you.
Shield recharging.
Give him my shield to recharge.
You guys might world destroying.
Give him my shield to recharge.
Shield recharging.
Recharging shield. I'm back.
I need you here.
Give him my shield to recharge.
Who will get on top of it?
Talk to me. This Ash is something else. my gosh. Come on, Mino. Hope you're doing well. Doing pretty good. How about you? There's a small break for ALGS right now, so not small, like an hour break, but yeah. Nice try, man.
Recharging shields.
No. Drop down. I'm the best. 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 Oh. I am the best. I'm chilling. I'm probably gonna hop on Apex in a little bit since I'm bored and tilted from Fortnite. Can't crack your 90s, Mino. Does this guy have a Twitch?
Love this hero. It's so good. Best hero in the game. Have to just go and thug it out. Nice.
Oh, he does.
I like this invis, he just lost, guys.
Supports are
You need to wall. You need to wall. I want that. You need to wall off the right side.
But a Gibby bubble stalls to buy time, which allows the Dan to build ult charge, and then he cuts off the entire zone.
I got stunned so bad. Plan me! I'm trying to get to you. I'm trying to get to you. Black point everything else. Don't let the take our right. Not triple, not triple. Do it. You're on to our right. I hear them. I'm not wall here. Wall here. Okay. Two. I ult that. Mini Q in 8. Yeah, okay. Mini wall in 8. 6, 5. Play the counter. Just left. We're good. No, watch this order. Do we get to drop one kill? We drop one to kill.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. I'm just kidding. Nothing scares me.
Experimentation, evaluation, and a wee cup of tea.
Put some catalyst cues on the roof.
Shoot them. 3v3. Below. Cracked him. Cat fucking below. Cat dead. 100. It is low. Newcastle 1. All you see that. You win that. It's 1 HP. Push him. See that. I see that. Arc's not out.
Give my shield to recharge.
few spots
Never
to play inside of the zone
again.
itself, all the teams relegated to the edge will have to fight their way in.
Throwing frag.
I'm running out of my
Tie 5.
I'm back. I've been here the whole time. What? Why? What are you looking at? Bam! Bam!
Oh my god, slide!
Mirage à trois. That's where you fight three of me at once.
Shield recharging. Shields recharging.
Recharging shields.
Recharging my shield.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Package sponsored by Chevrex.
Enemy here.
So basically, if they are playing Valk, they have no reinforcement.
I'm back. You can't put a good lassie down.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Shields recharging.
I just realized they both failed that. No way. He still lost that. He stuck me, but still lost that.
Rockstar. This way, the kid. Singularity.
I don't know why I slowed down. I'm not gonna lie, I find it hard to believe this guy hit number 12 Predator.
Feeling quite rejuvenated.
I find it hard to believe this guy hit number 12. Alright, chat, I'm gonna, I guess, take a break before the next one starts. I'll just leave the...
And with that, we have 3 squads
I'll probably just take a shower, and stuff, but I probably won't be back until, by the time this shows up, so... I'll see you guys in a bit.
somehow managed to clear the entire west side of zone and are the only hope of pushing this lobby to 1 more game. But Go Next has the ace up their sleeve, Catalyst.
I'm gonna have my Orton. Break the glass on the right, Zidane. If you need your wall, I will have. I need to do some damage. Do damage, please, Zidane.
Zidane had just used his wall in the fight earlier to go in third-party Aurora and VKG, but in the recent Apex update, they had added a new hop-up called the Accelerator. When using a Nemesis, Scout, or Car, any damage done enables you to gain extra ult charge. And so although Zidane has already used his ult, he just has to do some more damage and he can get it back that much quicker.
I do have. Zidane. How you want it? Not yet. Forward, towards there. One shot. Okay. No.
See the bubbles go down and they send the cat wall down as well. They split the zone. Both teams on the low ground are separated by a fence line, and as the zone closes, they will want to focus the team on height, being Go Next. But with Catalyst, they can once again split the zone in endgame to buy time. In this final fight, all 3 teams are playing to delay as long as possible, which is going to allow the zone to shrink to such a small size that the actual fighting that's going to take place is incredibly chaotic. And this is where one of Newcastle's most important abilities comes in. Newcastle, when slamming down his ultimate, creates a wall, but it will also destroy things such as another team's wall in front of it, and it'll launch the enemies that it hits into zone. On Virtus Pro's side, Lou is going to throw his Gibraltar ult. But Zach reads that Go Next will bubble, so he's going to try to launch them out of the bubble utilizing his Newcastle ultimate to push them into zone so that they take damage.
They're gonna go on height.
When he does this, he sends Hyarka straight into LG's waiting arms, and he pushes Yuchako out into the zone. But as he's midair, he turns to try and simultaneously give himself cover facing towards LG. If he pulls this off, VP probably wins the game here, but the turn in the air ever so slightly angles so that the slam misses the push onto Zidane, and he's able to get the kill onto Zach before he can even respond. While this is happening, Hyarka goes down, but the zone has moved entirely up to the height, meaning that VP and LG are now fighting each other on the low ground while taking storm damage. On that height, Yuchako has an amazing late Q placement to give them space to breathe. This buys them so much time that Yuchako only actually has to get 1 single shot of damage as Virtus Pro dies in zone, and Go Next takes the win.
I couldn't believe it. My reaction says everything. I couldn't believe it. I lost even my blood pressure. I went on the floor. I was lost. I couldn't believe we won.
It was crazy. I don't know. The moment was, I had so much adrenaline inside me. It was crazy.
It just feels unreal after such a long grind. I don't know, I just wanted to cry of emotion.
And I mean it with all due respect. There was a hell of a lot of teams who were named before yours as being the ones to lift that trophy. But you have proved, if you put in the time, you put in the effort, and you believe in your teammates, then you could become the ALGS champions. The ultimate underdog story.
Live.
So who are you and what do you do?
My name is Tanner, Tanner Treb. I go by Rogue online. I'm a streamer for Team Liquid. I play Apex. I mainly play ranked and stuff like that. I don't play competitive anymore. I think my old age has got to me now that I'm 29. Or am I 30? I don't remember. I think I'm 29.
So what's the origin story behind the name Rogue?
The name Rogue came from World of Warcraft. I think my Xbox gamertag at the time was like Witch and Coyote. I've stuck with it ever since. It's a great name. I love like what kind of goes with Rogue.
So why are we in a garage?
Car stuff has become a big passion of mine and my fiance's now, so I have a fascination to go fast and things like that. And I have this leased shop. It's now my little gaming hub. It's more of a space where I can share my hobby with my stream, and also something that someone's never done before.
How did you originally get into Apex Legends?
We played it the minute it came out. Like, we knew of it like a few days beforehand, I think, maybe. Because it came out like as a big secret. Like, it was just like a big shock to people. Like, it came out of nowhere. So we played it. We loved it. I mean, everybody loved it. Everybody in gaming loved Apex, playing it ever since. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like I remember like being so infatuated with when that TV broadcaster died in Apex, like the one that was like a character that was supposed to come into the game or something, and then Revenant came in, or there's two worlds when it comes to like games like that, and it's like you're a casual who loves like the story behind it, and then you're a competitive player who absolutely pays no mind to it. But somehow I paid mind to like some of the story that Apex had, and I loved it.
What has been your most like epic play in Apex Legends?
I mean, the most epic thing, the 1v9ing, but I had a 1v9 that was insane, and I had to kill a cheater, and I clutched like a 1v2, a 1v3, 1v1, another 1v2. Back. Kill them! One, kill them two. One, kill them all.
Nice.
Kill them.
Nice done. Another armor swap. Push up. You're good. Climbing. Nice. Another armor swap. Grab one. Right here. Behind you on the hallway. I have my shield up. Keep playing it. Let's go, Rogue! What? Res Gippy. Yes, go for that. He does!
I'm literally 303 Fury! That's a highlight moment, and that gets brought up a lot.
Can you tell me your favorite legend skin and your favorite gun skin in Apex?
Sure. One of my most favorite skins is probably Centurion from Bloodhound. It looks like kind of like the Spartan gladiator, kind of just Roman Empire vibe kind of thing, you know, just a mix of everything. Gun skins wise, that'll have to be a 301 skin, and I think my favorite was probably Exposed Wiring. It's just a sick skin. I mean, if it's not that, then my second favorite would just be Ghostly Graveyard. It's the purple and green neon, like glow-in-the-dark Halloween skin from a long time ago.
Were you a pro at one point?
We were playing Apex, and we had two teams in Apex, and this was during like the Face It Pro League era, where like you have kill race tournaments. Eventually, we had to boil down to one team. It was at that point that I had left like competitive gaming, and I had joined NRG. And then that's when I think I had gotten the garage. I think like some Team Liquid people was joking about like having like a Team Liquid logo in here or something like that. And I was like, you know, winky face. I ended up back on Team Liquid as a streamer, and I've been here ever since.
What's the most fun you've ever had while playing Apex?
Launching a car across Olympus with Lou and Drop. Things like that have always stuck with me, and they're some of the funniest moments I think I've ever had.
Is it hard being a full-time streamer?
Well, it's hard being a full-time streamer because I think in order to grow on stream right now, you have to be like a shock value streamer in the times that we're living, and I'm really against that kind of thing. Like, I don't like doing things for content that are very obviously skits or fake. Your only chance of really grinding and growing is putting in a lot of hours. So that's rough sometimes, especially during rank 1 grinds, which are rare. But like, I have recently done one, and it was insane. Like, it was like 800 hours in a month and a half. You are people's entertainment when you come home, so, or when they're working or whenever. So you got to be there for them.
What was the last real job you had before you started streaming?
The last job I had before any gaming, before any streaming, I think I worked at Staples in high school. But before, like in the summertime, I was working on my grandpa's construction company. Like, I was like a little teenage foreman.
What are your tips for someone who wants to start streaming?
You don't necessarily have to put a lot of hours in on stream to necessarily be popular. If your content is unique and it's something that people want to see, I think that's the most important. Doesn't have to be long.
Hey, can you actually show us the inside of your car back there?
Yeah, we can go to the car. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like, I remember like...
What's something special about Team Liquid?
Something Team Liquid fans, people don't really know about Team Liquid is how much fan supporter engagement they really do. Compared to other orgs, Team Liquid goes like in depth My Blue stuff or anything that has to do with pop-up meat. But Team Liquid has like a genuine love for Team Liquid.
What is it like being part of Team Liquid? Like, what is the vibe like there?
I think Team Liquid's vibe in general, like with the org and all the people in it, it's homey. I mean, like, it's a tier 1 org. You got like, there's a lot of things going on. You have CEOs in the same building as players who are in the same, they live in an apartment complex owned by the whole team, and then like, it's a lot more serious than just like some average Joe org or whatever. But
but at the end of the day, it still feels like really homey. I mean, you still know everybody in the office, and you know all the way up to the creative directors, to the guy who designs the merch, to Steve himself. I mean, you know everybody in between, and everybody's a friend, and it's like a family for sure.
Okay, let's head back over to your streaming setup.
All right, let's do it.
How do you control the R301 recoil?
The best way to control the R301 is to have aim smoothing. So like aim smoothing is this technique that it's whenever you strafe left and right, as long as you have continuous movement, your aim it'll take away some of the recoil.
What's your R301 warm-up routine look like?
I could tell you, but I'd rather just show you. So I use the R301 like exclusively almost. I mean, especially in the current meta when you have P20s and R3, like having one sort of ammo for the entire thing is just really easy. Essentially, I just take like a 2x or 3x. I don't take the stock or the barrel. So I just kind of practice. And I'll do this for however long, sometimes 10,000 damage. And I'll try to one clip as many as possible, or switch sights and do the 3x after. And I try to do like 10,000 damage per sight. That's the firing range R301 warm up.
Okay, I want you to guess your career kills, damage, and wins, and we're gonna see how close you can get.
I probably have around like 63,000 kills, 11 to 12,000 wins, maybe 40 million damage. You want me to go look? Okay, so I have 10,300 wins, 43.7 million damage. I'm way off on the kills. I have 114,000.
How do you win games when you're in a top 3 situation?
If you end up in the top 3 and you just always have a problem trying to close out games, my advice would be to maybe like record them. Maybe you fought the second place team too early, or maybe you actually had the god spot and you didn't need to fight the other team if a zone was going to touch them first and they had to move first. So I mean, recording your own gameplay definitely helps a lot when it comes to trying to discover and reason with yourself.
Who's your favorite Apex legend, just based purely on vibes?
Vibes? My favorite legend vibe is just probably like Watson. Honestly, Watson has hilarious French lines. Not even the abilities, but just like the little memey things they do, the little mini claps, like just when they're like switching guns or whatever.
Do you get to play Apex with pro players often?
I like to play with a lot of different pros actually. Imperial Half and Falcons, Sykes from MV. I play with Prodigy Aces a lot, and Dropped. Those are my main men. Those are my main men right there.
What's your favorite map in Apex right now?
My current favorite map, I think it's Storm Point right now, but I've always been like someone who appreciates Apex maps whenever they are like outdoorsy. So like Storm Point, Kings Canyon, Olympus is great, but this doesn't feel natural. It's weird. Like it feels like I'm on like a paintball field.
What's your favorite POI?
My favorite POI? It might be Mills probably. It's just like we've just dropped there so much. I mean, Mills is just a very consistent fight, like off spawn fight. Got nice loot around you with Cedo and Beast, so yeah, I'd say Mills for sure. Top 3 teams to watch. So obviously we got Liquid and the boys right on top. Got to represent Liquid Alienware. I'm gonna be cheering for them above and beyond everybody else, of course. Liquid's for sure my favorite team. I think they're incredibly humble, and I think they represent a region that's like very under broadcasted. Liquid's my pick for sure. Second, Envy. They've been doing really great in scrims. They've had really like better play as LANs have gone on. Their placements have only gotten better. Third team to watch, Falcons. I consider Falcons to be having like a midlife crisis right now, but I wonder if they can turn it back during this event. And I'm a big, Hal. I'm a big Hal guy. I've been friends with them forever, so I always support Hal's team.
What do you like about the Team Liquid roster?
I think they're incredibly loyal to each other, which I think a lot of other Apex teams aren't necessarily. People change rosters looking for the perfect puzzle pieces to fit together. Really, I don't think Liquid has changed their roster much beyond Yanya leaving a few events ago. And they've stuck together, they're friends. I think these are the type of guys that hang out together after the matches, It's not just like a come join the Discord, play their scrim, skip out kind of thing. So I think that's just a huge strength above a lot of teams right off the rip, is that they're able to hang out with each other. Travis is a mouse and keyboard player, so he's the one to watch out for sure. But I did just see Jaguar as 1v3 100 Thieves like a day ago.
Newcastle Wall is good enough. 100 Thieves still alive at the moment. Somehow Vernos is left. What the heck did you just do?
What are you looking forward to the most this ALGS Open?
I'm excited to, you know, try some seafood boils, have some Cajun food. But more importantly, I'm excited to watch New Orleans ALGS Open and just see how this event goes, cheer on some of my friends, and enjoy some good Apex.
Is there something in the water? You might find that maybe is a little treacherous to swim in, but it's not the only place where people are going down and not coming back up. I'm talking winners brackets and elim brackets as well here at the ALGS Open here for 2025 and year 5. We have had so much action so far throughout these last days, and now day 2 continues on as we see which teams will make it through the gauntlet. And if you thought you were safe, some of the biggest names have already fallen into the elimination bracket. Can they get out? That is the question, and we're going to find out right now because 10 teams are moving on and 10 teams are going home. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you had a nice break. We had some great action before. My name is Rainday. I'll be your host for this series and throughout the rest of the day. I'm joined by Lauren Glitter Explosion. We've got Ben Zephyrcast and Jamerson here on the desk with me, or the couch, as we're calling it. The Nessie Nook, somebody said.
Oh, I like
to
that.
me, which I like.
That's a good one.
That was a good one. So, you know, we actually are still taking names, but that one is definitely in the lead. Lauren, this was a day that I think when we look back at, you know, this tournament, now it starts to feel like the Open because we're already seeing surprises. We're seeing big names start to fall.
Which is why that last series was so fun, because we knew that we had heavy hitters in there and we were wondering, are they going to show us why they are these ALGS Pro League teams, or are we going to see more Open squads come through, show up, and we got 6 different Open teams, or teams that have a little bit less experience than some of our other veterans on that stage.
I mean, you know, what's also interesting, I missed last night. I was off on that set, but you know, if you are familiar with the word twerking, there was a lot of twerking going on. Not the dancing, though. Twerkaholics dominated, Ben, and this was a team that came out of nowhere, but, you know, their players actually leading us in kills coming into this day, performing at the highest level so far in the ALGS Open.
It didn't matter what legend. Floating was out there, living up to the name, practically flying across the screens and representing Twerkaholics as a whole, absolutely shaking up the competition in our final moments last night, which is great because it goes on to show that it's not those refined rosters that we've seen in Pro League, that we've seen across some of these LANs that highlight the ALGS Open. It can be just about anybody.
Yeah, and now we start to kind of shift gears to where we do have some of these lobbies starting to look familiar. Last set, we actually saw some big names going up against each other. We had Falcons, we had 100 Thieves in there, we had Gaming Gladiators. That was a winner's round, but we've now split that back up. This elim round is with teams who have not made it to that top 10. So now we see for Jamerson some of the showcase, the highlights to be on those teams that want to make a name for themselves in the most pressure situation that the ALGS has to offer.
Yeah, and we are seeing that pressure starting to mount on these teams. I mean, we got to see it beginning in like game number 6 or match number 6 on the winner's bracket, right? Teams were going for those Hail Mary compositions where they had to try and run down the lobby, but now with stakes even higher, where you only have one life left, they are leaving it all out on the field. So we are going to see some wonky compositions, I think. I want to see a lot more aggression out of a lot of these teams, because I don't think you can allow the lobby just to kind of move around you. At some point, you need to take charge.
Yeah, I'd love to get into that. We've got teams that we're going to focus on in just a minute before we jump into the games. But for those who want to know what's ahead and what has happened, let's take a look at today's schedule for you. We just finished our first series, which was a winner's round. What we're doing on the schedule that you may notice, there's 6 things being played. We're only showing you one on main broadcast. That's because we have a pit where the other rounds are being played at the same time. So as we're playing now, this actually is the one solo round that's just happening. Everyone's getting a break, and we're watching on this stage. Tonight, we'll have another series. We'll be covering winners, I believe, here on main stage, but Elimination Round 3 will also be going on. So the teams...
Our boys, we're back.
Will have to play in that elimination round. Remember, it's a brutal format. The second you go into elims, you stay in elims. You cannot get back into winners, and that means that for tonight, if you want to stay there, you've got to win. So stakes continue to get high as we continue the action here in New Orleans. For me, I want to talk a little bit more about what we've got going on today and start narrowing down, because this group, like I mentioned, you know, it is a very, there's a lot of names you would go down and say, well, I haven't seen a lot of them. I have not seen a lot of them, Lauren, but that I think when you look at these participating teams, you look at this show that we're about to put on, that's the opportunity that's available here at the ALGS Open, unlike all of our other ALGS lands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really agree with what you were saying, Jamerson, about the fact that now that we're at this stage of the competition, we need to see aggressive gameplay. There is no more cushion. You can't just wait and play a little bit more conservatively because you know you have the potential fallback of going down into the elimination bracket. You're here. Yeah. This is it. We've already sent teams home. Right. We're going to continue doing that here today. So the squads that we see in here really need to step up to the plate. And while there are a lot of unknowns in here that can really make a name in this series, like you're saying, there's actually a few teams that will recognize it.
So I heard first split will be normal arenas, but the second split will be 1v1 arenas. Yeah, that's what I officially saw. 1v1 arenas. I'm actually excited for that. I'd like to test my skills in like 1v1s and stuff. Like against like multiple people, not just like one person.
They are going to have to run through every elim group and top 10. But Lauren, you were there. Jamerson, you were also there for this on the desk watching. Ben and I had a little bit of a break. Walk us through, Jamerson, I'll start with you, how kind of this previous series set the table and tone for today.
Honestly, I want to say that.
Bro, why Falcons got to do this to me? Bro, they needed 1 point, bro. They needed 1 point.
Empty spaces, I would say, on the north, because
I'm guessing they are making it as an LTM to see if they should bring it back fully or not. Yeah, that's what I saw too. So it's gonna be like an LTM. They're still gonna have mixtapes. So mixtapes is like a permanent thing. LTM is only limited time. So they're probably gonna test it, see how it goes. I hope they keep it because there is quite a few fans, or people who are a really big fan of arenas.
I don't know how Dia knew Green Stego was gonna win out.
The thing is the queue times.
In terms of inside information that we need.
I'm not sure how the queue how long the queue times are gonna be if you're having like too many game modes.
He has really good intuition with some of these teams that have the ability to pop off.
There's just something special about that guy. Yeah. He just knows. Unlike Ben, who's just
Timmy, just pray that they make it out of losers.
I froze you, Ben. I'm gonna give you
good.
Give me an eagle's eye overview of what you're seeing with this type of lobby.
Plenty of teams who've gotten the opportunity to come out of Elim round 1, like Nemesis and many others. Across the board, though, still some heavy hitters, big names like we were talking about. Some we would say was surprising. Reject, not that Reject that we know from this last year, but still a major organization.
How many groups up? Bro, there's still a lot. I'll show you. This is what's looking at right now. There's a lot going on for this weekend. Okay, so this group,
not just in Pro League, but also Challenger Circuit as well, that are now fighting for their chance to break into that top.
these groups already finished today.
Here on main stage, they did well. Had a couple of moments.
These groups already finished. This one today, and then this one also today. A bunch of these ones. I think this one finished today as well. These ones are live right now. So right now we're in losers round 2. So the bottom 10 who didn't make it up here have to play down here. And after that, they got to go through another eliminations losers. Pretty much whoever's in here has to go through eliminations, like through all these eliminations. And after that, there's still winners bracket. And then whichever teams don't make it have to play down here.
Familiar names still here, Glitter, and I think the team you're going to talk about has one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, and I think that
this is only for tomorrow, like, or not, like some of these are today, some of these are tomorrow, and then the rest of them are Sunday. So there's a lot.
Departure on behalf of Reps, leaving them as a duo heading into this LAN. Bad timing.
Yeah.
Not great, right? Well, they were able to get Sniped down, who you guys have seen on the desk with us time and time again, and on the main stage time and time again. Now back up there, playing with them, but very minimal.
Not the longest, but the biggest.
And now it's also
there was only like a limit of 40 teams normally. I'd like one like big LAN tournament. This one has 160 teams, so they're scaling from 160 to one champion.
Second winners round into this elimination, and now we find them here. Not a performance I think we expected from them.
Bro, I want ROC to actually do pretty. I want them to actually do really good.
Capable of on an individual level. So
I really want them to do really good.
Where they did end up dropping down. This is the last one that they played in, and you can tell by just the placements alone.
Whoever wins.
This isn't really what they're looking for.
Big time.
Yeah. This is a pickup that is necessary right now for them to kind of get themselves back.
So the teams who we're looking for are these guys, ROC.
Think, you know, just with how
I'm rooting for them.
These individual players are. This is a team that we
and then
pay attention to, see what they can bring.
Another team that I'm like kind of rooting for is 100 Thieves.
I mean, you know, Snipe down serious when he, you know, turns.
They made it past. They made it to like winners round 2, or they're moving on to winners round 2. Luckily, so Falcons, they have dropped down to losers, so you got to play through all of losers. Maybe LG, also TSM has a new roster. They have like a whole new roster as of right now, so they're doing pretty good. They're actually like top of ALGS so far. Furia, Energy. Oh, there's a lot of teams, a lot. So
yeah, I mean, continuing on talking about community.
It's getting pretty
members here in Apex Legends.
Excited.
Bring up Reject Winity here as they have reshuffled their roster.
Well, this guy's eating.
After champs, they ended up picking up Yuri
with the sunglasses too.
Streamer, and they decided to pick up 2 members from the former Noisy Fox Noisy Fox Squad. Dude, I love this. I
Dude,
love this.
oh my gosh.
Total aura party.
right now.
He just stopped us all in our tracks.
Bro.
What if it was like an actual like Danish, like the pastry?
Yeah.
And he's just sending a message to just one particular team in the lobby. But yeah, I want to talk about them, right? You've got Mia K and Rage, formerly of Noise Fox, and then you have your
Bro, he's acting like he already won it.
I loved your Reese's story, right? Because I just remember him as a kid playing with.
He's acting like he came in first.
There were a lot of accusations back then, and then he's blown up, going over and streaming in Japanese, learning Japanese and streaming in Japanese. He's huge over there, and we got to see him. He had his watch party while we were at Champs, but now he's competing. He's got the call again. We have another player being called back into competitive Apex. He's been playing in APAC North. Now they've had mixed results so far. Their first day of play in APAC North didn't go so well, 19th, but on the second day of APAC North for them, they ended up in first place.
Unfortunately,
close, but
there's
like they are
all these games, like there's every hour there's four groups happening.
In their own right.
Each group has 20 teams, and they're all running simultaneously.
Filipino Canadian descent, now been living in Japan.
Sadly,
bigger Apex streamers, and he was there at Champs with us in support.
Sadly, the broadcasting is not like that organized. So they only have one main broadcast, which is this one. They have the B stream Nice Week broadcast, but then there's two other groups that are going on, but they're not being broadcast. You have to watch them on Faceit, but Faceit sucks. It's so bad. You can't. You literally cannot like. You literally cannot like watch anything there.
Elimination rounds, which gives us some kind of analysis regarding: are they better coming out of winners since they've stood the test, or are they gonna?
So really, you're only able to watch two groups, and the group that you really want to watch might not be like on the broadcast. Like you'll have to try and watch them on the Faceit app, but the Faceit app sucks. Like it actually sucks.
Had they had even just a small sliver of this re-performance, especially as we made that change on the E-District, it would have been very likely that they would have been moving on to winners round 3.
But luckily we are.
Point that out that is Fafa, who is
we got two good things. One, B stream is actually watching the other broadcast, aka they're watching Falcons. They're watching Falcons group, and that's the group that everyone really wants like to see like them actually pass through. And then the main broadcast, which is this one, they're looking at ROC, the team that I really like. A team that I really like, that I actually want them to like pass. So we can go back to back right after. I'm pretty like each like every time like one broadcast like games end, the other one's already like they already started like the next one and stuff. So that I usually just like transition between those two.
Even though they were knocked out early and we had some high expectations for them coming out of this most recent performance here, they are able to deliver some absolute bangers of a game. Notably, yes, another third place, similar to what was Rivals, but also on top of that, one of the few teams to walk away with a win and some high KP. This carries them very healthily to our Elim round 2, and that's what I'm curious now. We have those who have fallen, faced difficulties, the stress and struggles, and we have those who are feeling like they're in the perfect position to continue their onslaught.
Yeah, it seems like there will be, my guess is a bit of a wide gap in this one. I feel like we have some teams who have struggled, and that's why they're here. We also have some teams who have done really well in some hard groups, and there's only 10 spots. So unfortunately, you're not top 10. That's to be decided, though, and especially from you. Let us know what you think in the chat. Who's going to take that top 10 slot? Who's going to be your favorite to win this group? I know we certainly have talked about it, and that's where we go to our talent predictions. Now, before this last series, I was winning, and you know, Lauren, you congratulated me on that. That was the first time it's ever happened publicly. That felt, it was a big moment for me. And Dia somehow with that green Stego pick is in the lead. So what we've got to do here is see Oh, look at the spread, guys. Somebody's going.
Team Nemesis, ROC. Ooh.
Sure. I got Team Nemesis. I wanted to echo just the thought on. I like the way that they've come into this. They seem like a very strong team. Rock as well, like you were talking about. That's obviously what Vicky's going for. Dan with the, the kind of out there pick, but I think he's maybe seen something.
Oh, a bunch of ROCs.
Where competitive Apex is going, and we always love the competitive Apex is staying with us. You guys are doing really well. Jamerson, currently they're ahead of you right now.
Everyone's ahead of me right now. Call out. Everyone's ahead of me right now.
It's not hard to be ahead of Jamerson right now. You were so ahead last time that I think, you're taking a break, making it easy for us, giving us a chance.
It's the Apex curse, right? Like, if you're at the top, you're going to get knocked down, right? It's like, how many times do we see a team win and then go out 20th in the next game, right? Yeah. It happens. It happens. Okay. I accept it. I roll with fate.
All right. Making up things, excuses, it's fine. Jamerson, we'll talk about it a little bit later. We'll see how you perform. We've got some time, though, to check in with our other games going on. Now, it has been a busy day of Apex. It continues to be busy, but we've got two of the best in the business to help us understand all of the inner workings. Lace, Ryan, what's been going on over at the pit?
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Honestly, we were kind of like walking around the pit, and the vibes are getting slightly lower. It was all cheers yesterday. Now it's more fear when we are locked in. The elimination brackets are currently underway. So, Ryan, why don't you take us through Elimination, Lobby 2, and who you think might be on the cusp of going home?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a big one. I mean, we are down here in the deep, dark dungeon depths of the pit, and it is quiet in here. I mean, people know that it's all to play for, teams all around me, and half of these teams are going to be going home today. It's serious stuff, man, and yeah, it's all on the line. So in the elimination, Lobby 2, I mean, I think, yeah, the standout team to look out for there to talk about is Enterforce, who, of course, had a brilliant, dominant run in Japan, in Sapporo, at the ALGS Year 4 finals. And they're, struggling to get through that elimination round. And it's crazy because a lot of teams that didn't expect to be there have just found themselves down there in that spot where it's do or die. There's no second chances. Well, that is technically your second chance, but that's it. Once that's it, you're on your way home, So, yeah, it's a pretty scary time for those people.
And in Lobby 3, now I was sort of talking about them on the couch, and I was like, yeah, they're going to do so great. Team Orchid is actually in the elimination bracket, so don't ask me to do any predictions anymore because apparently I cannot. But also in that same lobby is Team Falcons as well. You wouldn't think that they would be in there at this sorts of time. And Lobby 4, of course, we've got Movie Star Koi.
Movie Star Koi, yeah, X and Y, Heroes, Legion Gaming, Pro League favorites, teams we've seen at many a LAN. They're no stranger to the big stage, and they're all fighting for that spot to get through the elimination lobby. So it is serious stuff down here, man. But that's it from us here in the pit for now. So over to you guys, casting. Take it away.
Lace, Ryan, and also Couch Squad. Thank you guys for making us feel right at home with this, and I'm very happy to be excited. Also sad, but very excited to go into Elim round now, and lower bracket always makes me more heated.
I will say, the nice thing is that we have the first 3 games. So we set the stage for who might be eliminated, but Graceful, you don't actually have to send anyone home. So that's gonna be nice for all of our teams. We'll even get to see those first 3 breakout games and who's starting to, when the pressure rises, actually rise to the occasion along with it.
We're starting on Broken Moon, which is absolutely my current favorite map after the revamps. It could be questionable before, but now it's in a super good state. Happy to see that we're bringing it into the comp as well.
All right, we gotta see ROC pull through.
Very differently based on the
I was mid-match on Apex when you came back.
This map is also one of the maps that is very choke heavy, where it's kind of hard to get through some of the
business.
as they have removed some and
this is
some others.
Eliminations.
When you're getting
ROC, aka
like
Vax,
definitely a little bit scared.
Deeds, and Slapdown are that team. I want them to excel. I need them to pass through. And we got Team Falcons on the other broadcasts, next week's broadcast. So we got 2 different broadcasts happening. So
it's time to see who the big performers are going to be, and one of those teams that we're really expecting to perform, or rather to continue their good performance, is Backlit, who, while they have dropped down from the winners bracket, were the winningest of teams to have dropped down.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them perform a little bit, but at the end of the day, we are also here in Elim round 2 right now. I think that as we're progressing throughout these matches, people will be more and more unhinged, because at the end of the day, this is do or die. If you don't make it into top 10 at the end of this series, you will be going home.
This time around, Zone's going to be starting us off with a slight advantage to teams like No Surrender over at Eternal Gardens, O2 Esports, who are right next door, F9, who are down to the south, and Soten, who are up to the north. Those 4 teams will have an advantage when it comes to securing buildings, specifically in Eternal Gardens. If you do, in fact, think the Zone is actually going there, it can pull to the other side of the hill, but regardless of which way you're betting, you have the chance to place that early.
Eternal Gardens is definitely one of the most common zones, especially on the east side of that mountain, as we're talking about in the center. However, a lot of playable area. A lot of these teams shouldn't really be scared to either move in very fast or slow, especially mid-speed, due to the fact that it is, you know, very safe. A lot of cover.
Oh, I gotta let it. Oh, got it. Let me get some more macaroni to enjoy. I got some lasagna. My dad just popped in the, or he popped into the oven.
Newcastle can be extremely valuable for making sure that your team survives just a little bit longer. We are seeing some squads, instead of the altars that we'll normally see banned later, actually opt into wraiths. We're seeing O2 really notably do that, as that tends to be a bit rarer of a pick until altar or Ash gets eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a couple of different things here. You know, weapon choices overall across all of the maps have been kind of a staple. A lot of people running double light, you know, it's Scout with the P20s. Will we see a little bit different specifically tied to this map? Will be very interesting to see in the stats later on. However, Riddle Order flying in slowly but surely, making sure they're staying on edge, getting looted, and potentially maybe even taking a fight.
This evac tower within audible range of Virtue, and I like that Virtue do turn around. You're not going to let this Evo be taken for free, and it is about just denying ease of use for other teams that are in the area. Even with Virtue and Riddle, who realistically don't have to eliminate each other right now.
I like how Slapdown's wearing his Razor shirt jersey.
Be really nice for them. For BBL, survival is key right now. They're being fragged at the moment, and Jasonator takes quite a bit of damage with no height advantage and nothing really to fight for. No cover to speak of. BBL are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, playing just behind essentially 3 covers is rough with the nades coming out, as all it takes is one person to off angle and you step into the wrong direction towards a frag or an arc in this case. EMP and arcs come out immediately behind the wall. They're even getting knocked behind the Newcastle wall. Are they going to engage on this or not? Yes, indeed, it does look like it.
Yeah, VCAN waste no time. Remember, as we said, very little cover for BBL, and even climbing up out of the high ground can be dangerous. VCAN do get the first knock, but I'm seeing a full send on the other side. And it looks like Jukesy answers back. BBL actually pretty in charge as they get 2 knocks, and it's up to the solo from VCAN, who now has height advantage. On Fuse, lots of damage as well. I'm surprised to see him turning and running from this.
I'm very sad to see that play, because essentially they got an early stop, an early knock, I mean, and then it ended up being a 2v2 due to the fact that he tried to off angle or flank at that time. This is one of the most important part of that. Sometimes when you just have a big advantage, you can just deathball or hold hands and triple swing into 2. Even if one of you go down while climbing, that's still fine. However, making it a 2v2 and then losing that 2v2 and then not being able to join the fight is never acceptable in this case.
Especially when you're in the elim rounds, when control over your 3v3s means so much. This isn't the time when you have a lot of forgiveness anymore, as well we are going up against teams that may still struggle in controlling their own 3v3s. Those that can excel in these small moments are going to be the ones that end up in top 10, that end up continuing their tournament runs. Teams like Take Flight avoiding a lot of 3v3s so far. No kills for them, no damage for them, but a building in zone, not going to be a bad place to start.
Definitely a good spot here. Even having Watson or not having Watson, this building specifically, where the zone could potentially be pulling very close to, is great. You can play on top of the rooftop, you have a 360 view, you even have doors to play around. Very easy to cluster and use utilities from as well. Super solid. Speaking of solid right now though, Reject looking to take a fight on the team underneath.
This will be a slower fight for Reject. Nade bounce. I don't see it connecting, although we do have an EMP answering back. Sangjun, rather, Urice gonna be jumping around.
Oh, Urice? I totally forgot he's in here.
Even through the Newcastle res, Reject have played this fight pretty slowly, but it's been taken to them
it'd be
through the Newcastle
incredible
res,
to see Urice actually win.
Low health bars. I'm worried for Reject here. Now that they've lost Mia, things get even tighter. And with just Ray left, has to play behind the knockdown shield, has to play perfectly to survive. He's one bullet, and Ray gonna close the door, back away. Remember, there's no backup for him, but there's a third party.
Dude,
so as long as
oh
Ray's
my
able to
god,
avoid
this
focus,
like
he may be able to live for the whole team.
third party.
Ray might have been able to get out, but I'm once again not very satisfied with how the fight ended up playing out. One of them went down early on their own, ended up being split in a fight that is supposedly supposed to be kind of easy to fight together as a team with. Reject going out here is very frustrating to see for them. However, they need to be more clean in, you know, executing fights.
Especially when you've got Deep Cross Gaming, who are so willing to jump on top of a fight already in the area. It was nice that they came in and cleaned up. Well, this is only 2 KP that go over to Deep Cross. It's 2 squads that get eliminated on top of us.
Supposed
We've moved down to
be
18
kind of
teams,
easy
and when you talk about in other rounds how important it is to clear your back, Graceful, I can already look at Deep Cross and say they're doing a really good job of at least making sure they don't have any.
I mean, there's a lot of possible end zones for this zone. I'm not gonna say like
more off the map right now to themselves. As we see the zone,
there's garden zones here.
Like we predicted earlier. A lot of teams
I
already
have it now.
that space.
Okay.
Not that many teams on edge right now, only counting 5 pretty much. They have so much space to decide when they want to take a timing to take a fight, getting more stack from getting those 2 KPs. Will they find a good timing later on? Yeah, we're going to see.
Watching Deep Cross, as well as towards the south, Danish start to make their way in through the opposite sides of zone. I am noticing that a lot of the teams that are playing around the edge are those that were doing exactly the same in previous rounds, be they from the upper bracket, be they from the lower bracket. Danish specifically, a team that I've got my eyes on, as I did predict them for a reason. I expect them to take a lot of nice 3v3s. They placed consistently in the top 5, even whilst dropping down. Bangalore, of course, the squad to be looking at, especially if you're basing it on previous performances. They already came from the winner's bracket. They could be doing quite a bit, but Sens gets knocked a little bit early, and on Wraith, that is the sin you cannot commit.
I mean, good way to dodge with the Q, but after that, he just got caught off guard. He got swung immediately. He tried to pre-nade to stop the push, but he was kind of alone and got punished for it. That's just one of these ways where people are playing, hey, we're not letting you play underneath us. We're going to make a play on you with that crypto EMP, and they played that phenomenally.
And O2 showing us the aggression that let them survive at 1 elimination round already. They're not letting people coexist with them for free. O2 are taking as much space as humanly possible, and even now Rost, from the safety of the building, is using Wraith Portal proactively to get outside, try and control even more space for the team. These are the marks of a roster that understand what pressure means in a game of Apex.
Not only do they understand pressure, but this is something that can keep on going deeper into the tournament as well. They might be feeling themselves right now in the lobby to say, hey, can we do this? They're limit testing, and this is super important to see how far can we push something without getting punished before we have to think twice, and that's a great start to do it.
For Virtue, a little bit of a scan up here by Alpha Base will be nice, and more than just nice, it'll let them know that a team like Deep Cross Gaming is right ahead of them.
The hell up, ugly, your big ass pimple on your forehead.
A little bit more.
And everyone started laughing.
To the detriment of Virtue. As much knowledge as they may have, they don't have a bunch of options. Macro can get really tough when choke points on Broken Moon start to limit your options. And a team like Riddle Order, for now at least, have a little bit of choice. And that's something you can treasure during the mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, ring closing right now, 1 minute left. People are right now moving towards areas where they're not going to be locked in, but looking to where do we move from here? Seeing where our team's set up right now. Can we make it through this show? Can we maybe go past them and hold them out, or do we need to wait a little bit to decide to see are our backs cleared or not?
I'm noticing O2 taking out Bangalore. So the top team from the Elim round taking out the top team who had just dropped down from winners. It's already a big shift in the favor of O2 and to the detriment of Bangalore, as there will be in this lobby both those who succeed and find a win and those for whom finding a small loss even now can be really detrimental.
That was very close, but he does end up getting that frag. Almost got shot across the building, right on the across the map, honestly, at this point. But they managed to get the KP, TP back out to safety. Very good move, because even if you did go down there, I'm pretty sure you could have made it.
Aniki looking really good, taking what was essentially a 1v2 and then alter portaling back. That's the kind of play you need to keep you in this tournament. Now, immediately afterwards, that spot is going to be occupied. So remember when we talked about Eternal Gardens and how there were a lot of spaces to play? That's still true, but you can tell that they're starting to be limited because as soon as one team gets eliminated, you see Deep Cross Gaming take their spot.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map here as well, west of Eternal Gardens, essentially very close in the open, still a lot of playable area, but now teams are going to be fighting more on edge than rather in the zone, because as we go into later stages of the map, people are going to be a little bit more scared. Riddle Order, however, on the cusp of the zone, looking to take a fight in the building where they do not get pinched, because hopefully they know their back is cleared for the moment.
And you do have to make use of this time while it's still here. Meltsterra loses a lot of shields, however, and this is problematic because Riddle are outside the building right now. Dory controlling the inside is just baiting a lot of other squads into joining the fight, into taking down Riddle, and you need to find an entry into this building. Riddle are going to do it right now, perhaps with a bit of reckless abandon. Deep Cross Gaming dropping elsewhere to 0-2. We're starting this game off with a rampage. Riddle Order fighting, take a 1-for-1, make it a 2-for-1. Not in their favor, but with the P2020s, we are unable to clutch, and Dory will continue to control the inside of the building. This is all around the outside of the zone. We're not in Eternal Gardens here, but inside Eternal Gardens, let me remind you, 0-2 are setting themselves up for a victory.
I mean, we saw there, the fights have to be clean. They weren't clean indeed. Nice pickup though from that fight. Pioneers fighting for their lives right now as Slayers is trying to stay alive. You know, having played with him before, he is always calm in these moments. As we can see how locked in he is right there in his camp. He's looking for ways to survive. Is there any way I can make this out right now as we are, you know, solo riding essentially?
Rock do a really good job on the third party, and it is going to leave just a single member of Pioneers left. O2 continue finding kills, however, this time on F9. Their control over this building has been fantastic so far, and this looks like a team that if they don't win, and they still very much could, are certainly going to be in the top 3 for points in the lobby, just given kills alone.
Yeah, I mean, they've been proactive throughout the entire game. Here they even managed to get a reset, which is super good for them. Getting more kills could be enough, but I think with just already this amount of points, they're looking pretty safe going into the further matches.
The elimination of Pioneers. We're now starting to get that pincher on the outside of Eternal Gardens. Those teams that were not in are getting abused, and Rock are
come on, snipe down.
taking out Virtue on the
Come on,
way
bro.
in. Good control of the high ground. Great
You got that,
rotation
man.
from Rock and awareness of what teams are the biggest threat to them. Rez is going to come in just in time, and this should be a relatively easy reset because there's not a lot of pressure on Rock just yet.
He's using
Dory
the
is
Volt.
the closest team to them, and Dory don't seem too keen on pushing up into an unknown quantity.
I mean, Rock right there going down, but they
Get
managed
that,
to
but
reset.
still.
Now, however, comes the hardest part. There's several teams on the west side of the zone. They need to leapfrog at this point. Do we just hold W 3v3, hoping we can clean the fight fast enough?
Wait, stream pause, or the game on his stream
Or are
pause.
we gonna opt to go somewhere else? Dory already looking through the
Dory
south choke rather than
captain.
the middle choke, knowing that there's 2 teams on their side. Really a smart choice, as long as they can make sure they don't get pinched.
And this is the big question. Who's going to come out on top of this western side of the ring? It's Nemesis, Rock, and Dory all on one side. And right now, Rock move up on Dory's position, but don't end up actually taking a fight with them as Dory immediately vacate out to the other side. This leaves just Rock and Nemesis fighting for control of the western side of this zone. A big, big team is going to come out of this because whether Rock or Nemesis win, one of them has to. And that team is likely placing in the top 3.
Yeah, I haven't seen Nemesis equipment really, so from just the looks of it right now, having a Kraber and triple purple, Rock looking really solid in terms of being stacked with gear. Most likely going to look to pressure something, but they might be opting to just play alongside the wall, maybe playing a little bit smaller for the moment, hoping that fights breaks out on either side, and if it does end up breaking out on either side, it could potentially 3-pin.
Yeah, even with the 150, I mean, it's a lot of damage, but it's not a push yet. You need a full knock with this Kraber from Backslon to open things up. Right now, Rock are doing a great job of taking space. Snipe Down is ready to go on the push, but they need an opener, and that has to be in the form of a knock. With Snipe Down going down, it is horrific for Rock, as now they are the ones that can get pushed, and Nemesis know that just as well as anyone. Waiting for the knock on Remix Towers. Backslon unfortunately gets shot in the back, and Rock in no man's land go down.
If Snipe
Nice
didn't
job
go
from
down,
Nemesis.
bro.
Great capitalization, and now Nemesis resetting as they could still be pushed by Dory to take control of the western side.
Team Nemesis managed to actually replace for some utility to regroup. Even if they had Kraber, Rock had Kraber, they did not care. They're looking for a fight. Huge frag coming in. They know they're behind the wall looking to push them. Immediately turn on them. Kind of show goes down immediately, and now Team Nemesis looking behind them. But the zone is also moving across with them. Are they going to finish this fight cleanly? And Team Nemesis takes that down as they also have a safe spot.
I like the commitment from Dory there, as awkward as it was. They knew what they had to do, but they weren't able to pull it off. Now, can the job be finished by a third party? EC come in to try and finish off Nemesis, who are now holed up in a corner, and Nemesis, incredible survivability. We did say the team that comes out of this eastern, or rather western side of the zone is going to be one of the teams in a power position. In fact, likely secured just for the top 3 alone. Nemesis are now alone in zone, and EC have had to back off entirely. Now we're focused on the eastern side, and that's where things are going to get really tough. F9 have just been taken down. We have 7 squads left. Nobody but Nemesis is actually in the next ring.
I mean, 1 team on the western side, 6 teams on the eastern side. Not only do they know also, well, a few teams probably knows that there's a Kraber in play on the western side. They try to avoid it. As you know, Ballistic also gives you unlimited ammo during the ultimate, so people are probably terrified at this point. Everybody's going to be fighting right now as the zone is about to collapse essentially in 15 seconds. Mayhem is going to go down because everybody has to collapse. At most, it will be 1 team north, 1 team south. Rest has to fight for their lives. Nemesis, can they hold their ground as they have been doing really well so far? Wiping at 3v3, surviving at 3v3, and then holding off at 3v3.
And if you're a fan of Bear Claw, if you're a fan of No Surrender, you're getting pretty nervous right about now. No Surrender do fortunately have the option to take the zip line, but as the zone starts to close, that timer's going to run out. And I like that they choose to take the option now. Even this, we'll call it jump tower into zone. It's going to be risky, but it's still going to be a lot better than trying to walk in through Bear Claw. Bear Claw themselves using a wall to try and get out of the ring. Elimination of O2 does come a little bit late in the game. A lot of points still going their way, but it'll be a nice little bit of points for Bear Claw to have the elimination on top of all of that. EC and No Surrender fighting towards the north side of the zone. Bear Claw start pushing towards Danish on the south side. EC putting up a really good defense right now. They've got a Newcastle res going on, keeping them in the game. And again, Southside has Danish versus Bear Claw, with No Surrender being pincered on by Rival Esports. That'll be Rival cleaning up No Surrender and resetting very quickly as they took almost no damage. Easy coming over the top and actually committing onto the low ground is huge. They got no entry damage, but just continue to jump down onto Rival. This could be the finish for Rival. Numbers advantage for EC, but they're going to lose one as another team joins the fight. And Rival getting away with this, maybe getting away with murder. Rival will be taken down, but it's Team Nemesis who come in for the third party.
Team Nemesis looking to clean up, going straight into a last 3v3 right now. Danish versus Team Nemesis. Can they close this game out? They wall back for height. Can they, stop the push or not?
High ground was huge, but Misi swinging through the catwall, really wants to finish a kill, can't actually find remix powers and has to commit on the wall. Goes to the assistance of his teammate, and it's Danish playing a 3, holding hands graceful to take game number 1.
Team Danish managed to rotate south very early. As I said,
people are big fans of
when
Danish.
this zone is collapsing, it's gonna be mayhem. 5 teams on
Well, this stream hasn't done anything.
Short, sweet, and to the point, baby.
Yep, yes, sir. Real quick. That's how we do it out here, man. Fast. Hard and fast. Watch main stage. No, we got yelled at. It's all true. Main stage's not doing anything now, just commentating. The game's over. I did not know this pause was going to be that long, though. I didn't know this pause was going to be this long. This is crazy. This might be a full PC
There's no way
change.
of knowing.
You think this is a full PC change out, George?
No.
No one dropped in the lobby yet, nah. Oh, Zach, Tab's not in the back. Oh, fuck.
Does that mean he's out in the front?
So what that means, bro, when Tab's not in the back of League Ops, that means he's handling some really serious shit.
I could go find out. I'm not even trolling.
I mean, you could go find out.
What stage is it over there? I'll go find out right now. Detector Perry out, Perry the platypus on the fucking dude.
Facts. Go get it. Go, Greek. Do your investigative work. It's why we hired you. Take your pass, though. You're going to get yelled at. Take your pass. You got this, man. Get in there. Get in there. Perry. Greek, the absolute douche. See where he goes, man. He's going to go. Greek's going, man. He's running. He's not running. He's actually just walking very briskly. Greek likes to take his time everywhere he goes, to be honest, man. Is Falcons in this lobby? Guild, should I ban you or what? Was that a serious question or should I ban your ass? Falcons are in this lobby, actually. There are 4 lobbies, so you're probably serious. Stop this pause. I'll make a call real quick. There's no one there, bro. That is my hand. So, yep, that's life. Is Hal your dad? No, my father's name is Bill. Just press play wig. I wish I would really fuck with this super hard if I could do that, man. Bill Wig, yeah. That's his full name. Is your real name Wig? First and last, actually. Middle name is Nice. Wig, Nice Wig. You're my dad, you just don't know it yet. All right. All right, Greek is running. I see him. I saw him go over to the side stage. He just made it there now. So, here we go. I mean, I'm going to be honest, bro. For us, it's not that bad. Because I get to just shoot this shit with 28,000 y'all. It's not that big of a deal. For being in-game, though, getting... Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. It's terrible. This is awful. Greek running? Hell no, he don't run. But Candy, that boy never runs, dude. Greek always takes his sweet-ass time, trust me. Thank you, man, Q. I appreciate it, buddy. When will you wear Vigs? Will you wear Vigs? I think it's going to be a restart, personally. Usually never this long do we have pauses unless it's a full restart. And I would say 90% of the time. Yesterday we did have a 30-minute pause with no restart. But, yeah, this time I'm not really too sure. So I know pauses now are inherently a bad thing that we view it as. Like, uh-oh, this is going to be a long break. But don't forget, pauses is actually a really important feature. Because you have to remember, before pauses, this guy, whoever their PC was that's fucked the SSD, would just be shit on, man. Would just be absolute shit on. This guy would have literally no chance of even playing the rest of the game out. And they might not even wait for him the next one, too, which is crazy. So many people used to get fucked up and have their tournaments ruined or their sets ruined because of no pause feature. So this is a good thing that we have the feature. It just sucks that we didn't use it. You know? Should restart at this point? Well, restarting is really bad when there is a knock. So against the rules, I'm pretty sure when there's a knock in play, you can't restart or you don't want to. It's one of the main things. Ruthless better that way? No, it's not. Trust me. It's not better, man. I watch people's whole weeks get ruined. Chances of just fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars just destroyed because of crashes. And we watched that with NRG, man, at last tournament. And that's even now. You know, it's so fucking sad, bro. It's so tough. Really, really tough.
Oh, and our NIP go next.
Competitive already LAN. It's actually not.
Did not make it. They got eliminated.
It's pretty damn good. Obviously, not everything's.
They're no longer in the tournament.
Overall, it's really not too shabby. I'm kind of actually happy that this is one of our first real long pauses here. Yeah, Mushroom, I'll probably check that a little bit, for sure. We'll see. All right, so I think game one for all other lobbies are done. Except for ours, it is. So we have Danish for lobby number one in first place, man, with 23 points. Nemesis second, Rivals third, O2 fourth, ICI fifth, BCG sixth, Dory seventh, ROC eighth, Take Flight ninth, and No Surrender 10th. And then for lobby number two, it's going to be VG in first, Gupped Up in second, 7T in third, Zero Tenacity in fourth, Doom in fifth, Spectre sixth, CR seventh, E36 eighth, Unreal Nightmare ninth. Greek is dying laughing over here. And then lobby number four is going to be FWG 24, BPR second, Legion third, Zone fourth, X and Y fifth, Ruckus sixth, Flat seventh, Atlas eighth, Corinthians ninth, and Coin 10th.
All right, you ready for this one?
Here we go.
All right, so.
You laughing's not a good start.
RKN, wireless headset. Right?
You swear to God.
They tell RKN that he can't use it and that he's got to do a wired one.
Okay.
So they pause the game to change the headset.
Yep.
In the midst of changing the headset, his game crashes and they can't get him back in the game. And now RKN is apparently freaking the fuck out.
Bro, why would you bring a?
Not happy.
Why would you bring a
With the
Bluetooth
admins that are
headset?
trying to get him back in the game, and I think they're
Nah,
failing
bro.
to get
There's so
him back
much
in the game.
stuff going around you. Like that connection is not gonna be.
Why does he have a wireless
It's not gonna be good.
He's been competing since literally day one of Apex. Why does he have a wireless headset?
Bro.
I just think it's funny that they like change it out, which is, you know, I mean, like, it's whatever.
Yeah,
to change
it's
out the
fine.
headset.
It's fine.
Should be like a 10-second thing. In the midst of changing that headset, it somehow like crashed the PC, and they can't get him back in.
That's so shit.
But like now, the thing is you could restart, and yeah, it sucks for someone zone-wise if they got like a good zone or whatever. But technically, nobody is full fin.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I mean,
But then you don't, and they get shafted.
Yeah, but like at the same time, bro, like I do think that's Arcane knows better not to use wireless.
Bro, every pro
mad if they restart.
knows that a wired connection is better than way better than wireless. Like what?
In any situation, but I feel like he knows better. He's been competing at LAN since literally one of the first ones ever. So I think he does know better, for sure. But
I just
also,
thought it was funny. That's why I was laughing that it was RKN.
so
of all the people.
I want to point out that he literally competes for years. Wired headset. Becomes a father immediately with their wireless. You think he plays on a 70-inch too in a recliner in the living room now, or
Just
what?
like walking around in the kitchen making like PB&Js and shit.
With the mic on, talking to his homies till like 10
Probably.
p.m. with his underwear
Probably,
on.
bro. Probably.
With his underwear on. His feet kicked up, going 1-38 in a fucking TDM of Call of Duty.
Yelling at like a 15-year-old in a COD lobby.
Telling him he's dog shit. Oh, man. That is so funny.
Man, did they go down early 2-0-2. A very surprising start for Bacalao. Maybe now that they've got a zone on them, things could change.
Yeah, with this zone close around Terraformer, could go either side. They should be very happy. However, that building is kind of a double-edged sword in a way that, yes, it's great. You do get to shoot people a lot. However, a lot of teams can enter into that building from several layers and several angles, and it's impossible for 3 people to hold 5 doors.
You're absolutely right, and the curse of Terraformer really does come with what small section of Terraformer are you going to have? Because if you try and control the whole thing, your team's going to fall apart. So Bacalao have to make their choice, and they have to make it with relative speed, as there will be other squads like O2 who want to rotate in quite early. Rost waiting for the rest of the squad, but once they group up, having a Watson on the team is going to be really nice, because we aren't seeing Newcastle this round. That means that there aren't a lot of tools to hold down onto space, be it either large or small. Now that you've got a Watson on your squad, you're one of the few teams that's running that. It should provide some nice survivability to O2 that they lacked in the last couple of rings of the Eternal Gardens.
Yeah, and I mean, we also see 2 representations of the way that you apply a ban. Some people say we're going to replace Newcastle and go defensive once again, maybe with a Watson. Some people just go full on offensive and say, if we're missing him, we might as well just go all in. Is that going to change how some teams are taking fights right now? Because last game we saw a lot of teams play early zone. Will that still be the same case now that people don't have Newcastle, might not feel as comfortable going in early, and might opt more for taking fights on edge, as we saw from some teams?
No surrender, sprinting straight towards Bacalao, sprinting straight towards Terraformer, but what they don't know is that they are sprinting straight towards quite a few teams.
Oh.
and EC, both in that
What's
conversation. They go to sniff that out just in time and are going to avoid the 3-team fight, instead backing away, but still largely in the open. You want to find a safe place, because while
Can I add it to my
Gecko may be
channel?
able to go invisible, the same thing is
Oh.
not true of Watson and Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, people are just setting up right now. We're still at the early phase of the game. People just seeing, you know, they all know their macro. How fast can we make before another team is going to rotate into us? People are just seeing, you know, how much space can we optimally take and reject other people. Like we saw from the likes of O2 in Eternal Gardens earlier, don't play around us. People are trying to, you know, make sure that other people can't or dares to play around them, because if they do, they're going to get run down.
Ashe really valuable in a ring like this as well. We're seeing some teams still opt for the Wraith, but especially in zones like this that have so much verticality on Broken Moon. Ash can be incredibly valuable, and with Dore losing a member, it's O2 once again that are starting things off very aggressively. They are invested not just in raising themselves up by staying alive, but in shutting other teams down. It's this kind of oppression that got them out of the last round of Elim, and it seems to be keeping them in the upper half of this round.
Yeah, I mean, very comfortable spot to play in as well. That gen should be safe for the most part, but other teams right now getting swung by Luxor.
Actually goes down. It did come really close, but now Anemone answers back. Numbers advantage for O2, especially off the back of that swing. And in a 1v1, we got at least one banner up right now, and I think we're gonna go for a respawn pretty quickly. Chance that we get a full res as well. Anemone dancing around with a few different teams looking at this fight. Take Flight actually hoping that they can get back into things, maybe finish it off. But with only Chico alive, there's not a lot of opportunity for a res, and Take Flight, they can neither attack nor retreat safely. I think we're finally going to start sticking a few reses in this corner. My question is, O2, they must be doing this on the other side.
I mean, 3 or 4 people crawling on all 4 right now. Everybody's trying to reset. This is scary for the moment, but should be relatively safe. As I always say, early on in the stage, there's not that many teams looking to 3P or lurk because people are still doing their macro. On the opposite side of the spectrum, people are also looking to take fights further out on the zone, as we can see here in Alpha Base.
Yeah, Reject doing very well up against So10 with controlling the outside, but they forget about the roof of the building, and unfortunately, that's going to take Mia Knightley down. With Ray swinging, it is going to be a 1-4-2. Reject not favored here, and with only your crypto left alive, So10 will be rezzing on the inside. This looks pretty unpushable, but Ray's going to try anyway. Swings on the inside of the building, swings into 2 players and gets fried immediately. Reject a little too ambitious on that retake.
Reject once again getting double swung, and that's how you share damage. The guy who had HP swings first so that you focus fire him. Even if you have 20 HP, it doesn't matter if you don't shoot the guy with the 20 HP. You get double tapped essentially by 2 people, bam, 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 and he goes down immediately. Reject, you know, it was a good start because they did trade, but at the end of the day, playing as a team.
The only team right now who are like safe pretty much is Virtue and Team Nemesis.
You know, it never
They're on the
changes
west, top northwest side of the map.
Is Deep Cross Gaming
And Nemesis is on the southwest, but nobody's there, so he's gonna res his teammates.
Deep Cross Gaming have answered back on that and actually taking control of the roof fully. With Alter, there's always a retake available, but Deep Cross looking to get back inside and actually
Nemesis.
take 1v1 straight up. Does not work for them as Deep Cross take the 2 versus 1 on the inside, and it's exactly the same academic approach that we saw earlier.
No way.
Swinging into 2 people just doesn't work in your favor.
If they did it
Why
as
is
a
Rel
trio,
sitting
that
there? Oh my
could work
gosh.
out. By doing it by yourself, or even by a duo into a trio, you're gonna struggle. He got evaporated, came out, and then the next guy says, well, I ain't going in, I'm cracked already, and you know, you went down so fast, and now they get mobbed. You know, that's how it goes. You really have to be on the same pace as your team.
So10, Kings of Alpha Base, looking pretty untouchable in that POI. Now, unfortunately for them, Zone's moving away from the POI. They still got to get all the way down here to Terraformer, but with 6 KP in their pockets now, it'll feel a lot better continuing the rest of the game. As like you love to mention, Graceful, 6 points a game is already more than enough to carry you, or rather, it's just enough to carry you into the top 10.
Yep, depends on how top heavy it is or how much, you know, how evenly shared the points are across the board, but that most definitely takes you pretty much comfortably into it in most lobbies. So they're definitely more than happy. Isigeki right here with 12 as well on 5th right now. We're in a solid spot, but depending on how the zone ends up pulling, might have several angles to need to be aware of.
And I believe that's O2 that they're firing at, just based on the position that O2 held earlier. Isigeki still next door neighbors with this squad are reminding me a lot of our last players that we had in the previous round. Isigeki and O2 both survived really far into those rounds, especially because Isigeki, well, they're always looking for teams to jump on, for teams that are weak, they're playing zone in a really nice way. And notice how they're controlling 2 floors of this whole branch of Terraformer, where a lot of teams would opt to only control 1.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that you should always try as much as you can, because if you can get away with it for free, humongous reward for nothing, right? But you have to really be mindful of that. When you do end up going down low, if somebody retakes up high, could change how you end up playing the rest of that game.
Danish in a spot next to Team Nemesis. I believe we're just in an engagement, as I'm only seeing a few members of Team Nemesis start to walk away. But holding on to the south side of zone can be really powerful for Danish, Nemesis, or Riddle Order. And it's nice to see similar teams grouping up in similar situations. Nemesis have again put themselves on the side of Ring that really only requires them to fight one, maybe two teams. And while they may not have a good spot yet, there's still a rotation that takes them a little further north of Riddle Order that's completely clear.
I mean, here we also see, you know, only 16 teams alive right now, Circle 2 closing on a map where you don't really need to run into each other as much on the macro. Just goes to show how many teams like to play the same play style. And they end up taking the fights for the same, whether that be loot or just the macro overall. Next zone, though, will have a lot of playable areas, so I am very, you know, intrigued to see how the game plays out with, will people be fighting as long as Circle 3 closing, or will they be scared after Circle 4 closing? Because as we saw the last game, at the end of the day, 6 teams pretty much ran the same direction and it was mayhem.
SO10 healing a little bit late. I don't love that they're taking all this zone damage, especially with how far into Ring they have to go. If SO10 aren't careful, they could just die to Ring.
I think they'll be fine. This zone is not scary, I see 2 medkits, they're fine for now. There's also a lot of zip lines. However, you know, if they have to share them, two medkits between 3 people, then it might be a little bit low.
I think the thing that scares me is that we have a lot of teams playing on edge. And so if you are SO10 and you are taking this much Ring damage, what's going to happen when one team is just looking at the Ring because they have nothing better to do? That happens a lot, and there's a chance that it bites not just SO10, but a lot of other squads a little later on. A team like Rock, actually, I'm surprised to see getting bitten this early into the round, as they've found themselves an engagement that is not going their way. It's up against Virtue, who on the inside get the full thirst on Deeds. That's a 2-member advantage now for Virtue, and I expect to see Rock trying to disengage, but there's very little chance to res at this point in. I believe that they've managed to craft banners right now, so Rock may be finding a respawn.
I mean, Rock so far though, what do you think has been the issue so far from game 1 and now going into game 2? Do you think that they're too passive right now as he's getting chased down? Do you think they're playing too reserved in a lobby where these people are considered the experienced players of this lobby? Are they respecting everybody too much? Or are they scared of fighting? Or are they just playing that, no, this lobby will play out a certain way? Because this lobby looks very different from the previous lobbies we have seen. Are they just not on pace with the rest of the teams?
It's difficult to know from an outside perspective, and we'll revisit it a little while later as Nemesis do take a fight in a very similar position, but that is going much more their way. They get swung from zone, never mind whether they'd be gate capped. It turns out they are the ones who end up ganking other squads. Nice takedown on 2 members of Nemesis, and now have to fight Virtue as well. Third party comes in. You almost
He's
have
so
that trade.
one.
Denial will end up falling. 2 members of SO10 still in this, as we get a quick reload on the P2020s. A swing as a team, and Virtue go down. Great reset, great capitalization from SO10.
Not only that, but did you see the first double swing through stairs to insta-wipe that? Now they got thirded. He gets the rest of, no, it comes out to 1-1. So then,
oh my gosh, bro.
To get the clean, and will
Remix is just him.
I would like to highlight though,
He actually went back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great way to take the fight, and fight is something the Danish do wonderfully. Micey taking down Vcan with the help of the squad. Danish now being third-partied, however, by No Surrender. Could change their whole game, could change this whole lobby. We already got Micey going down, but No Surrender, playing things carefully, are going to Skynade to clear their way. Not a whole lot of damage landing so far, but Danish are on the run.
Yeah, they're maybe on the run, recognizing the fact that, hey, we're not going to stand our ground. They almost had an early knock there even to retaliate, hey, don't push us. But they also recognize that, hey, not enough for them to stop from pushing us, so we're just going to relocate and see if we can reset properly. However, plenty of teams are going to rendezvous on the same location where there's literally 3 teams, 4 teams right now about to go down. KCP looking to fight.
Small note of hope for Danish fans. There is a drone on their team. We still got Crypto, and that means we've still got a reset, actually. I'm going to see that come in right now as Riddle Order take the fight right above them. So as Danish respawn, they're going to be dropping down right on top of Riddle Order, who have now just lost Taida. Saku going to commit onto the low ground as Meltstera takes down Slayers, and with KCP and Riddle right on top of each other, you know the third party is brewing. The longer this fight goes, more and more teams are going to look at that. That is the curse of Terraformer.
And that really, like, we saw them get split again. So many teams are getting split in these fights just because of the outlay of the map. You have to approach every map and every vicinity environment that you're fighting in very differently. We saw that they got split and they got punished for it, but very fast on relocating for a reset though, as we see more and more teams do that. Only 10 teams alive right now, so teams that are stacked right now are going to take more and more space, and teams that are just trying to recover, lick their wounds in a corner somewhere, even more terrified.
Micey having access to that death box is huge too, as he was the one that respawned with no attachments. Danish, once again, built themselves up in this game. Squad to keep your eyes on. Well, Riddle, who ran from that fight with just 2 people left, unfortunately get caught out in the open. It's a scary place to be running, Terraformer is.
It indeed is, as you know, 20 seconds until ring closing. Teams are comfortable right here. O2 Esports looking for a fight against BCG right now from high hill to down low. This fight is gonna extend for right now, where Heck is going down as well. Clean wipe on Bear Claw Gaming. Only Ross took damage, and they are very happy with this. They've been here the whole game.
I love the way O2 play. It's such control, even in a spot like Terraformer, is really impressive to have. Now, Isegeki do back away, trying to stick a res for right now, are going to be able to pull it off, I think, but no, they get swung from the outside. You may not have to take the Void Nexus, you may just walk straight in on them, and Isegeki go down. Really difficult spot for them to fall, as ultimately the reset looked good, but it wasn't quite fast enough. It's Rival to take them down, and Rival now have to rotate in.
Rival fought for a great spot, actually. They have a spot to walk in from, but they're going to be stopped by maybe 1, at most 2 teams. They should be able to make it, as Danish is right now running on the right side, and I would really like to hear what they're doing, so let's have a listen in with Danish.
I'm going to give you the Nokia. Take these and hold the right side. Play right side.
I'm looking inside Terror real quick. There's a team playing under that TP. A team is TPing here.
Oh, yeah, I'm shooting that.
There's also a team on top, okay? Watch out top. There's a guy on top.
They TP'd out. We have got spots. Hold the right.
Yeah, we do. We just need to hold this. We just need to play like where we are. I don't see anyone right, bro.
I think.
The right side is TPing back. They just also TP'd back. They were bullying this side, okay?
Yeah.
They're peeking out now, Missy. 2 guys. Oh, sure. 2 guys there.
Okay. Keep shooting them.
There's 1 team up top here, 1 team like below somewhere. 1 team there. 1 team hit UAV.
58 below over here.
They're like barely in here. They don't have a lot of space. If you just keep holding that trap, you're gonna fuck them.
Yeah, they have double play. They have double play.
Yeah, but they have like no space, okay?
If they come to us, we have to kill them, okay?
I have EMP. I'm ready with EMP, whenever.
Yeah.
Nice, good shit. Shot the drone as well. They're gonna get it back when zone is closing, but it's fine. Another drone is going for you. No, a guy walking up here.
Yeah, they might get pushed in the back, guys. Watch out.
No. Maybe. They're walking up here. They're gonna play this.
Danish are all prepped. We talked about the EMP that they're holding. Even now, watching Rival Esports walk up next to them, they're holding the EMP, waiting for the right chance to strike. Micey set up around the outside. Remember, they've still got Alter here as well, so they can jump through the wall and immediately take down Rival if they're not careful. Look at the climb right now. Micey could take an angle right up above, and is going to do so. EMP still in their pockets, and it's going to get used right now, as we've still got portals through the wall available. Danish very careful about taking this fight. Micey with the first knock is going to try and finish off the squad without risking too much. Finally going through the wall. Micey swings, gets taken down by Rival, and things are starting to get scary for Danish. Rival going to come back on the run right now. Danish still have 1 member standing, chasing down the last member of Rival, and will finish them. Maybe there's time for a reset. Look at the way the map is set up. I'm not seeing anyone collapse on Danish right now, and this quick 3v3 into reset is exactly what they need.
That reset is huge. The fact that nobody else is jumping on them means that they're probably looking at other teams or holding other teams out. One thing I would like to say, though, is that the secret recipe for the super juicy sauce seems to be across all teams. Danish, with the likes of playing majority of the zone right now, denying people space that we have seen from former teams such as Navi, such as Furia, playing a lot of space. They have been doing that really well so far.
Big fight to look at. Bacalao, top of their lobby. O2, top of their lobby. These teams will be forced into each other as the next zone closes. They have the option to fight, or they have the option to take 2 separate 3v3s. O2 against No Surrender, Bacalao against Danish. What will be the option? Do we see these 2 squads collapse on each other, or choose to take risky fights with those on the outside? Danish right now still set up in a very passive position.
but it is a passive position that I'd say is quite smart. You want to play a little small. You don't want people to walk up on you, of course, but as long as Danish retain control of the outside, keep no surrender from being able to pull off altar portals like this, they're going to be just fine.
I mean, Danish just need to control this wall to the east where No Surrender is playing. As long as they can do that, they actually have a climb straight into the zone, and even if they do end up climbing early, they still have some playable area. But you want to make sure that nobody else is going to fight for your spot. No Surrender
is a circle?
Walk in. Bakalhau and O2 Esports, however, are on top of each other. They're most likely the highest probability to fight, and even if they end up not doing it, as long as Danish can keep people out, they should be able to close this game out. But it looks like No Surrender is not surrendering this space. They want to take a fight at them.
Bakalhau are starting to lose the option to take the bridge. No Surrender have decided that playing for Danish's spot is the winning play, but now they have to actually take the 3v3, and Fricks isn't going to let that happen. Swinging behind him. No Surrender melt in front of our eyes. Danish don't drop a single member, and nobody has contested Danish spot. O2 and Bakalhau are still trapped inside the ring together, and now they're being cut off from Danish, who just have to wait for the perfect time to third party.
This is really scary because all of the three teams actually have quite a great spot to play slowly from, because the zone closes slowly on pretty much all of them. Bakalhau should be out first from the north, Danish should be out first from the south, but it looked like O2 and Bakalhau are fighting, and Danish should be able to clean this up.
O2 still alive, but it is one member and a duo on the other side of this. Danish know it's their time to strike. No, it is their time to show this lobby. Not just that they can win one game, but that they can win it all as they clean up O2 Esports and look for that last member of Bakalhau.
Damn, Danish.
That was a great finish from Danish.
Danish going at it.
They managed to isolate which fight is essentially the fight for the win of the game, which was against No Surrender at that little corner in that they were trying, the little cliff that they were, and Fricks. The wide swing while both of his teammates took the aggro, essentially. This was a PvE fight in any other game. They took the aggro on the monsters. Fricks wide swung by himself and just mopped all of them with the backstab.
Crazy. That was crazy. Watching the No Surrender fight, like that was the riskiest part of the game. Well, the riskiest part of the end zone for Danish. And they didn't even make it look difficult. And credit to No Surrender for even trying to take the fight, because you and I talk about this. You go for the winning play. That is the winning play. If you're able to take the fight against Danish, you win the game. No Surrender did a great job of identifying that, but sometimes you just get team wiped and there's nothing you can do about it. The fact that neither Bakalhau nor O2 were able to swing out onto the fight as well, trapped inside Terraformer with each other, that basically just served Danish the win.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. Kudos to them once again for identifying which fight to take, and the other team as well. Greater team stands on top. In this game, it was Danish once again, as they have previously as well. Really good work from them. I'm looking forward to see other teams pop off more as well. We saw O2 have a good early start of the game, a little bit slow down into the later end, but Danish, 25 points for this game. They are more than finished, you know, in top 10. They are safe.
Oh, yeah.
They are safe.
This is a team that is going onwards in the elimination round that can breathe a little bit easier. And if I am Danish, I'm looking at these next couple of rounds still with the mindset of let's play our cleanest games, which is something they've been doing a good job of focusing on. Well, we are seeing Danish take advantage of early fights. We're seeing them really dial things in the late game to what is academically the best play. And I'm happy to see that from Bakalhau and O2 as well. O2 have really been impressing me in the mid game. It seems like they are a zone team, but with the killer instinct of a hard edge team in NA Pro League. And Bakalhau, I mean, the fact that they've been able to make it up here after a difficult game one speaks to their mental tenacity.
I also want to take a look at number 14, Soten, with 11 kills. Not only is it a large amount of kills, giving them pretty much a win in placement points alone on 14th. However, when we saw the fights unfold, the way they double swung the stairs, the way they managed to reset, sure, they did get thirded by a solo rat and they went down, but it looks really good. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, being on the same pace of swinging something together, insta-killing stuff together, rather than being split and, you know, losing the fight.
And if you learned one thing from this game, teams that are playing in future elimination rounds, it is this: do not fight Soten in alpha base. They will take you down. Really great play from them, from all of our teams, but specifically these top three, Danish, Bakalhau, and O2, who are standing out in their own ways. Bakalhau, I really want to double down on this. Great job of recovering from a difficult game one. They've put themselves into top 6 now, and this is mostly off of one game since they got eliminated so early in game number 1.
there's one more chance on Broken Moon to push that a little bit further and try and rise up to meet the likes of Danish, who are sitting at 48 points right now, with O2 just behind them at 30. It is a healthy lead for Danish.
I mean, very healthy indeed. And as these, as these matches progresses on as well, teams are gonna either be more comfortable or very scared, because now we're talking about this going into, Elim further on, but the teams that don't make it further on, they go home.
It's true, but I told you, Graceful, we don't have to do that. We've got one more game, and it's going to be Broken Moon when we come back. The last chance for a lot of these squads on this map to show us their best stuff. We had 2 fantastic games so far, so let's see what we cook up right after the break.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors.
Yeah, the other stream's still not working.
Ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you.
I don't know. Well, he's just dead.
Well, he didn't get finned yet.
Yep.
So we got to instantly switch to GG.
Yeah.
Right away.
Chad, imagine I pressed start ads and then y'all would have just got rocked when the game started out. Here we go.
Wait, they're ending it. They're restarting it, I think.
Finally! Oh my god.
Are you sure?
Damn.
That is tough. All that to restart? I got to admit, George, all that just to restart's kind of crazy. No, not you, George. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying. I'm not mad in general. But all that to restart? I'm just going to type shit in the chat.
Wow.
Ambino said, bro. Want to get the codes up? I don't know which code it's going to be now.
Just back up.
This is crazy. Wait, I think it might be the same one. Is it going to be same code, George, or different one? I think it's same. Looks like no one's leaving.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not, though. I could be wrong. Bathroom cheat. This is nuts, dude. I'm going to say, how we feeling, guys? All good.
I just waited all that time, got my kill, and then restart.
Al said, called it. Oh, boy. Tough, man. All right, I'll hit y'all with the ads now, bro, so y'all don't get them in the pre-roll or pre-rolls during the middle of the games. The little 30-minute ad break, it's going to be a little bit, not 33, my bad. Definitely not 30. All right, love you guys, man.
Held my piss for 45 minutes. Mental toughness.
For it to be restarted. Unfortunate, man. Yeah, don't worry, Chow. He's running ads in between games. You guys never get them during it at all. I just went how they let me. I know they let me too. I mean, yeah, might as well let the players piss, right? I don't know. Is it the same code? Crazy. I feel like League Ops is
I feel like I see more people leaving.
Yeah. I would check around the Discord if you have it, Greek. I don't think it's going to be this code anymore. No, it's not the same code. Shout out Yeku. Wow. 30 minutes ads? Game 2 lobby code. Thank you, George. Love you. Shout out George, bro. Literally helping us out so much. It's insane. Shout out that man, Georgie. I mean, chat, how are we feeling, guys? I mean, that was a long pause just to restart. I really don't care about pauses, but I do care
saw that the other teams are playing together. Already doing this proactive play by climbing the wall to make sure. This was a little bit scary. They did lose pretty much 2 people there, and you know, but they managed to win the fight and get the reset without getting third, just due to the fact that teams are playing on top of each other.
And thankfully, we actually got the listen in just before that fight, which was really critical in helping us understand how Danish were preparing for their engagement. Because while the fight against No Surrender happened almost accidentally, Danish were able to prepare really well for their fight up against Rival earlier, and take them down by clever use of saving their cooldowns for the right time, letting Micey find a flank on Ballistic and not instantly alter porting through the wall. Instead, getting creative with the angles, saving cooldowns for when you need them or when you know you can use them to finish off a team.
I mean, we've seen plays from all of them. Fricks, Micey, everybody is capable of making these plays, and that's what makes them so great in this series for now. You know, if they can keep this form up, I am super excited to see them further on into the tournament. But with this shape right now, you know, more than happy.
And this is one of the lobbies where I think Danish are set up to succeed the most, because sitting at 11th in their Pro League right now regionally, they are a very good team, almost top 10 in their region, and that's very early on into Pro League. But when we look at their BLGS results, when we look at the fact that this team has a huge history in Challenger Circuit, they are uniquely positioned to play in early lobbies like this, that while we may not be on the first day graceful, we are still in a position where, at least in the ALGS Open, you need to know how to win games, but you also need to know
I'm finishing my food.
early on and take advantage of those.
I gotta get more.
I'm gonna say a take where I actually think that teams that aren't in the consideration of top 10 bracket, maybe even top 15, have a harder time of understanding how to be proactive in different ways, because different environments will prepare you in different ways. When you're used to clashing in more chaoticness of lower brackets, or if you're playing from Challenger Circuit, you are more accustomed to this lobby, you know, by default, because you know how to say, no, this is how these lobbies play out, it's like at home, and they're definitely taking advantage of that. I'm so happy to see it.
Well, as we jump into game number 3, Crypto will be the legend ban. So no Crypto actually may change the game plan for a team like Danish really significantly, as their EMP usage last game to take endgame fights was a really critical part of their game plan. Now they've swapped that over to Ash, which gives them arguably a little bit more skirmish potential, but it's not the play style that let Danish get to the point they are now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having an EMP setup, and they have, like, EMP doesn't only, you know, do raw damage, it also gives you information with the drone, and they had clear communication. You know, let them fight, I'm about to EMP, you can queue through. That alone can, you know, make you on the same page as Dory Show taken out. What's a king?
People got to be aware of this. As we get later into the day, teams like Dory are going to start setting up traps. We've seen it from several squads. Twerkaholics was such a big part of this in yesterday's conversation, but Dory taking up that mantle play, going, you know, we may not be in the last 3 games yet. We may not really need these points, as they're already sitting in 5th place. But a little bit of extra kill points, yeah, you'll take those.
I don't think anybody denies that for sure. As long as you can do it safely, you know, they're more than happy to push that. Zone this time seems to be pushing more towards production mode, all the way to the west most likely. Very common zone as well. Even if it does end up going back more closer towards underpass, or even the tunnel that teams tend to get funneled towards around where Team Nemesis is, this zone is very fun because it is indeed 90% is a large slope.
Yeah, and Nemesis, big question mark for me. They didn't have the game that really I loved about them in game 1, and I think that was largely due to the lack of Newcastle that they really relied on for a lot of resets. Now looking at this 3rd game with the zone on top of them, pressure's on them, right? They and Deep Cross Gaming are almost demanded to take a 1st, 2nd, 3rd place position. When you have a ring on top of you like this, especially when you've already demonstrated, like Deep Cross and Nemesis have, that you can take 3v3s pretty well.
Yeah. I think Isegeki here was kind of happy that, you know, O2 didn't know that they were just to do it. It probably would have been sent by then. They're just, okay, let's just chill for now. Let everybody rotate for a bit. We're kind of far in the zone. People should rotate past us so we can get a proper reset. However, O2 is actually split. 2 people are waiting underneath if they drop, and 1 is trying to push them out but not dying. As we see the drop fall down right now, 10-10 ready to shoot him with the P20.
At this point, I was going to say you're not going back up, but I forgot completely about Alter TP. That's really useful and a nice bait for Isegeki, who now have the opportunity to camp both of these zip lines. 10-10 in sights, but not actually taken down. I believe O2 Try and set up a little trap up here. Since that split had already occurred, it's a nice drop for Rust to pick up the first knock, and now you've got a distinct numbers advantage. 3v2, 3v1, you don't have to know, you can just go for this. One last member of Isigeki, then 0-2, they are all over it.
And he immediately drops, even though he got CRQ'd, and he's about to take fatigue damage, or fatigued actually, so he gets slowed down, immediately gets wiped. That was a great moment, because even the Wraith just took the 1v1.
Bro, they tried ratting them.
Probably would have opted to queue.
Didn't work.
You guys can go up, that guy is low, but he wins that 1v1, and it was an easy cleanup. It was a duo, though.
Seer pretty useful there, too. I mean, you don't know that that's a duo unless you got something like Seer, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, well, actually we can take this fight pretty well. BBL in their own, I'll call this an engagement, although Rock are a little bit hesitant on what they actually want to do here. Overheat on Snipe down. Want to see whether that nade actually connects for any damage. Rock playing pretty passively, and I'll be honest with you, Graceful, I would be too. They have not had the easiest run so far.
They haven't had easy games, but they've had moments of where they could have exploded in game. I am not too sure about, you know, fully leaning on, especially with a comp like this, fully leaning on just playing a building without making any proactive plays, when all three of them are very capable players. If they just keep letting teams engage on them over and over inside of a building, when you're not running Newcastle because you can, when you're not running Watson, when you're not running any defensives, is that you're just gonna get smoked. There's really not much else to say. You need to be able to at least fight on even grounds and not sit in a corner. I'm hoping Rock can recognize this or stay more proactive to where if other people are fighting, we need to move out of this spot to get kills because they are a little bit behind the curve right now. But at this point, any team could have a blowout game because we're only on match.
Riddle order going to be around the same area as we saw Bacalao earlier. Vcan rotating through here as well. So potential 3v3s brewing on the entry into future zones. This is still what I'd call like a mid sort of battle where you don't really have to fight on edge right now. You can rotate past each other, and it's a matter of fishing for a little bit of damage. And Henji thinks that he's got enough to finish out this fight. Riddle, it seems, feel the same way as they back away, but Henji gets tagged.
Well, we're gonna go back to the other stream.
And getting knocked.
They're now running
it. Just been playing so bad. So many misplays, non-stop, getting shot and getting knocked before they even have a chance at a fight. It's just been bad the last two sets here. And Perp is not really a squad that will get aggressive. But if they see an opportunity like this where RR is getting pressure from the back of North and the front of South, bro, this is so bad. This is so bad. They do have wall down. Nice shots there by Datch. He's trying anything to take this pressure off that man from Purple Slushy.
I think they're good now.
I think so too. They should be fine. They are pressuring Purple Slushy in a really awkward spot. And they're actually moving up on this. Red Rams wants to take this fight onto Slushy. We'll see if they can do it. They're getting nades down here too. Nades are not going to hit. Actually, 42 does come out. Ulti comes out though for Purple Slushy. And a banger nade comes out too as well on top of the ulti.
And the swing.
Wait, Trace.
2v2, 2v2.
And now 2v1. Like 1v1.
Uh-oh. Is it Onmu?
I don't know who it is. The res does come out though, bro, and he can stick this on the NC. Are they getting third parties? The question, bro, in the back. They are. It is Falcons. That third party Purple Slushy over from Breaker Wharf into Eternal, man. That is tough.
Onmu's still alive.
Yep.
Just to throw that out there.
Yeah, Onmu is still up. He has a solo right now, and Red Rams get a full reset because of that. Massive. And Purple Slushy is dead. And Falcons get 1 KP, my apologies. Red Rams get 2, Falcons get 1, and Falcon Waltzy is still sitting in drone pretty over in the God spot here of Eternal Gardens, man.
Well, most importantly, though, for Falcons, they get the loot, bro.
They do. And outside, Omen about to fight here. RKN with a hot head right now, looking to make some plays and get aggressive. And they get 1 man.
MF is fighting
Noel Sang. MF is not fighting. Here we go. Look on that, Greek.
Yeah, I believe it's a 2v2 here. As Josh is going to go down, it's going to be the Oil Thunder.
Yep. And outside now going to be dead. Oil Thunder now going to be leaving in a jumping ship, brother, with that alter TP.
God damn,
in the meantime, bro,
so far.
The boys over at Omen do get 3 KP, which is beautiful for them, man. Or 2 KP, my apologies.
GG picked up 1 too.
Yep.
So they got their lick back.
Yep, so GG does get their KP back from the team that pushes in Omen and gets forced out. So GG will have 1 KP, man, and in that situation, Omen will get 2. Well played. Very well played. I mean, I can't lie, dude. Circle's a tough one. This is a really hard circle. I don't like this one that much for playing. Watching, fuck yeah. But rotating into Eternal Gardens is not easy.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It is more on the difficult side, for sure. Okay, no other fight gonna break out. 18 squads here, up 45, all full teams still kicking. The circle is difficult, so getting it early into Eternal, you're in a good spot. But rotating late into the zone is very difficult. Everything to get into Eternal Gardens is a choke point. Whether you're coming from both sides of Divide, coming in through Stasis, coming from the top of Stasis, or Break and Wharf, everything is a choke point to get into Eternal Gardens, courtesy of the gigantic mountains that Broken Moon has. And that is one of the main complaints that people have on this map, is the choke points are extremely strong and too deadly.
Yeah.
That's a fair complaint. For sure. Primo, we just don't want anyone to show on the main broadcast. We appreciate you showing love to our stream, but yeah, we just don't want anything too crazy, big dog. Love you.
You can support the stream and not shit talk a different stream.
Yeah, it's all good. We just don't want. We want to show love, bro. We have a mutual respect for all the casters over at Play Apex, so that's why, big dog. Let's say another 2 shares, man. Love you, but I appreciate you supporting us. That's all. All right, now DS gonna move on in. D Sports, Sweet D gonna move on in. And they're going to bounce back almost immediately.
Pulls out.
Whoa, what the fuck? It's going back to Stasis. This is an ugly zone here, Greek. Not a great one, man.
I mean, this is really good for Red Rams.
Oh, you're good, Beam. Appreciate it, man. Love
pretty ass for D Sports. Or, no, it's pretty good for D Sports.
Yeah, Sweet D's in a good spot. I don't know if it sticks, though, into Stasis. The only one I know, bro, is the one that does this.
Just right out on the hill.
Right here, right? You ever seen this one?
I've
seen that
here.
One, too. Yeah, up top.
And then there's one over here.
Yeah, Red Rams are in a pretty good position. The only problem with Red Rams,
there's one that ends on Infinite, too.
Yeah, I want to point out that Red Rams and Falcons are beefing for this one building. Red Rams holding this and leaving Falcons without it is massive. They need to continue to hold this building the whole game to make sure Falcons does not wrap their rear, because that is the worst squad to have, to actually wrap behind you on your backside, bro, and cause issues. And Dad's doing a good job, bro. He's low-key putting in the work right now against Zero. They're trading off equal shots back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is Falcons had that building.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
And they gave it up.
They did.
And once again, Falcons are playing without a rotational character.
True.
Technically, Ultra, yes, but, like, for example, if they want to gap close this, it's going to be a little tougher, and they're going to have to use the EMP for sure.
Yep. I want to point out, Dad's doing a good job holding, but I don't think Dad's going to get too crazy here, man, because he's actually supplying the boys over at Falcons with purple armor. He's giving Zero his purple off these trades. So, yeah, it's great that Dodge is doing damage, but he's not really doing too much more. Hal now getting active on the scene. It's going to be Fusion inside the choke here, as Hal is trying to get angles onto Fusion. January's going to get cracked by Hal. He's going to try to bounce back here now as well, underneath to where Fusion is playing. They're good.
Also, like, Datch is trying to hold this.
Yep.
He's giving it up. He's giving it up.
Yeah,
I was going to say he was not showing any urgency to get his teammates back. But I'm going to be honest, I don't like this, though.
Where? What, from Datch?
I don't like this from Red Rams at all. I feel like they need to die for that building.
I think so, too.
They can't give that up, because if they stay on that hill and they give that up, they're gonna get angled out.
But look who's coming now, bro, from behind. It's actually Mfei through the Breaker Wharf choke point, Greek. This is not a good spot, man, to be in. If you're Mfei, they got to make a play here when they're going to have Falcons on their left and they're going to have the boys over at Red Rams on the right.
Yeah.
Mfei might just feed face on one of these squads, but Falcons does take that building, and now they're going to be supplied with a great spot here in this endgame, Greek. Or at least a spot to maneuver left to right around this mountaintop, depending on where the zone goes.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this fares for Red Rams. I don't think it's going to go great.
Yep.
But we'll see.
I want to see what Mfei does, bro. This is the biggest thing to me. Look, they're looking to make a play on the Falcons right now.
DK might be fighting now against Arneb.
And they are. Here we go.
And Park is going to go down.
God, bro. KG.
And the swing and TK.
Damn, bro. KG didn't even have a chance. Falcons now dying.
Oh,
and them
shoot.
are also recognizing one's going to be down here, man.
Oh, my gosh. It's Enfei and Red Rams going after them.
Down. This is
that
not
is
good
crazy.
right now, man, for Falcons. And actually, never mind, dude. Enfei is fucking trolling. Why would they not recon that, bro? With their crypto scan. They put the fucking drone underneath the staircase. Hello?
And, I mean, RR backs up too, so Falcons get a full reset there.
Yeah, they do. That's insane work.
Because no one wants to push another team. Because if one team pushes them, the other team's just gonna like third party that.
Where
Like,
are we?
they're all not
What
gonna
is
do it
going
because they
on?
don't want that third party.
Mfe leaves. Rig now fighting year 2. And now
And
Rig gonna
Moman.
be dead. I'm on you right now.
It's going to be Omit on the bottom.
Yep. Kurahara now to fight. Omit's gonna be here, baby. Trades not possible. Last one, Pinoter.
And Pinoter goes down.
GG.
And Omit now coming in for the third party.
That was Omit. I just fought them, wasn't it?
No, there was 2 teams in that building, and then Omit is thirding it.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I don't know if the other team left.
I think so, but I want to point out that Sang has
Yeah,
4
it was
KP.
a solo of Arneb.
Sang is the kill leader, bro. And now Mfe
He's
is
invis.
dying to zone, bro.
Matsutasha's invis, and he gets found.
GG's, bro. And look at this. Mfe is dying to zone.
I don't know where they're
They
going, bro.
leave bro, they have been playing. With all due respect, they are playing this so poorly, man. So poorly.
They're going to evac over.
But they saw the initial knock on Falcons.
Yeah, but they don't want to
wanna
get
see what they do. I
third
have to watch
party.
this. Now
We all have to watch this.
They are going to evac over. This is a good evac spot. They also don't have to go now, bro. They should wait till the next zone. Do not go now. They can wait, man. Can they? Actually, I don't know if they can.
I'm also, dude, because the zone is pulling all the way back to stasis, they might actually be able to find a spot to land in.
Yep. For sure. GG now. Going to be good here, too. They see the zone now pulling over to stasis. They have a great spot for this. They get this swing, and here we go. GG gets smoked, trying to fight. Holy Lufka damage, baby.
He can peek him from the bottom.
He is trying to right now. Here we go. The angle's going to Lufka going to come out. And they get a battery off, though, bro. You saw double bats popped, and somehow GG does not wipe this squad. And they actually lose their spot. That's crazy. How did they not get the KP there?
Yeah,
How do we not get that wipe? Lufka just did so much damage in that gunfight. But they got rocked, man, in that first initial swing. Mfe still here, vibing. Falcons still in their spot. Red Ram still holding them out. Dash is holding this angle off the whole time, man, on the Falcons.
Leave no witnesses in a really bad spot here.
For sure. Red RRX now fighting here too. Board now moving up as well. Let's see the play that Board makes. I would not go right at all here. I would be going left, but they don't have a lot of options. They're going to stick inside Ravine, and this spot is terrible, man. Zero with a knock. Oh, and they're just torched, bro. Board is probably going to be going down here, man. They are. Falcons want this fight. This is the right call to make here too. I mean, Metsu right now is looking to make shots or grenades to rain down on top of Falcons, but they're already more pushed out than what they even are doing
Nice
right now.
the re-knock. They need to swing that guy solo.
They do. Snare coming out. PK shots coming down. Metsu hits nothing but air, bro.
It got stolen by January.
It does, man. And that's going to be Falcons now with some extra KP. And at that meantime, bro, Dash is now getting angles here on the Falcons again. Nice job, though, by Falcons to secure that KP, man. Well played. It's Dash getting shots down here, too. The Red Rams is still holding off Falcons, man. They got to make a play now on this rotate. We're going to tune into Falcons, see what they do.
Mfe did their evac as well, and they went over, and they're chilling on the wall.
Let's see what Zero and Falcons do here. They have
Totem
4
eliminated.
KP.
We're down to 13 squads.
Yep, Total going to be dead. Board going to be dead. And now Falcons.
Orchid's going to pick up a kill here, too.
Yep, they're going to be fighting here as well. Orchid going to be getting shots down onto the squad in front. Multiple squads out on the play. Orchid has to move through Eternal Gardens. Falcons also now have to make a play here too. All these teams in Eternal that do survive that clusterfuck we just watched has to now commit to a play. And I'm tuning into Falcons here, Greek. They now have to fight Red Rams for a god spot for this zone. It's clutch or kick right now, man, for Falcons. And they are getting held out big time. Let's see the play being made. Let's see.
And here they go, the swing.
There it is. And they're going to get Chico, bro. Red Rams did not do a good job holding this. What the fuck is that slam from
Whoa, what is that
Dash in the back
slam?
now, and
Oh
Red
my
Rams
gosh,
get
bro.
wiped.
That
And
slam
now
was
Falcons are
terrible.
an absolute god spot. Moving on in. Red Rams did a horrible job holding that. And that is the difference right there in a confident squad and a coordinated team.
And Fusion's going to go down here, I think, too.
January
It's going
is-
to be Orchid that might be pushing in to kill him.
Low key though, man. This might be a residual offense for Fusion.
Orchid's going to die, too.
Wait, and now everyone's
They need
dying.
these kills.
Come on you.
And
GG's, bro. Orchid doesn't get him. Falcons now jump down. Fusion dead. Orchid dead. Infinite now gone here, too. Tough.
Wow. What a
Majority
ton
of
of
squads now dying. And Omen on the other side looking real good here. And they're recognizing that there's more teams here to fight and get some KP, and Omit wants blood.
They're sending it!
And they want blood!
He just got hit by a nade!
Jesus Christmas, nades come down, and surely Falcons third party this week. And they are. Falcons
Bro,
third.
Falcons?
NFA with shots
They're gonna
as well,
they're
man,
gonna do it.
backside. And
Go ahead
Raiders-
and
Who the hell is that? It's LNW coming back.
Oh, maybe
my God,
MFA.
it is?
How goes down?
How goes down?
MFA's in a pretty good spot. They somehow just managed to, like,
The portal.
And how does bounce
evac
back
tower
with the TP
to
and
that
they're good to
spot.
go.
Like,
It's a solo.
that was actually
to leave
really
no
good.
witness.
Yeah, they can't really do much. How gets knocked? Full kill, by the way.
Wow.
For Imperial, hallelujah. They're having a banger game so far, so even if they do die here, it's not that big of a deal. Falcons looking for the reset.
How had 6 kills when he went down.
Yeah, no, they're having an absolute banger. I think they have like 9 to 10 KP right now. Insane. Should be fine. Hal now gets back in courtesy of that crypto drone. Leave no witness is a solo. Both banners are grabbed, but I don't think he has anywhere to res. He's also not the crypto. There's no crypto, so it's just chalked here for
He's
Leave No
1
Witness.
HP.
Yeah, they're chalked for sure. No questions. I mean, unless he just griefs. Zero getting knocked
They got the res on
from
Hal.
a smoke launcher. Zero just got knocked from a bank smoke. Who the fuck is
Falcons
that?
is full 3-man
Is
up.
that MFA? No, it's not. Who just did that? Huh? Leave No Witness not fighting. It's the solo of Leave No Witness.
They gotta get the
He
kills.
gets 2.
Nice.
Oh my God. And now
Hal
Hal
dead on the cross.
trying to cross over, trying to survive, gonna get an armor swap here. Full goal, and they go for the reset. Bro, their resets are unbelievable.
No way.
I mean, yeah, wait, bro. RX is doing fucking nothing. And this is a confident.
They have 11 kills.
Yeah, I mean, they're killing the game, bro. They are killing the game. And that is the reset differential, bro. And
Oh
a
my God.
158 onto Hal's Molotov.
Hal just ate that.
Holy fuck, dude. And there it is. They're going to move on up to that right side. We have now Falcons as a duo. GG still kicking here underneath as well, killing off MFA. Multiple squads now.
I do
Not
want to
looking
point
too
out,
hot. Yep.
Falcons have the crypto alive and have a Moby.
They do.
If
Stop
they
it.
don't get pushed here, they could potentially reset.
Maybe, but look who's looking to maybe stop that reset, man. It's going to be GG looking to maybe make a play here onto the Falcons. But they get that res onto Hal, and the GG is not committing towards that res. They're actually looking towards
And Oil
MFA on the
Thunder
right.
eliminated.
Falcons going to reset, bro. Wow, that is an insane queue. Hello? Oh, what the hell is that queue? That was insanity, brother. I have never seen a queue like that in my life. That was so cool. And here it is, man. GG. Full 3-man.
dead. We're down to 4 squads.
4 squads of full, courtesy of the Imperial Hallelujah res.
And here comes the EMP Falcons looking for some blood here.
Yep. And Falcons now moving up. Trying to angle out in
BBL.
threes. 1 shot comes down, 2 from Hal. Can he make it 3? PK whipping, hitting nothing but air on that last one. And now they get swung.
Nice. Oh my God,
Oh,
Hal
man,
just
bro.
went nuclear.
GG,
10
bro.
kills.
For Imperial Hallelujah.
25.
Oh my
Hal
gosh.
for the rest of the game right
Falcons
now, man.
win.
GG does some crazy. Well played, man. Hal with a banger of a game. 10 and 2.5. GG still full 3-man on
They
the
just queued
inside.
in and took the inside from D.
Yeah, so GG's now inside. Is inside even that good,
It's
bro?
a solo from D Sports, a full 3 from GG, and then Falcons. Dude, this is Falcons' game to win.
I think so as well. They're on the opposite side of both teams on the inside. This should be a really, really good game, man, for Imperial Hal and Zero and Walsey.
And Falcons win, Falcons win, Falcons win,
Going
Falcons
down
win.
now as well. Falcons
And this
looking
is
to
just
pick
free.
up, bro. There, just looking
This
to
is
pick up
just
every
free.
KP. And Falcons.
Bro, the amount of
with
resets
a
they had
massive,
was so good.
Massive W in losers bracket round 2.
And I mean, dude, we talked about that building that Red Rams had first.
Yep.
They let them have it. They give it up. Red Rams takes it back. Then they give it up. Then MFA had a chance to kill Falcons while they were in that building. None of those scenarios happened, and then Falcons wins the game for fucking 26, 27 points.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, too, is the amount of teams that just don't capitalize in these lobbies, bro. And we all knew that Falcons shouldn't be here in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. There's an outlier in this lobby. It is indeed Falcons, and they're showing why they don't deserve to be in the losers.
I was going to say, and they just proved there
That they
what
should
they're
be.
capable of.
For sure.
29 points for the Falcons.
Massive game.
GG going to pick up 15. D Sports picks up 7. RRX picks up 10. MFA picks up 6. Oiled Thunder with 3. LNW with 8. Omit picks up 11. 9 kills there. Not bad. Not bad game for them.
Gorger, can we unblock that turn, please? Thanks, Gorger. Love you.
Infinite picks up 2, and Fusion picks up 5.
Yep.
GG's.
Alrighty. I mean, massive game from Hal. Absolutely fucking killed it there.
That's a hell of a way to bounce back after a 30-minute pause.
Oh, for sure, dude. 29 points in a single match is absolutely unbelievable from Falcons. Again, showing everybody why they probably shouldn't even be in this losers bracket, but they are regardless, and that's how sometimes the cookie crumbles. And that is going to be Falcons in first place with 29 points. GG is going to be in second with 15. Omit going to be in third with 11. We have RRX in fourth with 10. Leave No Witness in fifth. Sweet D in seventh. MFA in sixth. MFA in 7th, Team Orchid in 8th, Fusion 9th, and Oil Thunder in 10th. I want to point out again one more time that the bottom 10 of this lobby will be sent home, and the top 10 will be playing later today in winners. So, one of the biggest things. What's that? No, I'm good. Okay. Actually, no, I don't need it. My bad. I thought I was going to look at my phone, but I think it was almost dead. I need to pee really bad now, too.
You're good.
This would be the time for a pee-pee-poo-poo break, technically speaking. These games are probably going to start up very fast, Chad. Because of the delay going on, they'll probably have literally zero downtime in between these games. They're going to get this shit going because of the delay we just had. I mean, dude, massive game from Falcons. They're already qualified probably into the top 10 based off that game. Yeah. If they get 0 points for the rest of the matches, then maybe they don't make it, but they're not going to do that. So Falcons probably already qualified 3 man into the winners bracket. But again, we shall see what goes on here. Still a lot more teams to be able to play here, man. A lot more teams that need to step it up. Red Rams with a good spot in zone don't capitalize on holding out any position.
I called it. They can't give up that building and think that they're going to survive on that side.
Yep.
They have to play that building.
Falcons had 99 points in Lobby 1. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't think the overalls don't matter in this specific group stage.
Yeah.
It's top 10, bottom 10.
Mm-hmm. So top 10 here go to not winners, but elimination round 3 or some shit, whatever it is. Which, I don't know how it works. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Yeah. But I guess it's just elimination round 3 after this.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back. I'm going to go pee real quick. One sec.
Bro, why do
you... primed and ready to go. Something that I really like out of this initial series from them is the fact that we're getting to see both sides of the coin of their decision-making. Their macro has been superb, putting them in primary positions where they know they can win from, but they're still not losing that necessary aggression where they know they have to pick up heavy amounts of KP to rein into a very safe top 10 here. Yeah. They sit above the rest of this lobby, 20 points plus. That's not something you do just making smart decisions. You also have to capitalize on your skill set when it comes to the guns.
Absolutely. Let's keep on them as we run through those final circles of the last 3 games that if you didn't catch, we'll show them to you now. Danish on top early on, Zeph, and they continue to keep that pressure.
This was a really great game, and notably, it was a big discussion regarding Team Nemesis to start, especially outside.
Team Nemesis.
What was this little valley hold there? Now, this push, especially between Rival and early on here, was what led to potentially the downfall, we will say later on, of Team Nemesis. They get into this heavy position forward here, looking to clean things up, and while they have this height to their advantage, this is something that they quickly lose, looking to thirst for these kills. You can see there. There's the Tempest, Noises, Remix, Zuni. I don't think they had to go for the full send on the drop. Danish see this. They understand they have a quick advantage. They drop the ultimate in return, and in this quick position of switch up, they're already at an
well,
advantage.
I think
but they accidentally lose Remix power.
Designful's gonna be out.
Still a direct 2v1. Could have been something good for Nemesis, but that far push forward was more than enough for Danish to capitalize.
Oh, not okay. It's still game 3. Or game 4. They're in game 4 right now. It's all good, all good.
Getting the extra time from the Nox. Jamerson, they would push on. Danish, I know, is a team you've had your eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very similar story here in match number 2. Definitely playing off the prio coming out from Bionomics. That's where they ended up dropping here. And going over to Terraformer for our second ring. Dewa was talking about it on the casting desk there, that they did a great job of just identifying the threats on the outside. Of course, it came down to a 4-team finish here. Once they deal with this, get the full reset, it came down to 2 separate, team fights, 3v3s, clear 3v3s on the outside. You see No Surrender actually peeking their head out to try and take a fight with Danish, but Danish were quick on it. Look at the response by them. No one even going down there, and this was all just icing on the cake for them. They knew they had to win. The climb up was easy for them. They get involved in the third party. A few kills do end up getting away from them, but they try to jump in to try and eat up as much as possible. But for the simple fact that Danish were able to play off their prio, they convert 2 games into wins. And then also, when we go into map number 3, they get the cross map. That one's a little bit more difficult. We still see that they have really strong team fight prowess.
Mizey and Sherb getting the job done. 3,000 damage between them in game 2. And then, of course, we just saw this match 3 with BBL.
Yeah, and while we talked about BBL, before we even get deeper into it, one thing I do want to shout out as well is the fact that Backlit was in this top spot. They were the team holding that low ground behind those rampart walls, and they also had gotten second place in the match before. So we're starting to see consistency out of a few of these squads. But you had mentioned the Kraber in the hands of Jason and was really able to output that damage using the ballistic synergy, like we heard the casters talking about, to their advantage, and really kind of being annoying in the best way, right? Being able to keep everybody away, force them to be in a tougher spot than they'd like to be, and use that height to their advantage. And this is the point when we were waiting for them to really make that final push down, clean it up, and the angle that they had on height the entire time was really all they needed to make sure they cleaned that up. And you could tell they really wanted that win at the end.
And there was a comment we were having about grenade, throw a grenade, but I think when you're throwing a grenade in a situation like that, or you're running in with P20s, it's the difference between I'm going to make sure I have every moment ready before I fight versus I know I'm going to win this fight, I'm sliding down, I'm just getting involved. That's the confidence BBL had, and it's continued to pay dividends. But now, if you look at that, there's 2 other teams in the mix, you know, with Danish, with O2 that you just saw, that are also threats in here, alongside Team Nemesis, who's been performing, Ben, which you highlighted earlier on, alongside Rivals. I want to switch gears, though, guys, and talk Legends. Let's go more in the game outside of the players. We're now looking at Ballistic Ban. We've seen how important that has been, Jamerson, for Danish in their first 2 wins. No Crypto, no Newcastle. What do you have your eyes on here as we head to our last 3 games?
I mean, overall, since the beginning of the tournament, we were talking about that early Newcastle ban is a big indicator. We are seeing that, once that safety of the Newcastle is gone, it is full pedal to the metal, right? We're getting aggressive legend after aggressive legend, Ballistic now, just shooting up the ban charts, right? Totally. Getting a lot of prio, although it was Crypto this time in the second ban, and then Ballistic coming in third, but he has been seeing a lot of high prio here, and that might start to peter off a little bit later on in like maybe round number 4, round number 5, where teams are trying to play a little bit more conservative. Not everyone's trying to fight on the edge. So we'll see if maybe that evens out a little bit.
Well, a lot of fun action on the way, and a lot of fun action has been happening. Again, this is the ALGS Open, so the pit is where the rest of the teams that you're not watching on main stage are duking it out. And we've obviously got somebody great standing by. Lace, let us know what's been going on these last few.
Yeah, look, we've got lobbies 2, 3, and 4 to cover. This could be the end for a lot of our teams. We are sending so
No, this will be the end for a lot of the teams.
So if we could take a look at these standings, we have so much to cover at the moment to see what teams will be staying or will be going home here for New Orleans. If we look at, you know, lobby number 2, we kind of want to celebrate the teams at the top, but we need to focus on the bubble around 10th place here. So if we look at teams like Crazy Raccoon, Enterforce, who did a formidable job at Japan, you know, they are sitting quite close to being eliminated. Zero Tenacity as well, a team, you know, that needs to ultimately perform in this lobby here, and a fair few teams down the bottom that really need to pull it together just to be able to hit that top 10. Of course, you know, we've got VG and all that at the top. It's kind of a given that these teams should be able to get back into the winner's bracket, but yeah, Crazy Raccoon and Enterforce need to be a little bit careful. And if we move over to lobby number 3, you know, a lot of these you know, big names in this one. You know, we've got Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Omit, but we want to focus on Fusion, Oiled Thunder, Red Rams, another excellent team, might be going home. Infinite there as well. Reignite, CC, the list goes on for this lobby. It's going to be a very nail-biting situation for lobby number 3. And finally, our 4th lobby. We have some well-known teams in this one who aren't new to like the LAN pressure, but they seem to be under the pump today. And it's going to be a very, very crazy thing. Even a team such as Ruckus, you have no idea who they are, but they're actually in the top 10, and you might be seeing teams like Source Gaming heading home. So there's a lot happening here in the pit with these 3 lobbies, but time will tell. That's only 3 games. We still have another 3 to go. and we'll find out what happens. But I'll put it over to the casters where we can watch exactly what's happening on the main screen.
Thank you so much, Lace. Vicky Kitty here with Genome, and after the action, we've already seen Danish kicking it up a notch here on Broken Moon, but we are making that transition onto our next map over by World's Edge. But it's been very interesting to see the legend bands that we've had already promoted to us within those first 3 games.
Yeah, it's been differing across the tournament. We saw earlier today, some teams like Falcons struggled when Newcastle stayed in the
Uh-oh.
the stronger legends in here, but yeah, should have been looking.
I mean, you know what? If I could get a Danish for breakfast, you already know we're actually popping off for the rest of the day. Hopefully popping off just as we've seen Danish out here with double KP dubs on Broken Moon. Can they keep that momentum going into World's Edge? And of course, BBL also coming in with the 13 KP. And that was the game that we saw the majority ballistic. So that also means that we will have Alter available to us going into World.
Get it going. They don't just half-ass these fights, man.
Yeah. I mean, I want to point out, dude, I thought the zone was pulling towards the Divide side. Okay. Right? Totem was the team that landed Divide, and look at where they went. They are all the way in Terra now as they do.
And Falcons now chasing down Orchid. It's going to be the boy. Panic now going down. Falcons finding 1 KP. As the other 2 are going to be sent to running.
And Fusion's there too.
Yeah, and Waltzy's getting that CCTV footage for all the comms for Falcons that they need to continue this fight.
And they do get the Finn onto Panic.
Yep.
Orchid is eliminated.
Man,
wow.
This has been a
plays.
bad 2 sets so far for the boys over at Orchid. Reply Totem now going to also be eliminated here too. And multiple squads going to move on in. Fusion just gets into zone here as well, and they're going to be met by Falcons, who knows that they already qualify pretty much into the next round for elimination round 3, but they got to watch out. Got to make sure that Falcons don't get too horny and send shit crazy, because they now have that confidence to do so, Greek. And they have no worry in the world, man. They're good to go.
Hey, as the games go on, the pressure's going to start to build more, dude. Omit picking up kills now. It's going to be outside, down to a solo.
That's tough, man. And that is now the second time that Omit have killed off outside, so it's Sang on Sang violence. Sang is now fighting no Sang again. So
and remember, chat, bottom 10 from this lobby
gone.
Is out.
They're gone.
They are gone. They are going home.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, now Purple Slush is going to move on up. They're now fighting their way into the zone here too. We'll see what this looks like. Honestly, now Panic looks pretty good at LAN. These lobbies are just a little more difficult than the first one. It's just hard, bro. Like, the way Orchid plays, I wasn't really sure how they were going to do at LAN. The first round, obviously, they performed exceptionally well and they did a good job, but, like, overall, it's just harder to do what they do in these lobbies. They do like to fight. They like to get aggressive. But now the quality of the teams have increased with now all these squads being eliminated so far in this tournament. It's a little bit more difficult for Orchid to play the way they want to. Aggressive squads,
outside
man.
Eliminated.
Yep. Aggressive squads usually tend to not do so well at LAN. It's just a known fact that zone teams do better at an average than an aggressive edge squad, for sure. Now, Red Rams maybe looking to fight Infinite down below. We'll see what this looks like. They're going to hit the zone peek in here, but again, we don't really need it because we have our own little tools, and it's going straight to CCG or LNW over in Divide. Have we had a Divide end zone once in scrims? No. I don't think I saw a single Divide end game in a scrim. I think it's going to go towards LNW and CCG post up in these 2 buildings.
Yeah, and I mean, like I keep saying, dude, Totem had that info and chose to go Terraformer.
Yep.
With that info, and all 3 of the POIs that had that ring info all chose to go to Divide.
Yep.
So, just like that, Totem picks up 0 points. They go all the way to Terra and get 19.
So tough, man. So tough.
TK on the backside, they're going to take the far top buildings.
Yep.
Reignite on the other side of the mountain, which is where a couple teams actually initially thought the zone was going to go. And it keeps on pulling, but hey, there's still another pull waiting to happen. We'll see if it keeps pulling back or if it goes the other way.
I think it does. GG now going to shot out of here 2, man, off that beacon. They're going to be good to go. Should be fine to move on in. They do have the zone knowledge. KK Gaming is going to be good here too. Board over in quarantine zone. Multiple squads. We're going to move on in. Omen now with the rotation again.
Whoa, that circle.
No, it did not go there any scrims. Yeah, it definitely did
That
not.
mount
Sure.
is literally split, almost splits down.
Devi was not touched during a single time in scrims. And we bounced
Who's going to be in the other
side?
side? That's the question.
Just the way it's.
Who's going to have that evac?
Just you never know how these games will play out at LAN. Sometimes shit's just a little bit different. There are also 3 panics. I want to point out there are 3 panics. There's a South American panic on L1W, I believe.
Yeah.
There's a panic on Orchid, and there is a panic on E36, known as Synap. But it's panic backwards.
Yeah.
I'll point that out. So people do mistake those players a lot. I saw people in chat asking how many there were. All right, well, 17 squads of 51 still here, man. Board now going to move on into the quarantine zone. RR, Red Rams now going to knock you 2 on the Artib. And Dash looking for a knock. They get it on Yuri.
And Nefu lost alive again.
And he's gone, bro. Nefu's now running away almost immediately. He's going to try to get out. He makes it past the door. A quick little close and the slide down. And he is gone. He's the only one there. He should be good. But wait, RR gets caught off looting. No way. And it's GG moving on up, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't look like there's another third party inside here. GG, they want these points.
Yep.
They know there's a knock. They have an advantage, and they need points too.
Yeah, I mean, RR, bro. GG is horny.
Oh my God, light back fed.
It was close for sure, man. RR does not capitalize off light dropping
and
down.
Goes down.
But Blast now dead here too.
How? How? There's another team. It's Infinite and MF. It's not only a third party, but there's a fourth party coming in now. And GG, Star with a knock, and now they die.
And RR still a full 3-man back in. There's 3 squads that post up, and then they all disperse. GG literally got influenced by both teams coming to Terraformer, and then both teams coming to Terraformer leave. They bounce. They dip fucking out, man. That's insane. GG's.
I can't believe it, dude. What a turn of events there for GG, man. And
Yeah,
that's got to start kicking shit into overdrive, dude. They can't afford to have those types of games in this elimination bracket.
Bro, and GG's not even playing that good, bro. Like, they are just fucking trolling in so many fights. And we know how good that squad is. There is zero excuse for them to be struggling this much in so many 3v3s. Omen now getting knocked here on the fusion. It is that boy Cody looking for his full kill. He might get it, actually. They're not in a good spot to get this res at all on Trev.
And Oil Thunder's actually lurking right next to him, too.
All right, I don't think Omen will full commit to this fight, but they need to make sure that they get some extra KP here, man. No, they can't even get it either. Fusion does get that res. No, they don't. Trev's dead. I didn't realize. GG's. So Trev does go down. All right. Well, GG might have got second last game, but to my standards, and I think Greek standards of that team, they are not playing what they need to play in order to make finals, man. Like, we know how good that squad is, and the way they're playing, even getting the losers bracket, is not what they need to be doing. They are definitely a winners bracket all the way to finals team, for fucking sure.
Oh, yeah.
That squad is great. Oh, my God, Sang sits on it, and he just got, what the fuck? He just bounced up all the way from the roof, man. That was insane.
They don't get pushed, though, so this should be okay.
That was a perfect grenade jump up top, looking like he's playing Halo. That was nuts.
And Pharaoh gets thirsted from Oil Thunder, and then you have Board in the mix as well.
Man, there is just so many teams. Sweet D, Omen, so many squads moving on in, man. This is fucking wicked
I mean,
work.
Omen is in the worst spot of all of them.
Oh, by far. Yep. No questions asked. And Omit is literally in the mix. They have to go through all these teams sitting in front. This is not going to be easy here, man, for the boys over at Omit. And that's also not going to be easy.
And now Oil Thunder taking some shots here on the board.
It's not easy because Sang's rocking an R301. Nice, good whistle. Yondu coming out. The double whistle comes out here too. Nice shot.
Double whistle.
Damn, good fucking shots, man.
And Neptune's going to go down.
Yep.
And now Omit's probably going to be using this time to walk forward, too.
They are. And at the same time, man, Omit is now walking forward here. Let's see what they can do, man. And it's Board. Oh.
Wow. They just got torched.
Oh, my God. Can we get a PC check, Isle Sang? What the fuck was that? That looked like Toofy just spawned into this game. That was insane.
Don't remind us about Toofy.
Oh my goodness. That just got evaporated. And now Omen's gonna make this rotation in. RR now fighting though, man. They're going down. Last one here. It's gonna be Dash getting sent on, baby. It's gonna be KK Gaming moving on in for the full wipe, but I think they're gonna get it once that knockdown does go down.
Yeah, they should be able
Catwall
to swing
does
this.
come out, and they're not swinging it. Bro, this is the shit I'm talking about, bro. They better swing this shit.
Did he leave?
No, he's...
Fusion eliminated.
Yeah, Fusion does go down, and Kika Gaming does not get any full kills. Purple Slushy
Arnett
now
full
moving in.
eliminated, as is Oiled Thunder.
Yep, and Purple Slushy trying to make their way on in. It's going to be Future now going down here too. Omen having a great game so far, but they're only now a duo as multiple squads are looking, and one goes down to zone. Infinite now gatekeeping. They're also only a duo, and they're looking to go right side. Red Rams now officially go down.
Yep, and now RIG picking up kills too. Falcons looking to influence a little bit here onto Purple Slushy.
Yep. I think Falcons could definitely influence in a negative way, man, for one of these squads.
I mean, Purple Slushy's just eating it right now.
Yeah, Falcons just in a really good spot, man. This is perfect.
Oh my God, the slide here from Orbit as Pluto's gonna go down. Future now last alive here.
Wait, and Hal's gonna be one shot. Hal goes down to Dan. Dan is the man. If he can't do it, no one can. As Imperial Hallelujah gets knocked. And it's gonna leave Zero and Waltzy, who's already pushed up, trying to make a play a little bit more far forward. Waltzy does come back though. He's
They
good.
should be able to get this
so,
reset
too.
off. Why did he stop?
Hello? I don't know. Wait, why is he...
And now 3 teams are going to be fighting on this opposite side too.
Damn, good shots there for Zero. And we're going to move on over to INF. That boy Bushi, I know him. I've watched him in CC qualify for Pro League. It's going to be Kurahara going down. Infinite now with a swing, trying to make shit happen on the other side of the mountaintop.
There should be a third party here, and Reignite eliminated. Good shots there from Bushi.
Gorgeous
It's
havoc
still-
shots, man.
No, it's Mfe just a solo.
Yep. Mfe is indeed just
And Infinite
a solo.
does have evac towers to get over. I'm pretty sure it goes over.
Yep.
And they're looking for it now.
There we go. Falcons out fighting it again. Ew. Good job, man. Hal goes down, but now makes up for it, brother. We'll see what happens.
Oh, he goes on again.
Swing here from Falcons.
It's Omen.
Shots.
It's Omen as a duo here, moving on
It's
up.
1v1,
It's
I think,
Cody. I think it's a Cody. Well, it's 2-1.
They got all the reses?
I don't know, maybe. I'm not even too sure. Wait a minute.
Oh! Zero. Ice cold.
Oh my gosh.
Onto Omen. Are you fucking kidding, man?
Ice cold.
My
Oh
gosh.
my goodness. Zero breaks the ankles of Omen, and he wants more blood. And Falcons go down
Damn,
to
bro.
Sweet D.
Wow.
It's that boy Dan, man. It is that boy Dan. Good job, though, man. Very clean there from Zero and D. Now looking at... What the fuck?
The Fuse now picking up some... Hey, it's Future.
They should be fine. It is Future trying to make a play. He's all by himself.
He is throwing so many nades.
Oh my...
That is a literal mortar strike.
And he hit 0.
He hit for 12. And he's got even more.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, he was just stuck one in the face. That guy was called that shit like he's Randy. That was close, dude.
I mean, dude, Purple Slushy has been down to a solo since like 12 or 13 squads, and he's made it all the way to 7.
True.
And this zone is ending right out in the middle of the open.
Yep.
Damn. That was a crazy clutch from Zero. 1v2 there. Ice cold. Stood his ground.
That was a great job, bro. A dash is just so useful for so many players. It's just so good. The outplay potential that dash provides for MNK players alongside the dash streaming is just truly beautiful. And oh my God, the fucking swing.
God.
Jesus Christmas.
And Kike just got rolled.
Hello?
Right into a backwood.
Did they even shoot straight? Did they even shoot at all?
Mfe eliminated. Now we're down to 5 squads. There is 1 rat, and it is still Purple Slushy.
You gotta
dude.
point out, man, CCG's pretty fucking good at fighting for his Challenger Circuit squad. They're looking really good on so many 3v3s.
They're portaling out here. I don't know where they're going to go.
There's not much to play. There's also not that many squads up, so playing certain angles might be extremely difficult, allowing for teams to take angles they usually can't due to pressure from other squads. There's a lot of teams alive. See what they do here. They are getting shutouts immediately. I don't know why Swiftness took that back.
I think it
Go
was
back in now to
accidental.
100%, yeah. All right.
They're going to have to burn this cat wall.
Oh, for sure. I mean, nah, maybe
They don't have
not.
Newcastle wall just yet either.
They're kind of fine right now. The teams inside Divide are not
If he
really
gets a
doing much.
Newcastle wall down here, I think they're okay.
I think so too. No one's wrapping from the back. They're kind of good right now. I actually really like the spot here, man, for CCG. I think just to keep applying pressure onto these squads over in the northwest and northeast. I think they have a really good game on their hands. Catwall does come out from multiple teams, though. Other squads are not fighting. We leave no witness now. Trying to stay up, Rain and Tricky trying to make this work.
And Swiftness is actually swinging this too.
Yup.
He picked up
and
one.
that is CCG with the swing.
Yep.
L&W dead, purple slushy dead. We're staying on board with CCG here, Greek.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good right now. They're getting swung by the other team, though. It's going to be Dan.
No, it's going to be Sweet D. Swift, last man standing. It's clutch or kick. And he does not get it. And Sweet D with a W in game number 2. GG's, man. GG's. It is just P20 after P20
every
after
fight, dude.
P20
Every fight.
after P20, man. It is non-stop P20s throughout every game we're watching. Game 2 now done. GG's.
Wow.
Tough. I mean, bro, listen.
Dan, Taish, and Orbit.
I do not know Dan. I do not know Tyson. I do not know Orbit. So I do not know any of them.
CC team?
I actually do not know, man.
All right,
there we go. 10 kills. A W, man.
D-Sports, 22 points. As CCG is going to pick up 17. Infinite picks up 14. LNW picks up 5. Purple Slushy picks up 6. MFA picks up 4. Kike picks up 4. RRX picks up 2. Falcons get 7. And Omit, another, 10-point game, even though they got 10. And I'm pretty sure last game they had 7 or 8 kills too, so they're picking up their KP.
Now, Omit's doing a good job right now of capitalizing before they're dying, which is exactly what I expect Omit to do every single game. They like fighting. They like doing that shit. They like getting in early scraps, and they don't really care about placement. We also heard literally saying before, we are never playing zone again. So I'm expecting them to die a little bit earlier with a good amount of KP. That's one of the main things here, man, from Omit that I'm expecting, is to have them, bro, get some early KP.
I don't know if
all good.
It's just not up yet.
No worries.
I'm gonna-
Going into lobby or game number 3 here for lobby.
Sadly,
number 3.
I will not be able to
Last one
watch
here, man,
or stream
on
the entire
the
rest of the day.
moon. We have Falcons in first place.
So I'm just gonna
points.
let you guys know.
Sweet D gonna be in second with
I will
29.
be
Omit's
heading
gonna
out
be in
now.
third with 21.
But
CCG
I
gonna
encourage
be
you guys
fourth with 18,
to continue
Infinite in
to
fifth with
watch
16.
the
GG in sixth.
ALGS
Leave no witness
and all
in
that stuff. So
seventh.
head over to
RRX
Twitch or
in eighth.
YouTube
Rig in ninth.
and
MFA
just
in
watch
10th.
the stream
bottom
there.
10 has
But anyways,
Red
thank you very
Ram
much for watching.
Fusion,
Appreciate it.
Slushy,
I probably won't be live
Oil
until
Thunder,
Sunday,
TK Gaming, Arnis,
sadly.
Reply,
So, but I'll
Totem.
still be watching
We
the
have
tomorrow.
board
So,
and outside all
anyways,
in the
take care.
bottom
I'll see you
10,
later.
man. We
And
now
Bye.
move on to game number 3. Last one.